What's up? What's up?
Hello.
How are you? What's good?
Yo, hello, Brother Rabbi. Hello.
I'm well. How are you?
Brother Rabbi, I have a few questions for you, my brother.
What's up, Don?
Are you dating Ava? She seems to be thinking that she's dating you.
No, she doesn't, and no, I'm not.
And I am happy. I'm happy.
So that's incorrect information, would you say?
Yeah, we're friends. That's it.
Or would you say correct? Okay.
I
Okay,
know.
nice, bro.
You don't must to repeat that because I understand after second time. I am verified why persons just telling me something about you, sending videos about you. Maybe that's artificial intelligence. You cannot even be on the video he sent me about your topic. Deleted user
I was showing you your content, Rabbi.
5
That's
7
publicly available on
8
Instagram.
0
Promoting your channel.
8B. He is meek like that. I'm not deleting him. I'm asking him about this what he wanted to do with my perspective on you. Yeah,
Cool.
Really? I didn't understand this.
because
Wait,
when
what you say?
I will not send you that. I think I will know about situation in my own
I have
range.
no idea what you're saying,
Scope,
Rabbi. You're
but
just shouting.
in my own range to know that situation. But I see. When I was watching that video, I was, dreaming about your body. I will not ever do masturbate to you because I know the respect for your own decision about our relationship. I know what I am doing and what I am saying when I am doing that.
Really?
When I am doing that.
Do you really know? I don't believe you. Can you say mums or something? Can you put it on something so I believe you? Can you say like mums 5 times in a row so I believe you and know you're not telling it fucking lie? Please.
I know the truth. I know.
Hang on, shut up for a second.
But
Okay, so you want me to watch Witcher 4 trailer, right?
Okej, więc chcesz, żebym obejrzał zwiastun Wiedźmina, tak?
I'm sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
this is my friend.
What did you say? What did you say while I was on mute? Hello?
Yeah.
Being socially awkward now.
She just wanted me to watch a trailer for a video game. I'm gonna check it out right now.
Oh, right.
Yep, it's Witcher 4.
Nice. Do you play Minecraft, Rabbi?
I have a Minecraft account.
Said like a Minecraft kind of guy.
I've never played it though.
You watching that?
I'm watching, yes.
I'm being Rachel, bro.
Perfect story. I will go back here. You can watch it. Nice story. Slavic story. I feel that. The person who doesn't matter. This person was we judge our relation, and that's really hurt me. You know, I will smoke something for a second
Okay.
to kill the emotion about the person who was here. You know,
Okay.
but something about you don't know. I was like a friend. Keep this in a believing that it was this person with sick in head. You know, like me. I am sick too.
Okay.
You watch it?
No, I'm
The
normal.
trailer?
I'm watching right now.
How do you
Yes,
feel with that?
it's beautiful.
Thank you. I mean, thank
The creators. Yes.
and the text. Thank you for guys from CD Records. You know, that's masterpiece. You like masterpieces too.
Yes. Very interesting. It is like a movie almost.
Bardzo interesujące.
Yeah.
To jest prawie jak
Yeah.
film.
It's absolute. I feel nice that you like it.
Absolutely.
I feel nice. Good
Excellent.
morning. Hi. Hello.
What's going on, Sir Smokes a Lot?
Not to compare.
This is my friend Afirmasha. She is from Poland. What are you gonna play?
111.
What are you gonna play?
Let him to say something about himself alone, please. Because you don't talk with me, you know? You don't talk with me.
Sorry, Rabbi.
Like,
You're good. Sir Smoke a Lot. What are you gonna play today?
I respect that.
thinking about what I'm gonna have to eat first, and then I might play some card. I've got work at 5:30 in the afternoon today. I was drinking all night last night, so fucked.
What'd you drink?
But you are too going work. You
Yeah.
are strong.
No,
Not after
I'm
drinking.
British. You can drink and still work.
Nice. That's you have a big head to uncover, so it's
Yeah, we
and would you drink?
room.
Okay, so you have a very hard head.
Yeah, I've got a nice taste. Spice room, dark room. I just like spice, to be fair. Everyone's got their own drink taste. Everyone's got their preference. So it's mine, bro.
I'm speaking in other language, right? And when you say something and I don't understand you, I'm not hearing you. I'm trying to hear your voice, your vibration of my voice, and something like that. So,
I get you. I get you.
Frequency.
Rabbi, what are you up to today, darling?
Going viral, just like every day, baby.
Yeah, boy.
Absolutely. With every day.
I thought I'd come stay. I've been busy with Christmas stuff. No. No, wrong one. That one. Have you seen much of Caspian?
Yeah, he was in here not too long ago.
I missed him then. Shit. I'll be able to.
Are you gonna stream a game?
I like Caspian.
Yes, he is. Are you gonna stream a game?
In a minute, I'm thinking of ordering some food. Or I might go, I don't know, I'm thinking of food. Got some big juicy meat.
About book after alcohol is responsibility too. I mean, it's hard to eat when you're after drinking alcohol. It's hard for me. I'm grateful that you can think about it and take care about yourself. You know, when you have not power
Oh, no,
to do that.
I stayed at the pub. I slept in the pub. Basically, there's rooms upstairs. I know the guy who owns the pub, so we're good mates. So I just stayed around his. We carried on drinking until like 4 or 5 in the morning. But we had maybe 2-3 bottles between us all. We were fucked. I threw up. I had to throw up. I was very drunk. I had breakfast. Just got back home about half an hour ago. And I'm just thinking about more food because when you drink, it makes you really dehydrated, so you need to have a lot of salt and you need to get your sugars back up and stuff. That's what I need to do. I'm going to get something nice and sweet.
But it's incredible that you are doing, using your knowledge to your life. You know, that's
Big, strong English man. Arr.
You know, but I hope you know what I wanted to tell you.
I know, but I it's fine.
Thank you for understanding.
Don't apologise. Oh, there's no need to say thank you either. You don't have to say thank you. Rabbi, I'm streaming if you want to watch maybe.
I'm gonna watch Big Dog right now.
Waiting for relay. Don't tell me calm to fucking down. postal service might be down.
No way, really?
I was working. Yeah, I was working last night. Or yesterday afternoon while I was on. Oh, here we go. No. We're in. Wait, some fucking things there. We've got a new Christmas festival coming. Oh, Cheese Festival Frenzy. This should be good. This should be good. I am hungry, don't know what to eat.
Honestly, you know.
Come as you are,
You
as
said
you
that
were,
before.
as I want you to be, as a friend, as I'm lonely. This is gonna be a shit game.
I don't think so, because you said what your body needs to feel more healthy. You know, you exactly know.
I knew it. Fucking knew it. Sitting there with a fucking smoke.
I think you did it. I think you did it. I will go back.
Dance the mud, soaked in bleach. As I want you. Sorry, I am this thing. I'm just gaming. As a friend. Oh shit.
Whatever else, but they're just no longer in this position, and they're now part of the economy in other ways. Like they'll probably be the first set of highly competent technocrats and managers and so on. They'll probably be very well compensated for their time and expertise and whatever else. But to me, both the practical end of things, like taking away this ability to withhold investment and increasing our ability to democratically shape investment priorities and to continue down the road of social democracy, and on normative grounds by egalitarian belief that ordinary people should have more stake in their lives in the workplace, leads me beyond social democracy to socialism.
So there's a tricky thing here. So in Ukraine especially, but in the Soviet Union, there's the kulaks. The possible trajectory of fighting for the beautiful message of respecting workers' rights has this dynamic of making an enemy of the capitalist class, too easily making an enemy of the capitalist class, with a central leader, populist leader, that says the rich and the powerful, they're taking advantage of you. We need to remove them. We need to put them in camps, perhaps. Not said explicitly until it happens. It can happen overnight. But just putting a giant pressure on that capitalist class. And again, the Stalin-type figure takes hold. So I'm trying to understand how the mechanism can prevent that. And perhaps I'll sort of reveal my bias here, as I've been reading I was going to say too much, maybe not enough, but a lot about books like Stalin's War in Ukraine, and just I've been reading a lot about the 30s and the 40s for personal reasons related to my travels in Ukraine and all that kind of stuff. So I have a little bit of a focus on the historical implementations of communism currently, without kind of an updated view of all the possible future implementations. So I'm going to lay that out there, but I worry about the slippery slope into the authoritarian figure that takes the sexy message, destroys everyone who's powerful in the name of the working class, and then fucks the working class afterwards.
Seems a bit.
So, first of all, I think it's worth remembering that the socialist movement had different outcomes across Western Europe and Eastern Europe. And in some of these countries in Western Europe, there wasn't actually democracy before the workers' movement and before the socialist movement. So the battle in Sweden, for instance, was about establishing political democracy, establishing true representation for workers. And that's how the parties became popular. Same thing in Germany, too. Then it was the Social Democrats who were able to build political democracy. Then on top of that, add layers of economic democracy, social democracy. The Swedish Social Democrats ruled basically uninterrupted from the early 1930s until 1976. So it's kind of crazy to think about, but they were just in government. They were the leading member of government. They had a few different coalition partners would shift. Sometimes they were with the agrarians, sometimes they were with the communists briefly, but they ruled uninterrupted. And they lost an election in 1976, and they just left power. Then they got back into power in the 80s. So in other words, like, they created a democratic system, of course, with massive support of working class people. Then they truly honored the system, because when they lost power, they lost power. They left power. There's plenty of cases like that across Europe and the world, and in other countries like Korea and elsewhere, where the workers' movements, the most militant, the most class-centric workers, South Africa is the same way, created democratic systems. Now, Russia, I think a lot of what happened had to do with the fact that it was never a democratic country. It was ruled by a party, and the party itself was very easy to shift from a somewhat democratic party in Lenin's day to an authoritarian one in Russia. And there was no distinction then between the party and the state. So your authoritarian party then became authoritarian total control over the entirety of the state. Now, the fact that the Soviet system involved total state ownership of production meant that the authoritarianism of the party state could go even deeper into the lives of ordinary people compared to other horrific dictatorships like Pinochet's Chile and so on, when maybe you could find some solace like just at home or whatever else. You didn't have the same sort of totalitarian, like control of people's lives. But I would say that socialism itself does yield different outcomes. Now, on the question of polarization, I guess that implies that this polarization, this distinction, is a distinction that isn't real in society and that is kind of being manufactured or generated. So
you mean the capitalist class and the working class, just to clarify? Yeah, okay.
So in certain populist distinctions, the division is basically arbitrary or made up. The us versus them polarization, depending who the us and who the them are. It's truly a something that's manufactured. But capitalism itself, as a system based on class division, whether you support or oppose it, I think we should acknowledge it's based on class division. That is the thing creating that polarization. Now, I think what socialists try to do is we try to take bits of working class opposition to capitalism, to their lives, to their way they're treated at work, and so on. And yes, we do try to organize on those bases to help workers take collective action, to help them organize in political parties, and so on, to represent their interests, economic and otherwise. But the contradiction exists to begin with, and if anything, this system, which I'm proposing, democratic socialism, would be kind of a resolution of this conflict, this dilemma, this thing that has always existed since, chieftain and follower, and so on. We've had class division since the Neolithic Revolution. I think this is a democratic road out of that tension and that division of humanity into people who own and people who have nothing to give but their ability to work.
So that idea is grounded in going all the way back to Marx, that all of human history can be told through the lens of class struggle. Is there some sense, can you still make the case that this class difference is over-exaggerated? That there's a difference, but it's not the difference of the abuser and the abused. It's more of a difference of people that were successful and people that were less successful.
So I'll play devil's advocate, which is that maybe one could argue that in its purest, earliest stage, capitalism was based on a stark difference. But then since then, two things have happened. One, a bunch of socialists and workers have organized to guarantee certain rights for working class people, certain protections. So in our system now, there are certain safety nets, less in the US than in other countries, but in a lot of countries there are pretty extensive safety nets.
Even like 40-hour work week,
Mhm.
minimum wage, safety regulations, all that kind of stuff.
And all those things are, in my mind, doses of socialism within capitalism, because what you're doing is you are taking the autonomy of capitalists to do whatever they want with the people contracted to them. And the only thing stopping them is, them potentially being able to go to another employer. But even then, it's kind of potentially a race to the bottom. If, you can't get more than $2 an hour from any employer in your market, you're going to have to, live with it. So one factor is we have built in those protections. So we've taken enough socialism into capitalism that you could say that at a certain point, maybe it makes a qualitative difference and not just a quantitative difference in people's lives. The other thing is, over time, we've gotten wealthier and more productive as a society. So maybe at some point, the quantitative difference of just more and more wealth means that even if in the abstract, the division between a worker and a capitalist is real, if that worker is earning, $250,000 a year and has a good life and only has to clock in 35 hours a week, 30 hours a week, and has, 4 weeks of vacation, then isn't it just like an abstract or philosophical difference? So I think you could level those two arguments. What I would say is that one, a lot of these rights that we fought for are constantly being eroded and they're under attack, in part because the economic power that capitalists have bleeds into our political democracy as well. There's constant lobbying for all sorts of labor market deregulations and so on. I fundamentally believe that if tomorrow all those regulations went away, capitalists would fight to pay people as little as possible. We'd be back in 19th century capitalism. And not because they're bad people, because if I'm running a firm and all of a sudden my competition is able to find a labor pool and is paying people less than me, I'm going to be undercut because I'll be able to take some of that extra savings and invest into new technology or whatever else, and they'll gobble up my market share before long. And then also beyond that, I do think there's a normative question here, which is, now, do we believe that ordinary people have the capacity to be able to make certain decisions about their work? Do we believe they know more about their work than their bosses? Now, I don't think that's not true at every level, but I think there's no doubt that in workplaces, workers know how to productively do their tasks in ways that their manager might not know. I think we've all been in workplaces where we've had managers who kind of don't know what you do or whatever else. And I think that collectively, if incentivized, we could have them, one, instead of hoarding or that information, since they're getting a stake in production and so on, they'd be able to more freely share it and be able to reshape how their day-to-day work happens. And also with elected managers, you kind of take that up the chain. I think you would have perfectly efficient market-based firms that could exist without capitalists.
So there's a lot of things to say. Maybe within just very, very low level question of if the workers are running the show, there's a brutal truth. The fact that some people are better, and the workers know this. It's the Steve Jobs A players. You want to have all the A players in the room because one B player can poison the pool, because then everybody gets demotivated by the nature of that lack of excellence and competence. This is just to take sort of a crude devil's advocate perspective. Are the workers going to be able to remove the incompetence from the pool? in the name, in the goal of, towards the mission of succeeding as a collective.
So I think that any successful model of socialism that involves the market, you need two things. One is at the micro level, you need the ability to fire people and for them to exit firms, which might be a slower process in cooperative-based firms than it is in a capitalist firm without a union. But it would be probably akin to the process that would happen in a capitalist firm, of which there are many with unions. So you need that. And then at the macro level, you need firm failure. You need to avoid a dilemma that happened in Soviet-style economies, which was soft budget, constraints and firms basically not being allowed to fail because the government was committed to full employment. The firms employed people, so even inefficient firms were, at the end of the day, they knew they were going to be propped up by the government, and they would be given all the resources they would need, no matter how inefficiently they were using those resources to maintain employment. So I think you need both.
Do you worry about this idea of firing people? Man, I'm uncomfortable with the idea. I hate it, but I also know it's extremely necessary. So is there something about a collective, a socialist system that makes firing, you said it might be slower, might it become extremely slow? Too much friction. Isn't there a tension between respecting the rights of a human being and saying, like, you need to step up? Maybe sort of deposit the carrot. Like, you really, like, to really encourage fellow workers know when there's a person that's not pulling their side of the doing as great of a job as they could be. But isn't the person that's not doing a great of a job going to start to manipulate the system that slows the firing in their self-interest?
Well, I think there would be so maybe another way to put it is, think about, like, if you're a partner at a law firm, right? I don't really know how law firms work, so I probably shouldn't use this analogy, but correct me if I'm wrong. But let's say you're a partner, you kind of have equity in your law firm or something beyond your billable hours. And let's say you're going to be fired from your law firm, or they're laying off people or whatever else. They could just get rid of you, but they would also have to figure out how to kind of buy you out too after a certain point. So I think that, like, in a cooperative firm, you probably have a system where you, after a certain point of working productively, you probably have a period where you get fired really quickly, no matter what. But once your job security kicks in, you would be able to, it would be a process. It would probably be like, a day or two process to figure it out. Or maybe they would have a progressive discipline process, which is first you have to get a verbal feedback, and then maybe a written performance review, then you could be fired. I mean, that's how it works in a lot of workplaces with either unions or with just basic job security. In most countries, that's how it works, because there's not at will employment in most countries. So I think that the real tension is, if you fire someone, if you're condemning them to destitution, then morally you would really feel something there, as you should, as a human being concerned about other people. But in a social system, or even basic social democratic system, there would be mechanisms to take care of that person. So one, if a firm is failing for any reason, they're getting outcompete or whatever else, those workers would then land in the hands, just for a little bit, of the state, right? And there could be active labor market policies to retrain people to go into expanding sectors. So your sector is now obsolete, but here you have these skills. You're going to be trained, and here's some resources to kind of help you along your training. And then there's a bunch of firms hiring, so go on your way. And then also, just with an expanded welfare state, being destitute in certain countries, being unemployed in certain countries is easier than in other countries or situations. So, you still can fall back on that mechanism. And also, my vision of marketalism and democratic socialism, there would be an expanded state sector. Not anything you can't imagine, but the way in which there's more of a state sector in countries like Norway or Denmark than there is in the U.S. So there would be, various forms of state employment and whatever else. So, I mean, I think that the real question is, should being bad at your job, or getting fired for any reason, or getting laid off, should that be a cause to have you, totally lose your shirt, or maybe should you just have to rebound? Maybe you have less money for consumption or whatever else, and you'll be on your way onto bigger and better things, in a few months.
So a strong social net
God, I'm sick of you.
in many ways make it more efficient to fire people who are not good at their job, because then they won't be that won't actually significantly damage their quality of life, and they have a chance to find a job at which they can flourish.
Sure.
Right. To step out into the macro, there's a tension here as well. So you said that there's inequality between the classes, the capitalist class and the working class. And sort of, there's a lot of ways you can maybe correct me on the numbers, but you could say that the top 1% of Americans have more wealth than the bottom 50%. That's not talking about perhaps capitalist class and the working class, but it's a good sort of estimate, right? The flip side of that, if you just look at countries that have more economic freedom versus less economic freedom, more capitalism versus less capitalism, their GDP seems to be significantly higher. And so at the local level, you might say that there's an inequality. But if you look historically over decades, it seems like the more capitalism there is, the higher the GDP grows, and therefore the level of the quality of life and the basic income, the basic wealth, the average, you including the working class, goes up over time. Can you see like both sides of this?
So I could definitely accept some of that premise. One, within capitalism, right, you want a bigger pie. Then if you divide up that pie, you'll, even if the bottom 10% or the working class share, let's say, is less as a percentage, it's still more in raw terms. So it's better for everyone. The part that I would dispute is more economic freedom versus less economic freedom. So there's obviously some countries in which capitalism doesn't work, and maybe economic freedom plays a role. Like if you're in a country like Egypt or India with a previously highly bureaucratic system, so you need to get licenses to do anything, and you need to run things through the state, or you need to bribe someone to get an incorporation done or whatever else. And that's a case in which I would accept the premise of, okay, economic freedom to take entrepreneurial risks, to start something new is limited. There's all sorts of factors in which it's too difficult to start a firm, and it benefits no one really, except for whatever bureaucracy might be taking their 15% cut. But in general, I think in advanced economies, it doesn't really work that way. So think about it this way. If you're, pretend like we're back, I'm sorry to go to Scandinavia again, but this is, a good example. Let's say you're back in the 1970s in Scandinavia or whatever else. You're in a country with extremely powerful unions. So the unions have a lot of labor rights. The state has certain high taxation and certain guarantees on you too. But you're a capitalist there. Now, what would you do if your capitalist competitors in the U.S. were able to pay workers $10 an hour, and you have to pay them $20? You would probably, and assuming you can't just flee or shut down or whatever else, you'd probably find ways to use labor-saving technology, right? That power of the high wages might encourage you to invest more in technology and to utilize people's times better, so they're more productive at work, so they're not just like sitting around or whatever else. So this really happened in practice in the Scandinavian countries, in part because it was combined with a certain type of pattern wage bargaining. So I'll explain this really simply, but let's pretend that you're in a sector with 3 different companies. Let's say an automotive sector, and I'll just say one is GM, one is Ford, one is Chrysler. Now, all these workers in your sector are all unionized. They're all, Swedish UAW, whatever the equivalent is, members. And they're all paid the same, and the union is setting through bargaining. The union is setting the wages across the sector. But the unions, and let's say GM is the most productive of these companies. Ford is number 2. Chrysler is number 3. The unions would intentionally set the wages, set their benchmark to Ford in the middle. So what that would do is say to Ford, okay, Ford will stay in business because they'll be able to meet the wage demands. Chrysler's probably might go out of business because they won't be able to meet the demands, or they'll have to really adapt really quickly. They might have to lay off people. They might have to restructure. So the union knows this in advance, and all the auto workers know this. But the most efficient manufacturer, GM, now has excess profits, because if they were negotiating with just the GM workers might even have been able to demand more. But instead, these workers are pegging their wage demands to Ford's level, and GM is, in theory, able to expand and employ more people and adopt new production techniques with their surplus. Then those Chrysler workers would be absorbed by the state by active labor market policies, then put back to work for GM or for these expanding, sectors. So in other words, you're now in a situation where the state has a pretty big role in your economy, taking a lot of your money in taxes. The unions are really shaping your life as a capitalist far more than would happen in a country like the United States. And yet still, despite your more limited economic freedom, you're still creating a more productive economy. So it could work. The system has to be designed right. And I think social democracies were designed the right way. I think any future democratic socialism after social democracy would have to be designed the right way.
Can you just linger on that a little more, the pattern wage bargaining? So GM is the most efficient, and Ford is the second most. Can you explain to me again the wages, setting the wages to the Ford level, how that is good for GM?
So
how that encourages more GM?
This is just sectoral, or actually in this case, centralized wage bargaining. So setting the wages at a level that Ford can afford, but a level that would probably be too expensive to Chrysler in the automotive sector, would benefit GM because they're drawing what we could call excess profits. Because if the GM itself could potentially have to deal with just the enterprise of GM workers bargaining for wages, and if they saw their profitability was high, they would know their leverage. They would say, pay us even more, or else we're going to go on strike. Mm-hmm. But instead, they're accepting slightly lower wages than they would have otherwise had in return for the company having excess profits that they're, through both the state, their union, and sometimes there's worker councils or whatever else, they're playing a role in saying, okay, we're going to make sure this excess profit is actually invested productively in order to expand employment and output.
Okay, can we talk about unions in general? Then, what are the pros and cons of unions? So the interest of the union. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I have a lot to learn both about the economics and the human experience of a union. The union's interest to protect worker rights and to maximize worker happiness, not the success and the productivity and the efficiency of a company, right?
No, I would disagree. So I think a union's interest is in what's collectively bargaining on behalf of workers. Because in certain cases, I am right now a manager at The Nation magazine, right? If I have a problem with my working conditions or I need a raise or whatever else, I could, with my skill set, my background, my role in the company, I could go to my boss, the owner of The Nation, and say, okay, I need to renegotiate my contract on these terms. I could bargain, right? Now, if I was a ordinary worker at like a CVS or something, if I didn't like my conditions and I went to my boss and said, hey, I need a $2 raise and, I need to be home by 8:30 because, I have obligations at home. the boss would probably say, "I'm sorry, that's not possible." Right? Maybe try the Rite Aid down the street or the Walgreens down the street or whatever. Now, if I went to the boss at a place like CVS, or even better, if all the pharmaceutical workers, at Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens, went to our bosses and said, "Listen, we collectively need to $2 more and better hours, shorter shifts, or whatever else," then they would probably have no choice but to concede. You have to bargain collectively at any level. If you're a ordinary worker, and there are some exceptions, but that's for certain highly skilled workers. But even in those cases, of course, all workers are skilled. I mean, just the technical definition. Even in those cases, a lot of those workers have to bargain collectively as well, in order to get more wealth. But they cannot make their demands so excessive that their firm gets out of business. So the workers only are workers as long as they're gainfully employed. So often unions will try to select their wage demands at such a level that it ensures that their firm will stay in business.
Yeah, but the problem is the way firms go out of business isn't by explosion, way popcorn starts getting cooked. Like at a certain moment, it just is over. It seems like the union can, through collective bargaining, keep increasing the wage, keep increasing the interest of the worker until it suffocates the company, that it doesn't die immediately, but it dies in like 5 years. So that might still serve the interest of the worker, but it doesn't serve the interest of society as a whole that's creating cool stuff and increasing. So a market that's operating and increasing cool stuff and constantly innovating and so on, and creating more and more cool stuff and increasing the quality of life in general.
I disagree with the premise, because I think even taking your example, that would be better for society. If a firm cannot pay its workers a living wage, but its competitors can, then that firm will either figure out a way to innovate, develop new techniques, new markets, new ways to be productive, or it should go out of business. And it would be better for it to go out of business than to stay in business or to be artificially kept in business in any sort of way. Yeah.
So I mean, that's
the Chrysler, my old centralized bargaining. Yeah.
Right. But then there's, innovation costs money too. So the flip side of that, I think, to play devil's advocate, is that it incentivizes the automotive industry is probably a good example of that. It incentivizes cutting costs everywhere, and sort of whatever has been making you money currently, figuring out how to do that really well without investing into the long-term future of the company, for like all the different ways it can pivot, all the different interesting things it could do in terms of investing into R&D. Whenever there's more and more and more pressure on paying a living wage for the workers, it might suffocate and die over the next 5, 10, 20 years, which might be a good destructive force from a capitalist perspective, but it might rob us of the Einstein of a company, right? of the flourishing that the company and the workers within it can do over a period of 5, 10, 20 years.
Well, this is just a problem with a lot of capitalism, which is about short-termism, right? Because the same thing could be said from, you're starting a company, you have a plan for it to make a lot of money, but your investors want dividends right away. So you have to take away from your long-term R&D or other plans and deliver short-term dividends. That's often why a lot of, I think, R&D is often rooted in state institutions and research and whatever else is being drawn on. And also, I think that that's a reason why, the state has some sort of role in fostering firms in either my version of a socialist economy or a capitalist economy or whatever else, to help with these time horizon problems. So I won't dispute that workers could play a role, or wage demands could play a role in time horizon problems, but more often than that, it's coming from investors, it's coming from just a host of other market pressures that people might have. And I would say that in the real world, a lot of investment funds don't come from just retained earnings. It comes from a lot of sources. So I think this is a problem that could be solved through public policy, but definitely exists today as well.
So you mentioned living wage. Is there a tension between a living wage, maybe you could speak to what a living wage means, and the workers owning all of the profit of the company? Sort of this kind of spectrum. No, I guess the spectrum is from like no minimum wage, the lowest possible thing you could pay to a worker. And then somewhere in that spectrum is a living wage, and then at the top is like all of the profits from the company is owned by the workers. So split to the workers.
I mean, I think that any society is going to have to make distributional choices. You could imagine a variety of capitalism in which workers are paid quite little, but there's extremely high taxation and there's redistribution after the fact. You could imagine a system in which there's less taxation after the fact, but there's more guarantees and regulations of how much people are paid before the fact. In my vision of a socialist society, there would be similar way that unions work, and in my example, the centralized bargaining unions would work, that bargain at the sectoral level and not just at the enterprise level like our unions do today. There could be benchmarks set for different occupations or wages. And the reason why you would want to benchmark at a worker-controlled firm is that you don't want workers self-exploiting themselves in order to gobble up market share, or because you don't want them collectively deciding, okay, we're going to invest in this longer-term time horizon and outcompete other people that way. So you might say, okay, if you do this sort of clerical work, you have to be paid the equivalent of $15 an hour. That's minimum. But on top of that, you get dividends from excess profits. And I think it would also have to be combined with public financing for expansions and for development, which could be done in quite a competitive way. So you could have a variety of banks, in my vision, state-owned banks. But how would they decide who to invest in and who to not invest in, who to give a loan for expansion to and who not to? Because you don't want it to be like, oh, I'm going to invest in my nephew's firm and not this other firm, or I'm going to invest in this guy's firm because he's Italian, but not this guy's firm because he's Albanian, or whatever else. Just make it rational at the level of their goal is just like any other investment person at a bank today, to maintain a certain risk profile and to have an interest yield, and decide to invest on that basis. So if there's a huge automotive firm that has been in business for years that needs a little operating cash, they could get their $50 million at 3% loan. If you have some crazy blue sky idea and you manage to get it to that point, like maybe you and your friends would get it at 12% or something close to what a VC would offer today. So I only kind of go into these details not because to say that a system doesn't have to in advance map out all the different possibilities, but I think it does have to be willing to accept a lot of things that we know today. I can't give you a version of socialism that's everything's going to be fine, we're going to live harmoniously, and we won't have these sort of tensions, and you could hunt in the evening and fish in the afternoon and write criticism, or whatever else. I do hope that there's horizons beyond this that we can aspire to. I do have those visions, but for now, I think our task as socialists is to imagine 5 minutes after midnight, like what can we do right away within our lifetime vision.
So that means through some level of central planning, reallocating resources to the workers.
So I think the primary mechanism in this private sector under socialism would be a market mechanism, firms competing against each other to expand, connected to a system of public financing. But even at that level, the individual bankers and public banks and so on would be operating based on their own rationality, and the state would certainly shape investment decisions, but maybe no more than they do in a lot of capitalist systems. So the state might already today in a lot of countries decide, we want to invest in green technology. So it's going to be favorable rates for people or tax credits for people investing in green technology. So the state already shapes investment. I think what should be centrally planned, and this is where I'm proud to sound like an old school socialist, is things like healthcare, things like transit, things like our natural monopolies of lots of types. I think can be done very well through planning, and we already have plenty of examples. But a lot of this society, I think, would be the private sphere of worker-controlled cooperatives competing against each other, weak firms failing, successful firms expanded.
And the banks, you're saying publicly or privately owned?
Publicly owned.
Let's just put it all on the table that it's almost guaranteed that every system has corruption. So I guess the bigger question is, which system has more corruption? This one with central planning and worker cooperatives versus unfettered capitalism, or any flavor of capitalism.
I think any system has potential for corruption. I think it depends on how good your civil service is, how much oversight do you have to resolve a problem once it arises.
How does corruption happen in a socialist system? So you have to, again, I apologize, but the large scale examples of it. So we can look at Soviet Union, China, and Sweden. Fundamentally different nations and histories and peoples and economic systems and political systems, but all could be called in part socialist. And so there's a ridiculous almost caricature of corruption in the Soviet system, the gigantic bureaucracy that's built, where somehow corruption seeps in through kind of dispersion of responsibility, that nobody's really responsible for the corruption. I just had a conversation with Ed Calderon, who fought the cartels in Mexico, and there's a huge amount of corruption in Mexico, but it's not even seen as corruption. You understand when a cop pulls you over, you give this much money, and so on. So that kind of seems to happen in certain systems, and it seems to have happened in socialist systems more than in capitalist systems in the 20th century. Or maybe I'm wrong on that.
No, I mean, I think in a lot of countries, it's seen as the cost of doing business, right? Now, in particular countries built on a system of central planning, or just state allocation of resources, where the state both produces and allocates, and things run through bureaucracies, then I think you're much more apt to have corruption than in a system smaller sphere for the state. So, for example, if you're in a hypothetical version of the U.S., you might see a lot more corruption like the post office, but you wouldn't have that corruption in your workplace, so you kind of learn to go around that. For one thing, even in state sectors, you can have, and this often is the case in democratic countries, you have a transparent civil service where people who are corrupt are prosecuted by judges, where it's frowned upon, and it just, over time, it goes away. So you go from having political machines that were tied to certain, had friends in certain police precincts and whatever else in the U.S. in the 19th century and early 20th century, to now today, that would be a huge scandal and unheard of, right? So I think over time, having a independent court system, having a truly meritocratic civil service can be implemented anywhere. I think, though, in the Soviet Union, the extra little bit that happened was you had a bureaucracy that just had so much power because the bureaucracy was producing and distributing everything, and everyone was relying on the bureaucracy for jobs. The way to social advancement was through the bureaucracies. So you end up with people like Khrushchev, people going from peasants to supreme leaders of countries just through getting hooked up in the bureaucracy and advancing within it. And not all of these were bad people. I don't think Khrushchev was that bad of a person, or Gorbachev. This is their mechanism to advancement in systems like this. In the vision of democratic socialism that I propose, the state doesn't have that overriding power to begin with. But I think in either case, corruption has arose in many different systems and has been successfully dealt with. I think on the developmental trajectory of even countries today that we think of as being very corrupt, corruption will fade away as well. But you definitely need a system in which individuals act. Individuals are incentivized to act rationally. So if you're in a system in which cops who are corrupt are prosecuted and investigated, and there's internal controls, a civilian board review, and kind of an internal investigators within police departments or whatever else, there will be less corruption over time if people are punished. If you're in a system in which if you're running a firm or you're the manager of a firm, an elected manager, and everyone at that firm is trying for more efficiency and trying for more excess profits or whatever else at the end of the day, dividends at the end of the day, then if you try to hire your nephew and he's not good at your job, you're not going to win re-election, right? So you shouldn't, I think no system should rely on a change in culture that come naturally or some sort of individual altruism. I think the systems have to be constructed in such a way that it's not rational to behave poorly.
In sort of from a theoretical perspective, either a socialist or capitalist system can have either culture. But it seems like if you prioritize meritocracy, if the people that are good, whatever the good means, in terms of integrity, in terms of performance, in terms of competence, it seems like that leads to a less corrupt system. And it seems like capitalism, there's all kinds of flavors of capitalism, but capitalism, because it does prioritize meritocracy, more often leads to less corruption. So that's not a question of political or economic systems. It's a question of what kind of stuff do you talk about that leads to a culture of less corruption?
First of all, I think in theory, maybe capitalism words meritocracy, but I think in practice, anyone watching this or you and me would think of some of the people we know that work the hardest, and they're often, working class people working the food service industry or whatever else, right? I think we don't have, in practice, I don't think we actually live in a society that rewards people for hard work. I think we reward people for a combination of accidents of birth plus hard work. So
let me push back because yes, so I agree with you, but let me push back on a subtle point because I like to draw the difference between hard work and meritocracy. Because as a person who works really hard, like I work crazy hard, but I've also worked with a lot of people that are just much better than me. So hard work does not equal skill, good, productive. I just want to kind of draw that distinction. But I agree with you. I don't think our society rewards directly hard work or even high skill. There's many examples, at least we can see, that it does not do so.
So we have an unequal distribution of talent, of course. So if we lived in a society in which there was some level of acceptable inequality, and it's a normative kind of the question of how much we would say is acceptable, right? And that inequality was based on this unequal distribution of talent, then I think that would be fine with me, right? That would actually be a meritocracy. What I see in the US is often, okay, so if you are a upper middle class or rich kid and you get a good education, K through 12, out of those people, there will be some that work extra hard and go on to do incredible things or are very successful. And there'll be other people that do not, right? And decide for whatever reason or go down a different path. And you could say maybe among that group of the upper middle class, there is a meritocracy, right? But they're actually given those opportunities to make their own decisions and to fail, whereas many, many other people, the vast majority of American society, I would say 60+%, don't really get those opportunities to make those choices to begin with. And I would aspire to the type of world, at least as a first step, in which our only inequalities are based on our unequal innate kind of distribution of talent.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people worry that when you have a socialist in any degree central planning, or perhaps a collective of workers, that it won't result in that kind of meritocracy that you're talking about. But you're saying that no, it's possible to have that kind of meritocracy.
Think about it this way. The workers themselves are incentivized and are shaped by market forces too, right? They're trying to respond to consumer needs and preferences. They're trying to expand market share. They're trying to make money. So it requires no kind of leap into these people are going to be more altruistic or whatever else, even on purely bourgeois terms, the same way you would maybe justify, competitive capitalist firms. I think you could justify this system as long as you think that people, elected management, can perform just as well. I think based on the experiences of cooperatives, we've seen that they can. And then at the state level, state bureaucracies have their own sort of sets of incentives, but in most systems that already have extensive state bureaucracies, these people at high levels are appointed or elected. They're held to certain standards. At the national level, a national government wants to maintain, the tax revenue that they need to pay for services. So we already, I think, have incentive structures that you could say that some people might just, I think, disagree with the normative thing of like, why would people have to own their own means of production, control their workplaces or whatever else? Why do we need this level of equality? Can't we just get by with our existing system, but just like make things a little bit easier for capitalists to make money and then everyone will benefit or whatever else? I mean, that's a normative question. In my vision of socialism, there'll be plenty of, multiple parties with different views and perspectives trying to either push us deeper into more radical forms of socialism, or on the other hand, to kind of roll back to, more capitalist forms of government. So I think that, again, you can't try to make up a perfect system and try to implement it. You have to, do it as a process democratically and so on.
So just philosophically, in your gut, you're more concerned about the innate equal value of human beings versus the efficiency of this wonderful mechanism that we call human civilization at producing cool stuff. Just like a gut, if we were sitting at a bar, that's where the gut feeling you come with. Of course, your mind is open, but you want to protect the equal value of humans.
So I don't want to fight the hypothetical. So I'll say equality. I am concerned with equality, but I don't think the two are necessarily always in tension. But also when you think about all the great things that human beings have produced, often I think people today just look at the end outcome. Like we go to the pyramids and we'll marvel at the pyramids and the human achievement that it took to make it happen, but we won't stop to think about all the suffering that went into the making of that thing. So I think we kind of lean in the opposite direction, where we marvel at our achievements, but we don't often think about the suffering or exploitation that went into certain human achievements. I would love a society in which we could marvel at things and not have to worry about the exploitation that was involved, because there was no exploitation or oppression involved. There was just human ingenuity and creativity and collaboration.
And to the degree, which you may disagree, to the degree there's a tension between the two, at least give equal weight to the consideration of the suffering, and don't just marvel at the beauty of the creation. To the degree there is a tension between them.
What Stalin did, actually, too, it's not just capitalism. What Stalin did was he sacrificed whole generations because he thought that he was building something for the future, for future Russians to enjoy, and for future people of the world to enjoy. And actually, that analogy that I just gave about the pyramids was written by Karl Kautsky, the German socialist, anti-Stalinist critic, when he was complaining about U.S. journalists and others going to Russia in the 1930s and marveling at all the new industries. Are these people blind to the suffering, behind these things they're marveling about?
Speaking of which, I think you mentioned in the context of a social democracy that freedom of speech and freedom of the press, or basically the freedom of people to have a voice, is an important component, which I think is something that caught my ear a little bit. Because if you think about the Soviet Union, one of the ways that the authoritarian regime was able to control, it's almost part of the central planning, is you have to control the message and you have to limit the freedom of the press. So there's a kind of notion, especially in like ideas, or maybe caricatures of the ideas of cultural Marxism, sometimes caricatured even further as wokeism, that you want to be careful with speech. You want to censor speech because some speech hurts people. So in some sense, you want to respect the value, the equality of human beings by being careful with the words you say. So what is there tension there for you?
I think there's no tension. And part, I think that it is very condescending or patronizing to assume that people can't take debate, that people can't, either as a society or individuals, individually be engaged in the exchange of ideas without, or even very vigorous debate without, being broken by it. It's just not the case. I'm basically a free speech absolutist. I mean, I would draw the line at obviously direct incitements of violence or certain other speech like that. But in general,
You think a lot of people would be surprised to hear that?
no, I mean, not people who know my work. I mean, more generally, I think a lot of people on the right, even in the center, I think might have the idea that a lot of the far left wants to censor them. I think some of the center left wants to censor them, but I think a lot on the far left, on the Marxist or socialist left, I think that free speech is more or less the norm.
Yeah, where is the imperative to censor coming from? Is this just some small subset of the left on Twitter? Is there some philosophical idea behind certain groups that, like, if we're to steelman the case, and which group actually has the interest of humanity in mind in wanting to censor speech?
I think we might need to just take it case by case, for an example, by example, because honestly, I would have to think about a particular case. But let's just say generally that a lot of American liberalism rightly sees the revolution around the civil rights and later the extension of this rights revolution for gay rights and so on as being a very positive achievement in the last half century, and I completely agree. Now, for me, now that we've won those rights, a lot of our battle for change needs to go beyond the representational realm and needs to really reground itself in the material bread and butter struggles of ordinary people trying to survive, of the battle for good healthcare for all Americans, and so on. These are my immediate demands. I think there's a segment of American liberalism that doesn't want to go in that confrontational economic direction and wants to steer it away from battles over things like universal healthcare and so on, and really are just still caught at this battle over rights representation. And it's devolved in such a way that they feel like they need to make change. The way they make change is only through interventions in culture, because they don't really have the same sense of class and class struggle that agree or disagree. It's a very material plane. So instead, they look at comedians who said the wrong thing, or they look at all sorts of other ways to make change. It's not really making a change. It's just making them look bad and making our culture worse. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from. But I think that a lot of the left, even the left that's much more into battles over, race and lots of other stuff, like real serious anti-racist on the left. Of course, I'm an anti-racist, but a lot of my work is focused on the primacy of class. But even these people are very concerned about material struggles and issues, and they don't really care about, these issues they think are ephemeral kind of issues.
So when you focus exclusively on language, that somehow leads you astray, like on being concerned about language without like deeper economic inequalities and so on. You just become an asshole that's on Twitter pointing out how everything, how racist everyone is. So that anti-racism becomes a caricature of anti-racism.
Exactly, because anti-racism was really about the struggle of people for equal rights in voting. It was about the struggle for people who were trapped into bad neighborhoods because they couldn't get decent jobs and their neighborhoods were redlined or whatever else. It was really like a struggle for survival. And what was the main demands, like the language of this one? It was the march for jobs and freedom. it was the slogan "I am a man," asserting the kind of universal dignity of people. This is what the civil rights movement was about, and it wasn't surprised there was a lot of self-described socialists, people like Bayard Rustin, A. Philip Randolph, Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, these were people who were Ella Baker. They were socialists, and I think a lot of Americans agree with them with their immediate demands, even though they weren't themselves socialists. But it was a very materialistic struggle, and I think a lot of this has been co-opted into just some sort of vague and just disconcerting complaints about language or culture and so on.
Martin Luther King was a socialist. To what degree was he a socialist? I would love to learn about that.
Martin Luther King, I think, broadly called himself at various points in his life a Christian socialist or a democratic socialist, especially after his speech against the Vietnam War in the Riverside Church. I think it was 1967. The last years of his life, he became much more involved in struggles against the war and also struggles for workers' rights. He was assassinated when he was at a rally at workers' rights. So he thought the next battle was going to be an economic battle. He had this famous line where he said, I don't just want to integrate the lunch counter if it means that we can't afford to order a burger while we're there. That was a line along those lines. And I think that got to his point where the civil rights struggle was part of a step of building some sort of wider movement. So he and these other civil rights leaders were very much interested in working with organized labor, working with the left as it was constructed then, and building some sort of mass base for not just rights but redistribution.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating which figures self-identified or were in part socialists.
Albert Einstein was one.
Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein wrote an article for the first issue of this left-wing magazine. It's actually still publishing today, called Monthly Review, in I think 1949. And his article is called "Why Socialism." I don't think it's paywalled, so people should check it out. But yeah, Einstein was one.
So probably the central idea is the pacifist, the anti-war idea for him, or no?
Honestly, it's been so many years since I read it. I think it was more about. I think it was actually more economically focused, but I would need to go back and.
But is war in general a part of the fundamental ideas that socialists are against? Democratic socialists are against. Like, what's the relation between socialism and war?
So I think that traditionally in the socialist movement, war was associated with capitalist competition and international competition. And you can look at World War I as very much a case where different nations were competing with each other and developing quite violent rivalries that was in part based on competition and the periphery over access to markets and colonies and whatever else. So it was very easy to draw a direct correlation. I'm opposed to war. I'm opposed to imperialism, the domination of strong nations, dominating smaller nations. I wouldn't call myself a pacifist. I think most socialists wouldn't call themselves pacifists because there are some struggles that are worth fighting for. There's national liberation struggles and so on, where if there's no democratic avenue for change, positive change has been made through armed revolts around colonialism and whatnot. But we're living in an age where hopefully, I know neither of us have children, but our children or children, in the future won't have to live through war. And that is one thing that as countries have gotten more developed, as the world has changed, we've actually seen less and less war. Like, I won't dispute Pinker on this. I think it's true. Obviously, Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the conflict in Ethiopia is like kind of an exception. But on the whole, I think we're going in that direction. But I think it's always been a major organizing plank of socialists against war and against just kind of this sense of right-wing nationalism and national identity that often leads to war. And obviously not everyone on the right has embraced that. A lot of libertarians are consistently anti-war as well. But I think the right ideologically has been associated with war, even if some advocates of capitalism have not been.
then there's the military-industrial complex, which is the financial machine of the whole thing. I presume. Well, since a lot of that is government, what's the relationship to socialism and the military-industrial complex?
Well, a lot of it's government contracts, but it's privately produced, right? By companies like Lockheed Martin, and things like that. You could draw a very crude materialist connection between any of these things and to kind of prove an ideological point.
Yeah.
But we could produce just as many arms and then just bury them or never fire them off or whatever else. Obviously, there are companies that have a vested interest in heightening up tensions or saying that we need to buy a new weapon system to be prepared for a conventional war with China, Russia. Meanwhile, I think we all know that if there's going to be a conventional war between these countries, like it's going to, it's going to lead to something worse.
Yeah.
And no amount of advanced fighter jets is going to make a difference. But I try to avoid crude or causal connections, even though there are relationships. Like it's kind of like the old slogan, which was quite an effective slogan in the early 2000s. At my first anti-war marches when I was a teenager, I definitely have shouted it, but kind of no war for oil. Like both is like correct in that it gets to what people's senses of like what's going on, how it's bad, but also like analytically, it's kind of wanting to explain what really happened or why we ended up in the Middle East, which is like a much more complex geopolitical story.
Yeah, and it is a story of geopolitics. It's perhaps less a story of capitalism or socialism. It's a story. It's a geopolitical story that I think actually operates outside of the economic system of individual nations. It has to do more with, honestly, in part, egos of leaders. And there's a international battle for resources, but surely there's alternatives.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that part of what being a socialist is about dreaming in the long term about a different sort of world with, in my mind, needless divisions of people into nations with standing armies. I'm sure we'll still have pride about where we're from, and there'll still be distinctive cultural features and so on about where we're from. We definitely would, at least for the foreseeable future, be divided into places as like administrative units, with the idea that there should be a Mexican army, American army, and a Russian army and a Ukrainian army is just on the face of it, I think in the long run will be seen as ridiculous. Just like we see it as ridiculous today, looking back at the idea that, a lord from London would, be engaged in civil strife with a lord from like Liverpool and a bunch of peasants would die. Just kind of on the face of it just seems kind of ridiculous that these different places would have their own banners and lords and armies. I think in the long run, you might have to zoom out 1,000 years, but in the long run, people will say the same about nation states and standing armies and battles over cosmic sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. Aliens would laugh at us, or humans that go far beyond Earth and look at the history. Because if humans successfully expand out into the universe, just the scale of civilization will grow so fast that the bickering of the first few thousand years of human history will be seen insignificant.
There's a very Marxist idea that I both appreciate in one way, but on the other hand, it's kind of scary, which is that, human history is only now beginning. Before we were in prehistory,
Yeah.
But in the future, like we'll be in kind of real history. I think that a lot of really important history has already happened, and I think posterity will remember it. And I think that it will be easier to assign, certain people the role of like villains, the people, not to engage in the contentious off topic of Ukraine or whatever else, but the idea that, one government or that would launch a, war to recover, or to take, several hundred square miles of territory and tens of thousands of people will die, I think seems absurd to us, many people today, luckily, but it would not have seemed absurd 50, 60 years ago, it would have just been a normal thing, right? These kind of territorial disputes and so on. And I think, projecting in the future, I think within our lifetimes, we'll live to see that kind of conflict be eradicated. And in part, you could say that, like, why? I think it's because of popular pressure and organization. So you could say kind of the pro-worker socialist organizing part of it, making it less normal. If you're a capitalist, you could say, well, markets are more interlinked, so war is even more irrational. I don't really have a firm answer. Whatever it is, I think it's a good thing.
You mentioned Marx's view of history. It's kind of interesting to just briefly talk about. What do you think of it? What do you think of this Marxist view of how the different systems evolve from the perspective of class struggle, as we were talking about?
Well, I'm a Marxist. I fundamentally believe in the broad contours of historical materialism. But I think we should be clear on what Marxist theory tells us and what it doesn't tell us. I think Marxist theory tells us pertinent things about how societies have evolved, about how the distribution of resources work in any given society, who owns, who doesn't, how the distributional conflicts, and so on. I think Marxism can tell us a lot.
How surplus is distributed.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. What it can't tell us is, like, as a friend put it, like a sex appeal of blue jeans or whatever else. That's beyond what Marxism is meant to do.
What economic system can tell us about the sex appeal of blue jeans?
No economic system, but socialism, in the Soviet sense, when it was turned into, the Soviet-style dialectical materialism, was meant to tell us everything from, explain genetics and agriculture and whatever else. In a very disastrous way, So I definitely don't believe in the application of these ideas in an extremely wide way. And also, I'm a Marxist because it's a framework that helps me understand pertinent facts about the world. If at some point I no longer think the framework is doing that, I will not be a Marxist. But I'm a socialist on normative grounds because I have certain beliefs about the equality of people, because I believe in it. We should have a society with liberty, with equality, with fraternity, and that I hope I'll always be a socialist until the day I die. But it's kind of a very unscientific or unserious thing to say, this is my framework from beginning to end, for the rest of my life.
But from a perspective of history, you should say that, so Marx says that societies go through different stages. Could be crudely summarized as primitive communism, imperialism, maybe slave society, feudalism, defined by mercantilism, and then capitalism, then socialism, and finally stateless communism. Did I miss something there?
I mean, I think that was close enough. I mean, I think that's definitely true of Marxist theory, that the contradictions of capitalism, the fact that it has brought together all these workers, all these materials, and whatever else, and it's now allowing it to socially create wealth on a mass scale. But that process is being privately directed, and also the surplus is being privately kind of appropriated, is a contradiction, and that would lead to some sort of rebellion or revolution or change, and eventually this contradiction would be a fed on production too. So we would have to move into a socialist society.
But actually, just to backtrack, so in terms of contradiction, so it starts when we're in a village, hunter-gatherers. That's what you call primitive communism, where everyone is kind of equal. It's kind of a collective, right? All right, maybe if you could just let me hold on a second. And then inequalities form of different flavors. So that's what imperialism is. This one dude rises up and has some control of different flavor. That's what feudalism when you have one dude at the top and you have merchants doing some trading and so on. And then that leads to capitalism when you have private ownership of companies, and they result in some kind of class inequality. And then eventually that results in a revolution that says, no, equality is not okay, it's not natural, it doesn't respect the value of human beings, and therefore it goes to socialism, where there is, under Marx's view, I guess, some role for the state. The state is doing some redistribution, and then the pure communism at the end is when it's, like, it's a collective where there's no state centralized power.
So
What's part of that is wrong?
no, I think in broadly the Marxist theory of history is about different modes of production that exist at various times, based on material conditions. So in the early times, in this theory, there was not much surplus being generated, right? And there was generally egalitarian societies. Then, as we became agricultural, as society developed, there was more surplus being produced.
Let's see.
Then there was a group of people, the ruling classes of their age, that controlled and distributed that controlled that division of labor and appropriated more of that surplus for themselves, and they weren't involved in productive labor. In the early primitive society, everybody's involved in productive labor. Later on, you had castes of priests who did nothing but kind of pray and write and kind of lecture people all day, right? And you had
that looks like a very warm
kings
house.
and rulers and bureaucrats and traders and so on. You have a more complex division of labor, but also more inequity
Does it keep your ears
driving out of that.
Czy ogrzewa uszy?
Capitalism was a revolutionary system because it took away, one, it made us tremendously more productive, right? It
Very good.
expanded
Very,
production
very good.
beyond our wildest imaginations,
Bardzo dobrze, bardzo,
but it also
bardzo
no
dobrze.
longer bound workers to their lord or manor or whatever else. They were now free to move, free to engage in contracts with employers and so on. But even though workers are now producing all this tremendous wealth, and even though productive forces had been matured in such a way, they were ultimately taken away from all the wealth they were created. They got some of it back. They were in wealthy societies, but they were all there collectively together producing this wealth, and that was a potent force. So Marx theorized that would lead to a revolutionary change in a socialist direction. I think, in fact, what we saw was that yes, workers are dependent on capitalists are dependent on workers, but the dependency is obviously symmetrical in the sense that workers are also dependent on capitalists. But in fact, it's an asymmetrical dependency in that ordinary workers need their jobs more than capitalists need the contribution of individual workers. So it became kind of a collective action problem where you would need the mass of workers to get together to decide to change things, but also people be afraid because they'd be dependent on their jobs for their livelihood and so on. So revolution became a lot harder than people thought, especially in democratic countries where workers had certain outlets and certain powers and rights and responsibility. You know, it's no surprise that where you did have socialist revolutions, they were in places like the third world, post-colonial states trying to emerge out of colonialism. They were in places like China and Russia, autocratic countries, and never in a advanced capitalist country. Now, in Marxist theory of history, even as interpreted by a lot of smart Marxists like G.A. Cohen and others, there is a certain inevitability to socialism after capitalism. The way that I would put it myself is I kind of have a more, I guess you could say, like Kantian view of it. Like I think socialism is something that ought to happen, but it's not something that necessarily will happen. And we'll need to organize and persuade, and also potentially, again, the key part of any social system that's democratic is you have to allow for the possibility of a democratic revision to a different sort of system. So I'd be more than happy in my vision of socialism for there to be capitalist parties getting, hopefully 3, 4, 5% of the vote, maybe a lot more. In the same way that in the U.S. a republic, we could right now have a monarchist party. No one's going to support a monarchist party in the U.S. in serious numbers.
Although that's gaining popularity.
In Europe or elsewhere?
No, isn't there in the anarchist tradition? Aren't they saying that one of the ways you could have a leaders in monarchy because they're more directly responsible to the citizens. If you have a leader, it's healthier to have a monarch. Anyway, I'm not familiar with this, but I've heard this stated.
In the
times.
left-wing anarchist traditions, like anarcho-syndicalism or whatever else, like their slogan is kind of no kings, no gods, no masters, or whatever. So no bosses. So they definitely would not agree with that. But I'm not familiar enough. Anarchism is runs the gamut from left to right in interesting ways.
I'll have to ask about. I'll have to ask you about that. But yeah, okay. So you don't believe Marx's theory of history in the sense that every stage is a natural consequence of every other stage. Of course, he would predict that somebody like you must exist in order for those stages to go from one to the next, because you have to believe ought in order for action to be taken, to inspire the populace to take action.
So two things. One is I do broadly believe in Marx's theory of history because it's just explaining how productive forces develop, the relations of production in any given system. I guess there's a theory of transition from capitalism to socialism that Marx didn't really spell out, but it was kind of implied that it would naturally happen. And Marx was living in an era of tremendous upheaval. Marx himself actually saw, when he was living in London in the 1870s, the Paris Commune, when workers took over for just a few months, but they took over, the producers of Paris took over the city, basically created their own government, their own system, and so on. So he was living through an era of upheaval. And Engels especially oversaw and was the mentor to all these rising socialist parties. So he was very closely collaborating with socialists in places like Britain and Germany when they were drafting their first programs for the Social Democratic Party. So it felt like this was going to happen. It felt like this rising working class would take power. But I think the stability of the system was underestimated. It's easy to see the contradictions in the system, but can you see its mechanisms of stability? The way in which mass collective action or revolution is more the exception or the norm. Could you have imagined, if you're Marx, not only how much wealth the system would produce over time, which I think he could have imagined, but also developments like the welfare state and mass democracy and universal suffrage, which might have changed how workers relate to the system or operate within it. So I think it's just the transition part that I think wasn't spelled out properly. But I think in either case, as socialists, we can't assume that history is working in our favor. We just need to kind of hold out and wait for the inevitable revolution. We have to convince people of both, one, the struggle for day-to-day reforms and why it's important to be politically organized, why it's important to be a member of a union or to advocate for things like universal healthcare or whatever else, to try to kind of build the cohesion and sense of self of the class. Then ultimately, for the desirability, once we accomplish it, once we build social democracy, of going beyond social democracy, which is, of course, the challenge. Now, I don't think it requires leadership from the outside. I think there are plenty of organic leaders that have emerged from the working class that have advocated for socialism from the working class. And if you look at the class composition during the glory days of the European socialist parties, I mean, this was very much a working class party organization. It's only been the last 30 years that it's been taken over by professionals and have accomplished very little in those 30 years.
So that's the practical and the pragmatic. Can we actually jump to the horizon? Because you mentioned as a social democrat, you focus on the policies of today, but you also have a vision and dream of a future. And so Marx did as well. So the perfect communism at the end. Can you describe that world? And also, is there elements of that world that has elements of anarchism? So, like I said, there's Michael Malice next door. So, like anarcho-communism. I don't even know if I'm using that term correctly, but basically no central control. Can you describe what that world looks like?
I think the traditional socialist vision of kind of, if you want to call it full communism, would be very similar to the anarchist vision of a world without coercion, mass abundance, and so on. I myself don't share that vision. I believe that we will always need to have a state in some form as a way to, one, even just mediate difference. I think traditionally a lot of Marxists have thought that after you remove the primary contradiction, quote unquote, of class, that all other political questions would be resolved. And I think that's a lot behind a lot of the thinking of we're going to have a full communism after politics. I don't think there will be an after politics. I think, for one thing, let's say, I'll give you another Northeast example. Let's say me and you were trying to, with different groups of people, we're trying to figure out how to build a crossing of the Hudson River. And for various reasons, you and the people around you want to build a bridge. Me and the people around me want to build a tunnel. Mm-hmm. That's a question that you will probably need a mediation for, right? You'll need, one, it's a big project, so there'll be a very complex division of labor and so on. But even beyond that, just politically, you will need the state to mediate the difference. You'll need to have a vote that people trust, have institutions that people trust, and so on to make a decision. Society is never going to go beyond that decision making.
You don't think it's possible outside of the state to create stable voting mechanisms? Or is human nature going to always seep into that?
I just wonder why we would have to. If the state is democratic and responsive, the state is an authoritarian.
So it might not be called a state, but it would function as a state, right?
But why not just call it a state? But in other words, like, if you don't have something like that, don't you have a greater risk of tyranny or a tyrant emerging in the vacuum? So I think people's fear of the state is what would happen if the state had too much power. And I think that's a legitimate fear. That's why we have democratic kind of checks on state power and certain guarantees of freedom and so on. But yeah, I guess I just wonder, I'm more afraid of the vacuum and not having a democratic responsive state and what the world would turn into. And also, I'm just not a utopian thinker, if that makes sense. Like I like to think that I'm an egalitarian thinker. I'm a socialist, but my mind just goes to, like, you know, I could see a vision of the future that I would like 50, 60 years from now. Maybe there's some sort of future of superabundance and automation, and there's some sort of techno-utopian future. We don't want some of those things that would exist in my, 5 minutes from now vision of socialism, but I just don't see it. And in general, I'm kind of wary of visions of change that seem like they're not built off little pieces that we have now and not built off history and experience and whatever else. Like, I don't want a year zero. I don't even like the term prehistory, because I think there's a lot in history that I want. I want Shakespeare under socialism. I want a lot of things that I think we should be grateful for. There's a part of tradition that I think that exists that's hierarchical and exploitative and whatever else. But there's another part of tradition that's our sense of place and belonging and our connection with the past and hopefully the future. And I want to keep that.
Yeah, so you're worried about revolution or otherwise, a vacuum being created, and you're worried about the things that might fill that vacuum. So the anarchists often worry about the same mechanism of the state that controls voting or keeps voting robust and resilient and stable. The same mechanism also having a monopoly on violence. And so that's the tension. So they get very nervous about a central place having a monopoly on violence.
Whereas if there is going to be a place with a monopoly on violence, let's just say we temporarily take that for granted, should it not be a place with a skilled, elected, accountable, transparent civil service with a democratic mandate and so on?
Yeah. Well put. Speaking of AI, just to go on that tangent, do you think it's possible to have a future world 50 years, 50, 100 years, where there's an AI sort of central planning, sort of we remove some of the human elements that I think get us into a lot of trouble. Like you can take a perspective on the Soviet Union, and the flaws of the system there have less to do with the different ideologies, more to do with the humans and the vacuums and how humans fill vacuums and the corrupting nature of power and so on. If we have AI that's more data driven and is not susceptible to the human elements, is it possible to imagine such a world? Almost like from a sci-fi perspective.
Maybe in the future you can imagine certain calculation problems that arose during central planning solved through advanced computing. But I would say that there's another whole set of problems with the system that were incentive problems, and I'm not sure how that advanced computing would solve the incentive problems of how do you get people to actually produce things that other people want, kind of that informational question, and how do you communicate without endless meetings or someone reading your brain
Yeah.
what you actually want. So there's that kind of informational question, but then there's the incentive of, how do you get people to work efficiently at work, and how do you get firms to use their resources that they're getting more efficiently. And I think solving the calculation problem solves some of these questions, but not all of them. But that's kind of a who knows. But if your vision of the future requires some sort of leap into a technological unknown, that's very hard to advocate for today.
It's exciting to consider the possibility of technology empowering a better reallocation of resources. If you care about the innate value of human beings and think of the mechanism of reallocation of resources, a good way to empower that equality, that it's nice to remove the human element from that. Like if you work really hard and you're really good at your job, it's nice to be really data driven in allocating more resources to you.
So I kind of think that the agency part requires human beings and conscious human activity. So I think if you have a sort of planning system that works, and let's say the technology is there for it to work, I would want it to be democratic planning in such a way that there is a human element, there is some debate and deliberation in society. And also, even in my vision of socialism, with the state sector and state investments and so on, I want there to be more public discussion and debate about certain things. So it's not just left to technocrats, because you don't want to live in society where you just find out the next day that there's some massive infrastructure project that you haven't, had a chance to think about or debate or feel like you're participating in,
and debate is not just facts and logic. That's why if the whole universe was about facts and logic, the computers could do a better job of that. There's something about humans debating each other that goes into the difficult gray areas of what it means to be human and what it means to have a life that's worth living. That requires humanity. And I'm also worried about, while I'm excited by the possibility of AI controlling everything, half joking, but the reason I'm really terrified of that is because usually there's a possibility of a human taking control of that system. So you now start to get the same kind of authoritarian thing. Well, I am a human. I'm smart enough to be able to control this AI system, and I will do based on what this AI system says what's good for you. It's kind of like talking down to people, and then use that AI system to now have the same kind of in 1930s.
And also our preferences might change. So an AI system might say the goal of humanity is to just increase infinitely efficiency or increase output, whereas we might collectively decide that we have enough and we want to have a trade-off, right? And I think that we need a system that allows for people to make certain trade-offs
and have more of this leisure that I've been learning about from you. This is a very interesting concept, leisure. We're going to have to, how do you spell that? All right, so if we can step into the practical, we were talking about historical and philosophical, into the practical of today. What are some of the exciting policies that represent democratic socialism today, modern socialism? I think you mentioned some of them. Medicare for all or universal health care. Something you haven't mentioned is tuition-free college, increase in minimum wage, maybe stronger unions like we talked about. What are some ideas here? What are some ideas that are especially policies especially exciting to you?
Well, I think that hours reduction has always been an important demand for socialists. So, I mean, it's been a reality in certain countries like France in recent decades, where part of the logic is if you have a bunch of people working for 40 plus hours a week, and you also have some unemployed people who would like more employment, then it's not a zero-sum game. You could reduce hours to 35 hours and still maintain the same output by employing more people to kind of fill the slack in hours. So one, I think it's a solidaristic thing in working class movements between unemployed and employed workers. I also think that, it gives people more time. So Marx was a big advocate in his day of a 10-hour bill in the UK that would have reduced the hours of working time and reduced eliminated or reduced child labor and other things as well. And part of it was this is a radical demand because it's reducing the sphere, as you saw, of exploitation. So it's putting limits on how much time the capitalists can take from ordinary workers and how much freedom they would have. With healthcare, one, I just think it's a government healthcare system. You could tell me that you don't want it in the U.S., but you can't tell me it doesn't work because we've seen it work in every other major industrial system in different forms.
So what does that usually involve? What does universal healthcare involve?
So there's different varieties. In the UK, for instance, they have a national health service in which medical personnel and hospitals are run directly by the state. It's almost like a mini Soviet system, to be honest, but just for healthcare. And it works pretty well just for healthcare. And I think it's one example of the way in which you could actually take the market. So I give you a vision of socialism that involves a lot of market, but I think there are certain spheres where you could remove the market from and still have an efficient system. In part because, this is a area in which people don't have, obviously for cosmetic procedures, whatever, they have preferences. Or for most routine things that people do in healthcare, they just need to see a doctor. They need to get diagnosed. Some of these systems have had trouble with wait lists for specialists or whatever. That's more like an allocation problem of if you want more specialists, you pay specialists more. Like this is just problems that could be solved by through the mechanisms of planning and government run healthcare. So that's kind of the most left wing that you could get is what the system in the United Kingdom. Beyond that, you have a system like Medicare for All, where you say, all right, most of the doctors, besides for public hospitals that already exist, are going to be privately employed by hospitals. Now, hospitals are going to be private. But instead of having all these different insurance carriers, we're just going to have one national insurance carrier that we're all going to pay into. That national insurance carrier is going to negotiate the price of healthcare with doctors, the price of drugs with pharmaceutical companies, and so on, to hopefully reduce prices and to implement a different little bit of planning into the system. Because if there's only one, big national insurance company, that company has a lot of weight and power. But you could still visit your same doctor, and there's still some. It's not as radical of a shift in that direction, and that's the dominant demand of Bernie Sanders and the left right now. There's 30 plus million people in the U.S. that would be insured that currently aren't insured. If we move to this system, there's a lot of other people that are underinsured or worried about how to pay co-pays or premiums involved. I think it would be a net benefit for the vast majority of the U.S. Population, even if it was offset with certain taxes, because we spend a lot of money out of pocket with health insurance. And it's a demand also that's widely popular. So for me, it's almost like if you're trying to build support for something like socialism, we were talking this lofty vision of socialism after capitalism, or what worker ownership, the means of production would look like in practice, and so on. And by the way, you're one of the few interviewers who ever asked me any of the details. So it's good that I've been thinking of a rough sketch in my head for the last, 16 years I've been a socialist. But we have to start in the here and now. And if you can't convince people that the state should play a bigger role in their health insurance, and you can't convince Americans in a whole host of other sectors that they should be living in something closer to social democracy, how are you going to convince those people that there should be worker ownership of the means of production? It's kind of a ridiculous leap if you don't have the credibility as the group of people organizing for universal health care, organizing for a $15 minimum wage, and able to get the goods. And also in practice, as we fight for these reforms, ordinary people will have a better sense, at least my hope is, of what it means to be involved with politics and what politics can do for their lives. It's positive. Because right now, when we talk about politics, it often just seems that we're talking about a very glib cultural conflict removed from the things that are important in our lives. Whereas in truth, I think politics can be a tool for us to make our lives better.
Yeah, and there's deep ideas here where in some sense universal healthcare and worker collectives are not so radically different, that there's just there's philosophical ideas to explore and accept. And also from my perspective at least, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seems like with a lot of things at the core of politics, the right answer from an alien perspective is not clear. Everybody's very certain of what's the right answer. Everyone's certain universal healthcare is terrible, or in the case of universal healthcare, majority of people think it's a good idea, but I don't think anyone knows. Because I think that depends on cultural history, on the particular dynamics of the country, of the political system, on the dynamics of the economic system in this country, of the changing world. The 21st century is different than the 20th century. Maybe the failures of communism in the 20th century will not be repeated in the 21st century. Or the flip side of that, maybe capitalism will actually truly flourish with the help of automation in the 21st century. I don't think anyone knows. So people like you are basically saying arguing for ideas, and we'll have to explore those ideas together. Why do you think if universal healthcare is popular, why don't we have universal healthcare in the United States?
Well, democracy is a great thing. Political democracy is wonderful. It came from the struggles of ordinary people to expand suffrage and so on. But the economic sphere, entrenched power in the economic sphere, bleeds into our political democracy. So I think there's a lot of people with a vested interest in not having universal health care. There's large industries with a vested interest in not having universal health care. They pay for ads, pay lobbyists, they influence government, and they have made it very difficult. So you can't get universal health care done without the bill, even if you pass something and you're trying to make a change. Obamacare was supposed to have a public option. Everybody's been running on a public option for the Democratic Party for 12, 13 years. Why don't we have a public option? People know that if people have the choice of buying into a government plan, that might be the slow road to really having universal health care. So I think a lot of it's opposition.
Do you like that idea, the public option? Maybe you can, because isn't there complexities, pre-existing conditions? So isn't a public option mean you can not have any insurance until you get into trouble, and then you can, if it covers pre-existing conditions, just start paying for insurance then? Therefore, young people don't pay for insurance. Isn't it better to go full in?
I don't support a public option, in part because I think if we allow politicians to just say, hey, I support a public option, well, it's just kind of a way to signal your support for universal health care, but give us nothing. And I think that's what we saw with Biden and a lot of other politicians that have supported public option. I think in practice, if a public option is defined in such a way that it just means you by default can just opt in to a public plan, and let's say hypothetically you don't even have to pay for it, then it's just a backdoor to universal healthcare really quickly. Because I think the vast majority of people who aren't currently covered, and also a lot of employers, to be honest, would probably drop their private coverage if they knew their employees can just get a public option, and maybe would only provide supplemental insurance or whatever else. But I think the broad overarching point of all these demands is to say that socialists need to be really connected to the day-to-day struggles of people to just improve their lives. So if you're feeling like you're paying $400, $500 on the Obamacare market for health insurance, and that's hampering your ability to do what you want to do in your life, then maybe you would support a candidate who's for universal health care. If you feel like you're struggling to find work that you can afford to pay your rent with or whatever else, maybe you'll support a candidate committed to all sorts of mechanisms to reduce housing prices or increase your power as a tenant, and whatever else. So I think it's like these day-to-day concerns need to be connected to the more abstract and lofty vision of change. Otherwise, our politics just becomes like this fantasy world thing that's nice ideas to think about or debate, but really won't make much of a difference in people's lives.
What do you think about free college? Should college be free?
So I would say free college is not at the top of my list of priorities, but it definitely should be free in my vision of a just society.
What is the top? Just to clarify, is the universal healthcare up there?
Yeah, universal healthcare is probably far higher on my priorities than free college. I think right now the way our system is built, when someone goes to college, they're given credentials, they're given a degree they carry with them for the rest of their life. It gives them a chance to join kind of a privileged part of the labor market, right? It's not a zero-sum game. I don't want college-educated people to think that non-college educated people are their enemies and vice versa, because a lot of them are just ordinary working class people trying to survive, and they're in different areas, they're in different sectors. Some of them are in nursing sectors where they need a college degree and so on. But if you just make college tuition free, but you don't also make trade skills and other things tuition free for someone to learn how to become an electrician or a plumber or whatever else, then to some degree you're privileging one sector of the labor market over another. So I would advocate, just if you're going to make something like that free, you just have to make sure that you're doing it in an egalitarian way, and that the options, the routes to college are more equal. So there's more investment in K through 12 education, so that more kids in rough neighborhoods have the chance to go to college, and for those that choose the trade route from any part of the country, that they're given the skills and resources for vocational trainings, and that those are also free. And it just feels like in terms of order of operation, I would just start with K through 12 education, improving it, and whatever else, then college after. But I'm not opposed to it.
So does that improving K through 12 education, does that mean investing more into it? Is it as simple as just increasing the amount of money that's invested in public education?
In general, when it comes to the public sector or any sphere that you're investing in, obviously it's not just as simple as throwing money at a problem. I do think we have a lot of schools that are underfunded, but we have other schools that are adequately funded, but the conditions in which those schools are, like the neighborhoods they're in and what's going on in society, the problems are so deep that it's impossible for just education to solve everything. And I think especially a lot of liberals think that education should be the panacea. Invest in education, you'll help people. If kids are living in poverty, if they go into school hungry or whatever else, like, education's not going to give them everything they need to succeed. So sometimes we, I think, put too much weight on education.
And of course, you could define education more broadly, which is like the care of the flourishing of the young mind, whatever that is.
Yeah, a lot of it starts early. Yeah, a lot of it starts with, so New York City, at least, we do have universal pre-K. So from age 3 onward, you have the option for that. I mean, it's important for kids' socialization. Their parents are now able to, know that they could go to work or do something else and have their kids taken care of. There's a lot of measures like that we could do to equalize things. And again, for libertarians in the audience, some of this stuff is scary. because it's obviously more state involved in pre-K. It's already very involved in K through 12. More investment into state institutions like our state universities and in college. But for me, it's not a question of state versus non-state. It's a question of good outcomes for people. And it just happens to be that for working class people, having the collective power to elect representatives that will build a broader safety net is in their interest. For upper middle class people, for others, they can afford to pay for their own provisioning either directly or through like Obamacare-like schemes where you just get a subsidy and you pay the rest yourself and whatever. This is for really the bottom 40% plus of the population. They really don't have any options, so they prioritize other things, and they end up with some sort of injury or health problem or whatever else, and it's bad for everyone in society, but it's especially bad for the people at the bottom of the labor market.
So I saw various estimates for socialist programs like Social Security expansion, free college, Medicare for all will cost upwards of $40 trillion over 10 years, 40. Okay, they could argue with those numbers and so on, but so there's a cost. There's a taxpayer cost. Given the weight of that cost, can you still make the case with these programs, and then can you try to make the case against them that the cost is too high?
So I will not argue with you on the numbers, because you just read random numbers. I do think universal health care, if done right, can be basically cost neutral. I think it's an exception because we spend a tremendous amount of money on healthcare, a huge percentage of our GDP. So I think it could be done in a way that's close to cost neutral.
So actually, can you argue on the numbers without arguing on the numbers? So you're saying just your gut says that there's a lot of, depending on how these programs are done, there's a lot of variance in how much it will actually cost.
There's a lot of bureaucracy in billing right now in our healthcare sector, for example, that would be eliminated. There's a lot of costs that are spiraling upward, of provider costs from both doctors, hospitals, but also pharmaceuticals, the drug costs that insurance companies shoulder because their market share is too fragmented to really negotiate hard. Medicare could sometimes negotiate better rates, but Medicare for all would negotiate even better rates. So I think there's a cost spiral that we can adjust with more government involvement. And there's a reason why we spend a bigger share of our GDP on healthcare than other places. But let me just accept the broad premise that social programs cost money. Now, I think that one, for ordinary people, most of them, the trade-off of, even hypothetically, if taxes on lower middle class and working class people in certain cases go up, the trade-off would still be in their benefit because they're the ones who would be consuming more of those goods, and also our tax system and whatnot is progressive. So the rich will pay more, the majority will consume more of them. Also, I think a lot of these programs are the bedrock of a healthy society. So one reason, for example, that we have so much crime and violence in the U.S. There's lots of cultural and other causes with our level of gun ownership, American history, and so on. But one really important factor is just the level of poverty and inequality in the U.S. compared to other countries. That combined with guns and other factors means that we live in more violent, unequal societies. A European would be shocked by the fact that in even some of our nicest areas in cities and elsewhere, because there's a lot of rural violence too, it's just normal to have gun violence. It's normal to have drug-related violence. We have 400 or 500 people some years in Baltimore, a city of under 1 million, getting killed. These are all recipes for a society in which one, the public sphere is drunk like crazy, because you're not going to go wander out for an evening stroll in a park if you live in a dangerous area or whatever else. The rot goes very deep, and a welfare state is one way to live in a better society for everyone. There's been plenty of studies. There's one book called The Spirit Level on inequality that was quite popular, that just notes that inequality is really terrible for the psyches of the rich too, not just for for the poor. So I think spending some more money living in a more just society is doable. There's different ways to address certain cost spirals. One reason why our welfare states are getting more and more expensive is in part just because our population is aging. But many of the same people who say we can't afford more in our welfare states because we're already spending so much on Social Security and all these other entitlements are the same people also for one, closing borders so immigrants can't come in to help build the economy and to fill gaps in the economy, and also who aren't for things that will make it easier to have kids. I'm 33 years old. I have a lot of friends who have been putting off having kids until they save up X amount of dollars, even though they have someone they could, raise children with, because they can't afford the cost of childcare. They can't, their job probably won't give them more than 4 or 6 weeks of family leave or whatever else. This is not the case in other countries. So I think there's all sorts of benefits from having a bigger welfare state. But yes, there are costs, and there are going to be certain trade-offs. It's not a magical thing where you could just have everything without trade-offs.
So in a progressive tax system, is there, to push back on the costs here, is there a point at which taxing the rich is counterproductive in the long term? So in the short term, there might be a net benefit of increasing taxes because the programs the middle class, the lower middle class gets is more beneficial. Is there a negative side to taxing the rich?
In theory, yes, of course. So one would be if you tax the rich so much, they change their consumption patterns, and that has negative impacts on the economy as a whole. So you would have to kind of really model it out, but there would be a certain point in which the consumption changes might have net detrimental effects. I think that's more unlikely, and the more likely scenario is you tax corporations and other wealthy people in society to the point that they have potentially less money for productive investment, because you're in a capitalist society, so you're reliant on capitalists to invest. So you kind of don't want to be in the worst of both worlds, where you've gone too far for capitalism but not far enough for socialism. In my vision, of course, of socialism, that's one reason why we'd have to take the investment function away from capitalists. There has to be, if you're going to make it so hard for them that they can't invest or they can't employ labor the way they're employing now, you have to create another mechanism for supply to be created. And that's why, that's a transition point. Yeah.
What about longer term, de-incentivizing young people that are dreaming of becoming entrepreneurs and realizing that there's this huge tax on being wealthy? So if you take these big risks, which is what's required to be an entrepreneur, and you are lucky enough to succeed and good enough to succeed, that the government will take most of your money away.
I think realistically that's not a disincentive for most people. First of all, we already have a progressive taxation system. The government does take a bunch of the money away, and people are still striving to become rich. A lot of what people want when they dream of success is they want accolades, they want respect, and of course they want some more wealth they consume luxury goods with or whatever else. But at a certain point, it becomes better for the state to tax and either redistribute directly or through social programs, or redirect that money through tax credits and other ways to shape investment towards productive investment. We don't want a society in which a bunch of rich people fly around in helicopters going from club to club while the productive economy kind of does nothing, right? At that point, I think a lot of ordinary rich people might prefer the government to come in to tax them and to try to spur investment in certain productive sectors. So it really just depends. But I honestly believe that most people don't necessarily want to be rich for the sake of being rich. They want to be successful, and there's many different dynamics for that. And accolades and social respect is an important one of them. It's also why people who just become filthy rich often the first thing they do is start out philanthropic trusts and try to give away their money because they want the social respect and accolades and whatever else. They don't want just their money.
On that topic, sort of a little bit of a tangent. There's a lot of folks in the left community, far left community, socialist community, that I think are at the source of a kind of derision towards the B word, the billionaires. Does it bother you, or do you think that's in part justified? A kind of using the word billionaire as a dirty word.
I think it's perfectly justified, and that it's a populist shorthand, right? So obviously, when I talk about inequality, I often talk about power dynamics, right, between workers and bosses and so on. Billionaire is just the 1% version of it. It's just a populist shorthand to just explain the fact that there's a lot of people who have accumulated obscene wealth. These people aren't, in my mind, parasites, in the kind of very, very old school socialist rhetoric. And that, of course, capitalists provide employment, take entrepreneurial risks, come up with new ideas sometimes themselves, so sometimes directly manage work and whatever else. But they exert so much power over the lives of not just their workers, but society as a whole. Taking away some of their wealth and power is a way to just empower others. And again, these things have policy trade-offs. If you just snap your fingers and say, Elon Musk, you're now, all your wealth is gone, you're now on food stamps or whatever else in that kind of arbitrary way, you'd be a totally disincentivize people from trusting the rules of the game as they've been set up in a capitalist society, and I think that would have negative consequences for workers. But saying that, hey, this person has too much power and too much wealth and has too much ability to dictate things about the lives of others, I think is just simply a fact. And I think it's true in the cases of people who are good people and have risen to this position, and it's true in the cases of people who are maybe not so good people and who have risen to these positions.
So I agree with you in part, but I have to push back here. So one of the problems I see is using billionaires as shorthand to talk about power inequality, wealth inequality, often dismisses the fact that some of these folks are some of the best members of our society. So outside of however the system has created inequalities, a young person today should dream to build cool stuff, not for the wealth, not for the power, the fame, but to be part of building cool stuff. Now, there's a lot of examples of billionaires that have gotten there in shady ways and so on, and you can point that out. But in the same way we celebrate great artists and great athletes and great literary icons and sort of writers and poets and musicians and engineers and scientists, we should sort of separate the human creator from the wealth that the system has given them. That's what I worry about. Is like, in our system, some of the greatest humans are the ones that have become rich. And so we sometimes mix up if you want to criticize the wealth, we sometimes criticize the human and the creator, while that should actually be the person we aspire to be.
So, I would agree with that. LeBron James, if he's not already in his lifetime, will be a billionaire. And he got his money largely through just being an incredible athlete, excelling in his field more than anyone, besides for Michael Jordan. I think he's my number 2. He might be my number 1. We'll see. I'm willing to keep an open mind about the LeBron versus Jordan conversation. But, he got that through his merit, and he's been rewarded. And in part, he's getting rewarded because he's created vast amounts of wealth beyond what he's getting. This is just his share. His salary cap league. Whenever he's doing an endorsement, obviously that company is thinking that he's worth more than what they're paying him for that endorsement, and so on. And to the extent with Elon Musk, people see innovation and they see someone who will put himself out there with sometimes crazy ideas because he's trying to think about the future and trying to just push things forward instead of just sitting on whatever money he has now and just investing it, earning 6% return for the rest of his life. I think that's a positive thing, but I think it doesn't get to the broader policy question. When people invoke billionaires, they're invoking the specter of inequality and power. It's not normally the rhetoric that I use because I propose and I use more traditional socialist rhetoric and terms, but I think it gets at something real. So often with these sorts of shorthands we use in politics, there are, they're imperfect, but they speak to a real thing.
Yeah, and they feed a little bit of fun that folks like AOC and Elon have with each other. It feeds, it inspires, it serves as a catalyst for productive discourse. Okay, speaking of which, you said you're a fan of Bernie Sanders. Would you classify yourself as a Bernie bro? What's the technical definition of a Bernie bro? Is that it's a subset? No. I'm sorry. You're a sophisticated philosopher, writer, economic and political thinker. Of course, you would not call yourself a Bernie bro.
I'm fine with calling myself a Bernie bro. Because it was made up by liberal journalists to smear Bernie and his supporters during the 2016 campaign, even though disproportionately his supporters were like young women in their 20s, but whatever. I think I ride for Bernie. There's worse things in the world than being called a bro. So
what do you like about Bernie Sanders, and to what degree does he represent ideas of socialism? To what degree does he represent the more traditional sort of liberal ideas?
I love Bernie. Most of all, I like his clarity. He's by far the best communicator we have on the left. He speaks with a moral force. He's relatable, and he's taken a lot of socialist rhetoric from academia and brought it down to its core in a way that's comprehensible for ordinary people and speaks to their daily lives. So when Bernie does a speech, people can finish his lines because they know what he's going to say. They know what points he's going to hit, because socialism, in my mind, should not be a complicated thing. Now, when we get to more abstract discussions about what a future system would look like, when we get to the policy trade-offs today, I think we need to put on a different hat. We should embrace all sorts of nuance and contradiction and complication. When it comes to the core moral and ethical appeal, I think Bernie grasps that and how to communicate it. Now, Bernie Sanders was politicized a very long time ago. I actually once told him, I've only met him a few times, but one time I joked that in his book, he mentioned that one politicizing moment in his life was when the Brooklyn Dodgers left town, and he was devastated because he was a Dodgers fan, from Brooklyn. And I said, this is like 2020 campaign, and this may be 2019. I said, Bernie, you're running for president. You do not need to keep reminding people of your age.
Yeah.
But he was politicized through the Young People's Socialist League, which was an old offshoot of the Norm Thomas Socialist Party of America. So a very old school socialist tradition. Then he was engaged in labor struggles in the 60s. He was engaged in the civil rights movement. So he came from this old left generation that I think just had a more plain-spoken, more rooted way of understanding change and socialism. It wasn't, in my mind, polluted by academia and by some of the turn towards issues of culture and excessive focus on representation or whatever else. It was really rooted in something economic in a way. Obviously, he had all his ideas, and he was also a product of the left, and then he went to Vermont. He kind of did the back to the land thing. He was basically not quite a hippie and affect, but he was out there trying to farm or whatever, and cold as hell, northern Vermont. And then he decided to to do politics, do electoral politics. And he failed for a long time. He did third-party politics, losing races. Eventually, he became, by savvy and luck and things he learned, the mayor of Burlington, Vermont. And he just kept with the same message. And in my book, I talk about, I quote, I think, a Bernie speech from the 1970s, one of his early campaigns, and I compared it to a Bernie speech during his 2016 campaign. It was virtually identical. Millionaires was swapped with millionaires and billionaires. Speaking of billionaires, which is beautiful. You know, I think there's something, you know, great to what he offered American politics, and also all around the world. There's a socialist pole in politics, whether you agree with it or not, and all these countries in Europe and any rich country, Japan and so on. In the U.S., we really didn't have that. The furthest left you could go was like, you know, Chris Hayes and MSNBC or whatever. I'm very glad that there's a socialist pole, and I think we have Bernie to thank for it. To the extent that a lot of, you know, self-described socialists don't think Bernie is a real socialist, it's in part because he stays grounded in people's day-to-day lives and struggles. I don't think he thinks often the way that I do and other people more disconnected or step removed from day-to-day politics think about the future contours of a socialist society and so on. But I think he's morally committed to a egalitarian, different sort of future.
And I don't think he, at least I haven't heard him talk about sort of this big, broad history and future, so the Marxist ideology and so on. Not that he's afraid of it or something, it's just not how he thinks about it.
Yeah, I think he's a practical thinker, and also, yeah, he is running. Even if he should be afraid of it too, because he is he is a major politician running for president. I think what people want is they want the left wing of the possible, and or at least the segment of the party that is voting for him, the Democratic Party is voting for him. They wanted something that was a step or two removed from what they have now. It was visionary, but not so far removed that it seemed like a scary leap. And I think we lost a chance in 2016 to elect someone that I think would have beaten Trump, or at the very least would have, you know, been close.
Do you think the Democrats screwed him over?
Yes, not in the way of deliberate or direct vote rigging, but they put their thumb on the scale for sure. I mean, there's it's not even conspiracy theory. There's all this stuff in the debates about Clinton, you know, Clinton's people being fed questions and whatever else, and just the tone of the media. The media was extremely dismissive and hostile to him. I love that Bernie still does the Fox News town hall, because they're just him speaking to the people, and he's not afraid of going on, you know, any sort of outlet and making his case. But I think a lot of the liberal media in particular always had it out for Bernie Sanders.
What was because that was really annoying. This is really annoying how dismissive they were. I've seen that in some other candidates, like they were dismissive towards Andrew Yang in that same way. So forget the ideology. Why are they so smug sometimes towards certain candidates? What is that? Because I think that's actually at the core, to a degree, if Democrats or any party fails, that it's that smugness. Because people see through that.
I think a lot of these people are friends, even if they don't know each other, they're friends because they went to the same schools, they know the same people, they have the same broad just ideology and worldview. So they had a sense of what the Democratic Party should be and who it should be running and who was going to win, and also what was serious and unserious. And so Bernie would say some things about the world that objectively to a lot of people seem correct, or at least pretty close to correct. And a journalist would just look at him like he was from outer space. To some extent, this also happens to people on the right. You know, people on the right often say things that I find repulsive or just wrong, but there's parts of the media that would describe their certain views as illegitimate or outside the boundaries of acceptable conversation. I think there should be a few things outside the boundary of acceptable conversation, you know, hate speech and so on. But like there's this attempt to say their views are illegitimate and therefore anyone who votes for them for any reason is illegitimate too. And that's one reason why I think it fueled a lot of resentment and will ultimately end up fueling the extremes of American politics, and people feel like they're not being listened to.
Yeah, and some of it is also style of speaking and personality, where if you're not willing to sort of play kind of a game of civility, or there's like a proper way of speaking if you're a Democrat, if you're not doing that kind of proper way of speaking, people dismiss you. I think in a certain sense, whatever you feel about him, people dismiss Donald Trump for the same reason, where it's the style of speaking, the personality of the person. He's not playing by the rules of a polite society, a polite politician society. So, and that troubles me because it feels like solutions, the great leaders, will not be polite. They're not going to behave in the way that they're supposed to behave. And I just wish the media was at least open-minded to that. Like, which I guess gives me hope about the new media, which is like more distributed citizen media, right? That they're more open-minded to the revolutionary, to the outsiders, right? I actually I really like Bernie Sanders. I first heard him in conversation with Thom Hartmann. He had these like weekly conversations, and just the authenticity from that guy. I didn't even know any context. I didn't even know, honestly, he was a democratic socialist or anything. The authenticity of the human being was really refreshing. And when he, I guess, decided to run for president, that was really strange. I was like, surely this person has no chance. Just like he seemed too authentic. He seemed too like he's not going to be effective at playing the game of politics. So it was very inspiring to me to see that you don't necessarily need to be good at playing the game of politics. You can actually have a chance of winning. Yeah, that was really inspiring to see. What about some of the other popular candidates? What do you think about AOC? I don't know if she self-identifies as a socialist or not.
She does self-identify as a democratic socialist. I think she was a very inspiring figure for a lot of people. She was kind of out of this Bernie wave of the first set of Bernie candidates in 2018 that identified with him instead of the Democratic Party establishment. I think that she's still developing as a politician. And it's very difficult when you're in a deep blue district and when you don't often have to worry about re-election or modulate your rhetoric to win over swing voters in your district, but then you're immediately a national and cultural figure. So AOC basically goes from her views, which are compelling, in my mind, a lot of her programmatic views are compelling, wins her district, and then has her own rhetoric, which to me, compared to Bernie, owes itself more to the academic left and the way that a lot of the left has learned to talk. I don't mean academic in the sense that she's like a Marxist or whatever else, but academic in the way that she may be using at times like confusing language to convey basic points when she gets into like the language of intersectionality and whatever else,
especially in the context of cultural issues and stuff.
Exactly. Instead of just the plain-spoken Bernie, discrimination is wrong. If you ask me about a cultural issue, I'll come down on the same side as AOC. I'm sure, 9 plus 10s times out of 10. But I'll try to root it into just basic, treat people with respect, and they'll treat you with respect, and that's the way we should govern our civic sphere, and we don't need to talk about intersectionality to I think, get that. But, so there's that rhetoric. But she's not just regular congressperson in a deep blue district, she's also national and international cultural and political figure. So she's now a spokesperson because of largely a media event of her surprising upset election and her being, young and being really connected to this post-Bernie moment. And I think amid these constant attacks on her from the right and also this media attention and this notoriety, she hasn't really modulated or adjusted her audience, her rhetoric. How do you win over someone who really hates a lot of your ideas, but might actually believe in some of your policies? And I think she's been ineffective, quite frankly, in the last year making that transition. Whereas I think other politicians who are not so far left, who don't identify as socialists, but let's say John Fetterman, has managed to become more effective. And I don't think it's a question of character or whatever else. And I like AOC, so I don't want to put it so harshly. But I think a lot of it has to do with her being a Congress person in a deep blue district, and Fetterman being running for statewide office in a quote unquote purple state. But at her best, she doesn't. But it's like glimmers. It's kind of like I don't know what sport are you biggest fan of? I'll give you a sports analogy.
I like the NFL's up there, soccer's up there, but probably UFC.
Okay, well, I can't give you a good analogy for any of those, but it's like a raw prospect, like someone who shows glimmers of hope. So they were drafted really high and they bounced from team to team. You're like, I'm clinging on to my AOC stock, but I think that she needs to be self-critical enough, and her team needs to be self-critical enough to know that the goal is not merely to be a national cultural figure and win a re-election in your deep blue district. The goal has to be to become truly a national political figure, which will require changes.
A unifier, an inspiring figure about the ideas that she represents.
Definitely, and she has other things against her, like obviously class focused, but there's no denying, I think, that some of the hostility to her is sexism. It's rooted in, I think, people wanting to see her fail or whatever else. But that's only some of it. I think some of it otherwise is her struggling to relate to people who don't have a lot of her starting points as far as moral and ethical beliefs.
Yeah, but she's actually great at flourishing in all the attacks she's getting. She's doing a good job with that, and a lot of those attacks would break me, if I'm being honest.
Yes, that's
the amount of fire she's under. But you don't want that to become a drug, to where you just get good at being a national figure that's constantly in the fights and are using that for attention and so on. You still want to be the unifier, and that's a tricky switch. Do you think there's a chance there's a world in which she's able to modulate it enough to be a unifier and run for president and win?
I think she's very far away from being able to do that. I think that even other politicians that are also polarizing within the squad in terms of what they say, their ideas, whatever else, are very effective communicators, like Ilhan Omar and others. I think AOC, that's my hope, right? My hope is that someone like AOC could. The last year plus has not been extremely promising, in my mind, in part because she's continued to position herself as a lightning rod cultural figure. Whereas I think a national political figure needs to pick their spots and also pick their moment for changing their rhetoric and adjusting to their audience. And I think she does it in certain environments, but that needs to be your national message when you're out there. You need to be speaking towards the not already converted. And I think Bernie does that. Bernie strips his politics down to the basics.
So I agree with you spiritually, but we also have an example of Donald Trump winning the presidency. Isn't some of the game of politics that's separate from the policy, being able to engage in rhetoric that leads to outrage, and then walking through that fire with grace?
First of all, I think Trump is kind of a unique personality in American history, so it's hard to compare anyone to Trump.
But don't you think AOC is comparable in terms of the uniqueness in the political system we're in, or no?
I think Trump is much more of a firebrand, anti-establishment force. In that, and I mean this negatively for what it's worth, because I disagree with Trump, but he was willing to set fire to the Republican establishment, right? He was able to self-fund, largely his campaign, and he already was a media figure without them. AOC has been much more cautious with the Democratic Party establishment, in part because she's not trying to run a national political campaign right now for the outside, like a 5% chance to be president, let me set fire to everything. She's trying to help people and help her constituents through the game of getting committee appointments and, you know, getting wins in the margins. And I think that's understandable for what it's worth. But in the process, I think, what's the difference between AOC and a progressive Democrat? During 2016, it used to be pretty easy to say the difference between the Bernie-crats and a progressive Democrat, right? Because we were establishing our own outside third force in American politics. Where, you know, you could knock on the door of a lot of people who would end up voting for Trump, and they would say, "Oh, I have a lot of respect for Bernie," or whatever. You're still going to not vote for him, but he wasn't considered part of the Democratic Party milieu. I think now with AOC, there's a much closer association of AOC and her policies with ordinary Democrats, where she needs to draw stronger distinctions. She doesn't need to do it like Trump did, with just, man, I forgot all of them, though I found some of them amusing in the moment, like all his nicknames about Lion Ted Cruz and then the rest, you know? But I do feel like she needs to, differentiate herself a bit more, but also just keep her language simple. Trump was more complex than Bernie in his literal language, but he was repetitive, and there was kind of a rhythm and a cadence to Trump's speech. I think AOC needs to, like Bernie, reduce her rhetoric down to a couple key lines and signatures and focus her politics not on 20 issues, but on 3 or 4 most important issues and have that message discipline. Bernie will do an interview with you and he'll write down, hope you do interview Bernie, but he'll write down like 5 things, and I'm only going to talk about these 5 things. Ask me about this? Okay, I'm talking about these 5 things.
So that's a message discipline that Bernie has been exemplary.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
But I think that's learned. That could be developed.
I think she could develop it. Listen, I hope I'm answering your question. I think not the way I should answer it, being someone, you know, broadcasting to people on the left and you know, elsewhere. I hope AOC goes in that direction. I just think that she has a lot going against her just because she's already a national figure and she's in a deeper blue district. But we need to root our politics then in working class people and a lot of districts that, I don't know, the type of kitchen table conversations are, I hate that cliche, but I just used it, but a lot of these conversations are just different in their tone and cadence, and it's not just a question of, you know, Fetterman or Tim Ryan in Ohio and kind of just white working class voters. I mean, working class voters of any race. There's their day-to-day needs and the day-to-day things they want to talk about is just at a different plane than, you know, a Met Gala cultural statement.
Yeah, I think it's clear that you respect and love her and would like to see different ways. I mean, she's young, so the different trajectories that she could develop that would ultimately make her a good candidate. I'm just looking at odds here and I disagree with them. I'm buying AOC stock here, given these odds. So, in terms of Democratic, who's going to win the 2024 election? So that includes running and winning. On the Democrat side is 18% chance for Biden, 7% chance for Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom at 6%, Michelle Obama at 3%, Hillary Clinton at 2%, and AOC at 1.5%, and then Bernie at 1%. So
I would not buy AOC at that mark. I would buy Biden like crazy though. I'm not a gambling man, but I would totally toss a G at Biden at that amount.
AOC at 1.5% chance.
I don't think she runs.
You don't think she runs? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think Bernie will primary Biden either. I mean, if Biden doesn't run, then obviously it's an open field. But I just feel like.
Do you think Biden runs?
Yes, I think Biden probably runs.
Yeah, boy.
He's an incumbent president, so it's very hard to imagine another Democrat being able to do better than him.
All right. What about the competition?
I think Donald Trump is the best thing for the Democrats, period, just because it would create this turnout mechanism, this excitement around we have to stop Donald Trump. He's attacking DeSantis. I mean, already he's trying to, you know, the sanctimonious thing. But yeah, I kind of like, Trump's kind of like the Don King of American politics.
Yeah, it's interesting what kind of dynamic chaos he's created. It probably led to more people being interested in politics. Well, almost guaranteed it led to more people being interested in politics, but maybe not in a healthy way. Maybe it created an unhealthy relationship with politics, where it's created more partisanship.
For me, I don't have a problem with partnership. It's what kind of partnership. So I think Trump has cultivated, like a lot of right populists, a relationship with his supporters. It's almost like a leader-follower relationship in a way that doesn't actually enhance people's knowledge of politics and the issues, but actually just leads them to follow the party line. Ideally, I think socialist politics and politics on the left should be something different. Eugene Debs, the great American socialist leader of the late 19th and early 20th century, used to say, I'm not your Moses. I can't promise to lead you to the promised land, because if I can lead you there and you just follow me there, someone's just going to lead you straight out as soon as I'm gone. And I think there's something nice about that kind of blind following, leader follower kind of dynamic on the left at its best.
That said, in a way, at least the political race in the United States has turned out, it seems like it's turned into a bit of entertainment. And there having personalities and characters is really important. So in terms of policy and actual leadership, yes, maybe having a leader, like an authoritarian big leader is not good. But maybe for the race it is. For the drama of it. You just want to have drama and attention on people who are actually going to turn out to be good leaders. That's a weird balance to strike.
Yeah, earned media is what they always talk about, right? In political campaigns, like, the more you can get on TV, the better. Even like I really like Fetterman. He just won his campaign, but a good part of his early campaign, he pivoted from talking about issues to just talking about Dr. Oz living in New Jersey and kind of having the troll campaign against him, which I found amusing. But also it was effective. Obviously, he won. But it's a bit depressing, because I would have rather a whole campaign cycle about healthcare and jobs and other issues.
Yeah, and this is the hope is that people just get better at that kind of social media communication. So I do actually think there's something about doing political speeches that makes you sound less authentic, because you have to do so many of them. It must be exhausting to day after day after day make the speech. You're going to start sort of replaying the same stuff over and over, as opposed to actually thinking about the words that are coming out of your mouth. And then the public will know that you're not really being that authentic, even though you believe those things. It's just tough. I just wish they didn't have to constantly do speeches.
So I think that the fact that Bernie's speeches very clearly came out of, if not directly his own pen, but his own rhetoric over the years, and he kind of wrote it, seemed authentic, even if he was repeating it. And then Trump is just wild improvisation. I think people found real, in a certain way. And I would love for the left more generally to tap into some of that anti-establishment sentiment. But obviously do it in a way that's productive, that doesn't blame immigrants or whatever else for problems, but is kind of built on a different basis. But people are fed up for good reason with a lot of conventional politics, and we need to speak to that. Otherwise, it'll only be the right that is taking advantage of those people's anger.
Well, I almost forgot to ask you about China. So both historically, we talked about the Soviet Union, but what lessons do you draw from the implementation of socialism and communism in Maoist China and modern China? What's the good and the bad?
Well, I think it's very similar to the Soviet case, in that socialism came to China through not a base of organized workers in a capitalist country at a certain level of development and so on, but it came through the countryside and in conditions of civil war, strife, Japanese invasion, and whatever else, and Mao built his base in the peasantry then came down to the city to govern and try to build a base and rule over workers. So it was kind of an inversion of classic socialist theory. Now, the same thing that I said before about Stalin and assessing the Soviet Union has to apply here, because obviously, I oppose authoritarianism, and I obviously did all sorts of moral condemnations. I should do, but to look at what the Chinese Communist Party actually accomplished, I think we kind of need to take a step backwards from our moral opposition to the means in which they accomplished it and just look at it developmentally. China benefited greatly from the Communist Party's implementation of basic education and healthcare. So in a lot of China, you had, one, the conditions of women were absolutely terrible. There was still foot binding and all sorts of terrible backward practice. You had a huge, vast majority of the population that was illiterate without any access to basic education, and you had no health access, especially in the countryside. So those were the three good things that China did: improve the status of women, get everyone into primary education, and improve the lot of healthcare. Besides that, their agricultural campaign was a failure, just like Stalin's, for many of the same reasons I mentioned before. The Great Leap Forward and crash industrialization didn't really work either. In a way, is China better than India or other countries that didn't have the basic education and the strong state authority and the health improvements, whatever? I think maybe, but I think that's why we need to sometimes go beyond just economic measures of success. Because if you told me tomorrow the U.S. will grow at 3% if we maintain democracy, but it'll grow at 8-9%, everyone will be wealthier if we move to some sort of authoritarian government, I think you're asking the wrong question if we're going to make your decision based on growth, right? Because it has to be based on some sort of principle. But the same dynamic of, from the beginning, the Chinese Communist Party ruling over people, emerging from the outside through armed conflicts and ruling over ordinary Chinese people, have continued. Since Deng Xiaoping, the policies have been better economically, and often at times, not always, the technocratic governance has been quite good. But that doesn't mean that the party has a democratic mandate or should have the right to govern as they see fit. Because clearly, it doesn't have that mandate in swaths of the country or in places like Hong Kong or elsewhere. But to me, nothing the Chinese Communist Party does has anything to do with socialism. I think even by their own definition today, it really doesn't. It's a sort of nationalist, authoritarian, developmental state that has done some good things to improve the living standards of the Chinese people, other things that were counterproductive. And, as a democratic socialist, I certainly don't support that state, but I also hope that the U.S. and Biden will find a way to avoid, intense rivalry and competition economically spilling over into something worse.
From a democratic socialist perspective, what's one policy or one or two ways you could fix China? If you took over China, what would you like to see change?
The Democratic Party comes before the Socialist Party. So I would say there needs to be multi-party elections in China, and state censorship and control over the press, in other words, needs to be done with. As far as their immediate economic policy, I think the idea of maintaining strong state control of certain commanding heights of the economy while liberalizing other spheres has done quite well in China's case, lifting people out of poverty. But again, there's something really lost in society, even if it's getting wealthier. You're a great if ordinary people don't have the ability to participate in dissent freely. And the Chinese authorities have allowed some, it's not North Korea. It's not a totally totalitarian state. There's been workplace protests, there's been all sorts of local anti-corruption protests and things like that. But it's up to the government decides what's permitted and what's not at what particular moment. And I think the long run, even if it can survive, there's a better way to do things, which is just quite simply a democracy.
The thing is, though, the lessons of history China is looking at, there's this dark aspect. So building on top of the fact that it seems like under Stalin and under Mao, under Stalin, the Soviet Union, and under Mao, China has seen a lot of economic growth. And then one dark aspect of that, while under the Great Leap Forward, you have upwards of 70 million people dead. Today, I think there's a large number of people who admire Stalin and admire Mao.
What they admire is the stability and the strong leadership. So, and there's a lot of people who miss the Soviet Union, right? And the reason why they miss it is that it was a system they knew. It provided the basics of their livelihood. Then afterwards, like look at Russia in the 90s, people were in chaos, and the Communist Party had a huge amount of support democratically. Anti-democratic measures had to be taken, ironically, against the Communist Party to keep it from regaining more of a foothold in Russia. But we don't need that trade-off. We could have a form of imagine if Russia went to a system closer to social democracy that maintained the stability that people wanted, the welfare state that people wanted, but restructure the economy in not a shock way, but in a way that made sense and that ordinary people felt ownership of, instead of just oligarchs who are former Communist Party bureaucracy just dividing up the country for themselves. I think the same thing in China. Like, first of all, certainly from the West, the U.S. government and people in the U.S. should have no say over what should happen in China, right? The Chinese Communist Party has more authentic authority than any of us do in the country. But, I think that the fears of stability that a lot of Chinese people have, why I would imagine that even in a democratic election, the Communist Party might have majority support, is because they fear the unknown. They fear collapse. That was one of the big lessons of the Soviet collapse, right? Do you want China divided into 5, 6 states? Do you want economic turmoil? Do you want mass immediate privatization? Do you want whatever welfare state you have destroyed, and so on? I think people are right to have those fears. But there's a different route towards democratization that maintains stability, right? There's different routes that you could have, democracy. Not every country had to go down the route of Yugoslavia and the USSR and so on.
You are the founder of the magazine Jacobin, of which I am a subscriber. I recommend everybody subscribe, whether you're on the left or the right. The magazine does tend to lean left. Does it officially say it's socialist?
Yeah, we're a socialist publication. We try to be interesting, so we try to have articles that kind of have debates and contestation or whatever else. But we're all socialists.
Well, it's a lot of really interesting articles, so I definitely recommend that people subscribe, support. I only like the product of the 21st century. Only subscribe to the digital version, but I guess there's also a paper version.
Yeah, there's 70,000 subscribers in print.
In print,
yeah.
Does it come on a scroll? I don't even know. It's a paper. Do they even publish paper magazines?
I'm gonna mail you a bunch of copies. No, it's perfect bound. It's long issues. Our Jacobin's publisher, Remike Forbes, recently did a redesign of the publication, so it looks really good. It's up there in the design award competition range.
It's nice. It's sexy. I can show it off to all my friends. Look.
Put it in your coffee table. You don't even have to read it.
First, I need to get a coffee table, but yes, I'll get both. That's what respectable does. Listen, I've upgraded my life I haven't had a couch, I don't think ever. So I got a couch recently because somebody told me that serious adults have a couch. And I also got a TV because serious adults have a couch and a TV. And as you can see, it's been here for many months and I still haven't like unboxed it. So I'm trying to learn how to be an adult, looking up on YouTube how to be an adult and learning slowly. After that, I'll look into this whole leisure thing. Anyway, what's the origin of Jacobin? What was the idea? What was the mission? What's the origin story?
So I started Jacobin when I was between my sophomore and junior year of college. Basically, I was already a socialist. I was involved in Democratic Socialist America. I was in the youth section, the Young Democratic Socialists. I was editing the kind of youth online magazine called The Activist back then. And to be honest, I had my ideology, I had my views. I had a group of people around me that we would debate together and occasionally write for this other publication, The Activist, and so on. And yeah, just a product of creative ignorance in the sense that I knew I had the capacity to maybe pull off an issue or two. I just had no idea how long I would keep doing it, and it just eventually consumed my life slowly but surely. Like I had different plans for my future, but I ended up just being a magazine publisher. I literally didn't know what a magazine publisher was, but it just kind of happened.
What's the hardest part about running a magazine?
Well, the hardest part is obviously the things, just like any enterprise, right? The things beyond your control. Like you could put out something that you think is great or interesting, but you need the feedback of people actually subscribing to it. And you occasionally encounter periods where you feel like you're doing your best work, but you're not getting the audience response. And I think you just need the kind of the self-confidence to just keep doing it. And obviously, if you're totally obscure and crazy and way off the mark, you're never going to build that audience. But I think a lot of publications have tried to, same thing I guess goes with YouTube shows, whatever else, they try to adapt to what everyone else is doing right away when they don't achieve success. Whereas for me, the early issues of Jacobin got very little resonance and took a while for it to build into something. But a lot of it was just the confidence to just keep going, keep publishing what I would want to read, and just hope that I'm not so much of a weirdo, that I'm the only one.
Is there some pressure that you can speak to of audience capture? Because it is a socialist publication, you have a fan base, a readership base. Is there times you feel pressured not to say a certain thing, not to call out bullshit, not to criticize certain candidates, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, definitely, of course. I myself am looser on the self-censorship than other people. That's only because I've gotten this far, just shooting for the hip or whatever. And occasionally, you'll come to a rash judgment, right? You'll speak too soon or complain about something too soon, and you'll have to kind of either apologize or kind of reconsider whatever else. But on a host of issues, I have views that maybe not all the left has, but I know that the core of my politics is a politics against oppression, against exploitation, against all the things that we talked about. And if you know that's at the core of your politics, then you could maybe say, you know what, I don't think the left should respond to the real racism that's still around in the world by adopting like an excessively racialized rhetoric, if that makes sense. Like I fundamentally just am a universalist, and I believe that people, no matter where their backgrounds are and so on, kind of want the same things for themselves and for their families. And I feel like a lot of the left, or some of the left, not even the far left, more like the center left, has adopted kind of a stance saying, oh, we need to talk about white privilege, or, white Karens, or white guys, or old white guys doing this or whatever else. And to me, it's not only wrong in a moral sense, it's counterproductive. Because the last thing I want is a young white teenager who, feels unrepresented politically and wants to be a part of maybe even the left, to feel like, oh, I should think more about my identity. No, the whole point of anti-racist politics is we want to live in a world where, me and you can go around the corner and get a beer, and we're not, people with two different, races getting a beer. We're just two, guys in America getting a beer. It's just, we're trying to have the type of society in which there's less of that sort of communal or racialized identity. And that was the whole point of a whole generation of anti-racist struggle. But now we seem to be kind of reifying it in the media and in culture and in politics. And that's one issue where I've been kind of banging the drum on this to the point that it's annoying in certain parts of the left. I don't think there's maybe extreme opposition among socialists, but it's more like why do you keep focusing on this? Let's focus on our real enemy, the right, instead of criticizing, this part of.
No, I think it's really, I'm really glad you exist. I'm really glad you're beating that drum, because I think that's one of the reasons that the left has not had a broader impact, or is not heard by more people that could hear its message, is because the othering of, like, as if there's two teams of it, as if it's black and white, as opposed to there's a common humanity and a common struggle amongst all of us. You also wrote the book that we mentioned a few times, The Socialist Manifesto, The Case for Radical Politics in an Era of Extreme Inequality. What's the framework? What are the key ideas of the book?
So a lot of it's a look at socialism's past, present, and future, basically. So a lot of it is historical. The opening chapter uses a pasta sauce factory as a way to explain certain Marxist concepts, but also a theory of change, like how we get from, let's say, pure capitalism to more regulated, unionized and social democratic systems, and then beyond social democracy into my vision of socialism. That's kind of the first little bit. It's a visionary kind of like look at the future of socialism. But then I try to explain why some of the past socialist movements have gone wrong. Because I think we can't take for granted. I think a lot of people want to live in a different or better society, but they look at past examples and they're skeptical. And I think there's good reason for skepticism. So I try to explain both the successes of certain systems like social democracy, but also what happened in Russia, China, and kind of more of a historical overview. Then the book kind of ends in the present. It ends with looking at the Bernie Sanders campaign, why it resonated, looking at some of the problems facing the US, the UK, other advanced economies, and why I think the socialist message is still relevant. Because for the longest time, I'm 33, I became a socialist as like a teenager. And for the longest time, it seemed like I was just a member of the historical society, keeping alive an idea that nobody was interested in anymore. And now, it's heartening to see more young people interested in the idea. But we actually need to, I think, have a clearer sense of what we stand for and how we make our movement, like it used to be, more rooted in the working class. So if anyone rewinds the tape, they go to when we first started talking about early socialism, when I was talking about the German Social Democratic workers' movement or all these different early parties. I think at various points I use the word worker and socialist movement interchangeably, because in fact at the time it was pretty interchangeable. Socialism was the ideology that had the appeal of the working class movement. You couldn't really separate between the two. Now, obviously, socialism is like a fringe ideological current among a very small minority of the working class, which is fine. But we need to get to the point, I think, ideally, where when people talk about unions and people protesting and social movements and socialism, they all kind of are one and the same as part of the same broad movement.
How did you become a socialist? What was the personal story or the idea that took hold of your mind?
So I'm the youngest of five. I was the only one of my family born in the United States. So it was very obvious to me that my life outcomes were very different than the life outcomes of my siblings. So my three oldest siblings, didn't go to college after after high school. Some of them got their degrees, much later on as adults. But I was, from a pretty young age, had access to a great public school district and was put on the track that you're going to go to college. This is kind of the outcome. And like I said, even my grandmother was illiterate. My mom didn't have a lot of educational opportunities early, in her life. She actually graduated from college the same year I did. She later got her kind of degrees and whatever else. But to me, it was obvious that so much of my life outcomes weren't just a product of hard work or my family sacrifices, because of course I had the same family as my siblings, but the product of state institutions helping out, evening things out, public school district, public library, like all sorts of after school programs. All that was the domain of the state, and I really benefited from it. So in essence, my core was this social democratic belief the state should redistribute a bit, build public institutions, be an equalizer. Now, how I became a Marxist and a socialist was much more random. I was just intellectually interested in it. And eventually I kind of merged the two together, where I merged together my more pragmatic and practical interest in day-to-day concerns and reforms and so on, with my loftier intellectual interest in Marxism into, the politics I have today, which I try to kind of balance and do both. And I think a lot of socialists in the organization that I joined as a teenager, the Democratic Socialists of America and elsewhere, try to do the two, try to maintain some sort of balance between here and, our vision of the future.
What do you think Marx would say if he were to read your book, Socialist Manifesto, and do a review?
So I think Marx would say that my vision of a socialism after capitalism maintains key of what he would the commodity form. So a lot of what Marx was concerned about was what markets do to human relationships in a negative sense. His early writings especially focus a lot on the alienation of labor. My vision of socialism, at least in the near term, a lot about it is about decommodifying sectors, so reducing the market in certain sectors and reducing alienation, but not eliminating it. It is about eliminating exploitation and oppression. So knowing Marx and knowing how critical he was of certain other socialist strands and tendencies, and he would often write very snarky notes and letters to people like Engels, being like, this guy, LaSalle, he's a total asshole. Then he would send a separate note to LaSalle saying, hey, can I borrow $5,000? This is actually true. He did the both, I think, the same month.
So he would be really good at Twitter, is what you say.
Oh, he would be the best at Twitter. And also he was a journalist before with his work for the New York Tribune. He was very clever, very snarky. He would be awesome at Twitter. I think him and Elon would have good back and forths. But I think it would be critical of some parts, but I think the strangest part for him would be reading the historical sections and seeing the way in which his ideas, which is fundamentally ideas like human emancipation, were used for evil, for hardship, in ways that did the opposite of emancipated, but in some cases, enslaved people. And I think he would definitely not want to be associated with them. He probably would rather be associated with me than them, but even then, only begrudgingly.
What advice would you give to young folks in high school, in college, how to have a career they can be proud of, or how to change the world?
I think be intellectually curious. Read outside your current beliefs and understand and read authors on their own terms. So the worst thing in the world to do is to read anything, especially work of fiction, but anything, and try to deduce the author's backgrounds or politics, whatever else, and read it on its own terms first. Then you could reread it and kind of do other examinations or whatever else. And also read a lot of history. So I started off reading books like Eric Hobsbawm's 4 books on history going from the 1700s all the way to 1994. The last book is The Age of Extremes. But I think understanding history gives you a bird's eye view of everything, sociology, economics, everything. So these big, sweeping historical books are really useful to know. Like everybody should know basically, what year, or at least like what decade, serfdom was abolished, what decade slavery was abolished, what century Magna Carta was, when the Roman Empire fell. That's kind of debated when the Roman Empire fell. All these, I think, like being a person with a general knowledge and general sense of history and whatever else just makes you more eclectic and interesting. And it's way better than just, like, especially a lot of my Indian friends, that, or not just Indians, but the hyper focus on like how you got to specialize and you got to like focus on math or engineering, whatever you want to do, to just know your field really well, but nothing else. Like, I think there's something really to whether you're getting at school or you're just going to do it by yourself, giving yourself kind of a liberal arts education.
I think there's a lot of power to it. So having the facts of history in terms of the time when stuff happened, but also really powerful is knowing spatially, like the geography, that we're a point on a map, and there's interesting dynamics that happen throughout history of all the different nations in Europe, of all the different military conflicts and the expansions and the wars and the empires and all that kind of stuff. It really puts into context how human history has led to the place we are today, because all the different geopolitical conflicts we have today, even the politics of the day, is grounded in history. Maybe less so for the United States because it has a very young history, but that history, even for the United States, is still there, right, from the Civil War. And understanding that gives you context to when you tweet random stuff about this or that person or politician and so on. Yeah, very true. Very true. One of the regrets I have currently is I have perhaps been too focused on the 20th century in terms of history, the present and the 20th century. A lot of people write to me that there's a lot of lessons to be learned in ancient history as well. So not just even American history, but just looking farther and farther and farther back. Yeah, that feels like it's another time, it's another place, it totally has no lessons, but then you remind yourself that it's the same human beings, right?
Yeah, and also we're no smarter than them. We just have more accrued knowledge in part because of them.
Yeah.
But like, they were just as clever as us,
What do you think is the meaning of this whole experiment we have going on Earth? What's the meaning of life?
Well, I think there's no broad meaning of life. There's, it was an accident. But we ourselves need to make our own meaning. And for me, a lot of it is about posterity, trying to do something worthwhile while on Earth, but also leaving something behind. It could just be relationships with friends or family. In the future, maybe having a family and kind of like leaving behind that sort of legacy, little bits of yourself, but also, them being able to learn the same way I have little bits of my parents and my grandparents in me. But then also, I think in a social sense, zooming out from just the individual and the family, leaving the world behind a little better. I would love to be a part of a movement that created a world with a little bit less suffering, a little bit less oppression or exploitation or whatever else. That's really why I'm a socialist. It's not about snapping your fingers and curing the world of everything in one go, but it is about, I think, giving our lives some sort of meaning and purpose. And you don't have to be a socialist to do that. You just do it at the micro level in your own day-to-day interactions. But I just feel like life has no good meaning without thinking of posterity in the future.
And I have to say, thank you for doing so. Thank you for caring about the struggle of the people in the world through ideas that are bold and I think challenging for a lot of people. In a time when socialism is something that can be attacked aggressively by large numbers of people, still persevering and still exploring those ideas and seeing what of those ideas can make for a better world. That's beautiful to see. Bhaskar, thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for all the work you do. I can't wait to see what you do next.
I appreciate it. And thanks for keeping in mind with these conversations, and to your audience too. It's nice to have a space where, people can debate and think at length and don't have to worry about soundbite culture.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Bhaskara Sankara. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx.
For over half a
Democracy
century,
is the
there have
road
been rumours
to
of
socialism.
facilities and bases
Thank you for listening,
in deep
and hope
below
to
the
see you
surface of the
next
sprawling
time.
North American landscape. This week, we examine the most infamous of these alleged sites, an underground base believed to be situated near the town of Dulce in New Mexico, a modern-day mystery which lies deep beneath the mesa.
My friend is telling me that the volcano seems to be starting to erupt. If that volcano goes off, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention. So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that what that meant. I went cold for like a fraction of a second, but that meant that just my adrenaline started to kick in. And it was a very, very strange experience because now you have tunnel vision. It's about survival.
The following is a conversation with Natalie Cabral, an astrobiologist and scientist at the SETI Institute, directing the Carl Sagan Center for the Study of Life in the Universe. She explores some of the harshest places on Earth, including free diving in volcanic lakes, all in the pursuit of understanding living organisms beyond Earth. For this, she holds the women's world record for diving at altitude, both scuba and free diving. She's amazing. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Natalie Cabral. You are the director of the Carl Sagan Center for Research at the SETI Institute. SETI, of course, stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. One of the things you do as part of that is travel to some of Earth's most extreme and dangerous environments in search of organisms that live in conditions analogous to those on Mars. First, let me ask what the job posting for the work you do looks like. Is it like Shackleton's ad in 1900 that said people wanted for hazardous journey to the South Pole? Small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, and also where do I apply?
That's funny because there was not really a job application. In fact, when you're a scientist, you have questions in your mind and you have hypotheses and you start to list the kind of thing you need to answer. And then when you see the kind of thing you have to answer, then you kind of know the places where you need to go to do that. As far as science is concerned, started with analyzing data from the Mars missions, and I had written a PhD about water on Mars, first looking at channels and the history evolution of water. But then, during my postdoc, I started to look where that water was ponding. Interestingly enough, everybody was about channels and water and whether catastrophic or whatnot or space. But when you are talking about ponding water like lakes or ocean, people were started waving their arms a little bit. So it was a little bit of a battle, interestingly enough, yeah. But that got us on track with my husband. We were working together and we started developing the idea, the concept of lakes in impact craters. So why in impact craters? Just because the Viking mission at the time, which is what we were working with, the resolution and the topography were so poor that there was really no way of telling where you had a real low in the topography. The only thing you knew was a hole in the ground was an impact crater. So when you saw valleys.
What was the Viking mission?
The Viking mission landed on Mars in 1976, and there were 2 landers and 2 orbiters. So they were really our first feet on the ground on Mars, but they were landers. They were not moving. They were not going up.
And that was the data you were looking at?
It was already 90s, but we didn't have yet the Mars Global Surveyor and whatnot. We still worked for 20 years. We worked on that. I did my master and my PhD thesis on Viking missions.
You mentioned that the places you go to are defined by the questions you want to ask. Let's just step back. What questions have always tugged at your heart?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I was looking at those images and saw some lakes. And then came time where we started talking about sending landers and rovers on Mars,
The inhabitants
and
of this small
looking
backward
maybe at the
community
possibility
would live
that
their lives
Mars
in
was
the
habitable.
peace.
And
Short
lakes are
distance from the
particularly
slopes
good
of the
places
adjoining Archuleta
to look for those
Mesa.
questions. So this is how it all
There
ties
had
up.
always
So you were
been
always
tales
curious
of high
about life
strangeness
out there.
associated
I have
with
been
the
always
region.
curious about life in the
Weird lighting
universe and
on
about
these ripped in the night
questions
sky.
on how we got to be here, and the bigger question now with 25 years more in in that business, it's more about understanding the origin and nature of life rather than whether there is life or not on Mars. I mean, this was really for me a stepping stone to bigger questions, but they were definitely important because they helped me frame my way of thinking about those questions. And so looking at Mars, at lakes, understanding what the conditions were 3.5 billion years ago or close to 4 billion years ago, then I knew the type of environment I needed to explore here on Earth as analogous to be able to understand what type of life still survives in those environments and what kind of instrument and what kind of resolution do I need to actually detect it. So this is how the whole thing started. And it started with a small grant, literally 40K. It was a discretionary fund, and this is how I got started in my career.
And so many of these questions you can answer by looking at life in extreme conditions here on Earth. But let's step back a little bit and look at Mars and lakes on Mars. Just going back to your PhD and before, and maybe today, what do we understand about life on Mars? What do we understand about lakes on Mars? Is there water on Mars? What do we understand about the conditions from 4 billion years ago on Mars?
Well, we've got a long way. Remember from the Viking where we had no resolution. Well, we had a little bit more resolution than with Mariner.
What did you think at that time? Sorry to interrupt.
It was
Just take us back to that mindset.
it was really the exploration, like your first look at a planet. You have to remember that the first mission that successfully snapped some pictures of Mars was Mariner 4. And then everybody at that time was still under the spell of, H. Wells and the idea that Mars looked with telescopes so similar to the Earth. Polar caps. We could see them with a telescope, and we knew it had season. The actual tilt is pretty much the same as the one for Earth. So when Mariner 4 left, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people thought that we were seeing crystals, cities and domes and stuff, that another civilization might have evolved in parallel to us in the solar system. And of course, when the first images came back and Mars looked with that kind of resolution it had, like the moon, it was a huge disappointment. Then Mariner 9 came, and that changed everything. There was a little bit of drama because Mars started one of the biggest dust storms it ever experienced. And so for 3 months, we had an orbiter circling around Mars and not seeing anything. But then, when the dust cleared, all of a sudden, we started discovering volcanoes, valleys, ancient channels, dune fields, polar caps. And see, when I'm talking to you, I don't need to invent any words to describe Mars. And although the myth of extraterrestrial civilization on Mars was gone, all of a sudden, the imagination of the scientists started to pick up, because right away we were seeing something that was familiar, that we could describe. So right away, Viking would put on the fast track, and the idea was, so Mars looks so much like Earth could have been, although it's arid and there is little atmosphere, etc. Could there be life? And of course, behind this, at the time, there were people like Klein and Sagan, Carl Sagan, just, thinking about how can we test the idea of biology of life on Mars. So this is what Viking did. But of course, at the time when the two landers arrived on Mars, we didn't have the context of the geology of the environment. We didn't have much data at all. So the data that Viking sent back was very confusing.
Looking down towards
Some
the
people
bottom
still
of
think
her
today
bed,
that we discovered life
she could
on
see
Mars
two shadowy
at the
figures.
time
They
because some of the
identified that she
experiments
had
turned out
witnessed
to
emerging
show
from
a strange signal.
craft earlier
But
that night.
most of the community think that it can be explained by
Suddenly
chemical
realizing
reaction
she
that
could
we
feel
see
her
today.
sheets being pulled
So
off the
it was
bed
so
to expose
confusing
her
that
lower
NASA
body.
decided, say, okay, if
Julian
we want
attempted
to be
scream,
serious about looking for
but
life on
nothing
Mars,
more than a
we have to
piercing
understand the
sound emerged
environment
from her mouth.
because life and environment
This
co-evolve.
quiet whimper, however,
So as
had been
cause
sufficient to
or
awaken
effect,
her sleeping
a planet is
husband,
going to give you the
at which
physical-chemical
point,
environment
the need
for life
vanished.
to happen. These are the boundaries. But once
When
life is
questioned
here,
further by
it's going to
federal
change
agents who had
everything.
been tasked with
One of
attending
the
incident, Julian
biggest
claimed
impact
the
of life
existence of these
was
entities
to
was common
inject
knowledge amongst
oxygen
the native
into the
community.
atmosphere of the Earth 2 billion years ago. And that changed everything, including our signature in space. So there is this co-evolution. So if you want to understand one, you have to remove the other from the equation. It's kind of a two unknown equation.
So even though oxygen changes our signature today, what if all life on Earth died and now we fast forward a billion years? What would be the traces left? So the question I'm trying to ask is, if life had existed on Mars, what would be the signs we would look for?
That's a very good question. The thing is that if you draw the parallel with Earth, it took 82% of Earth's history, geological history, to go from very simple life, microbial life, to complexity. And when I'm saying complexity, I'm not even talking about us, I'm talking about animals. So Mars is smaller, lost its magnetic field very fast, and lost its atmosphere very fast. Life also appeared on Earth very fast. So the condition being quite similar at that time between the Earth and Mars, let's assume for a moment that life appeared on Mars. It would have been simple life when conditions started to degrade, which was less than a billion years after the planet had formed. So everything at the surface would have disappeared, except maybe for morphological traces of the interaction between life and its environment. So on Earth, the best example are what we call stromatolites. These are rock formations that are built by microbes. So we know that, we know how to recognize them. You could have chemical traces as well. There is some interesting question marks right now about carbon isotopes at Gale crater, because we found an abundance of C12, which normally is used by life on Earth, but it can be produced by other things. So it's not that it's a real biosignature in itself, but it's intriguing. We have now the C12 and we have methane. But going back, it's a time on Mars 3.5 billion years ago where you have lots of destruction, where you have lots of impact cratering, etc. So, but we still have very old rocks that survive from that time. So these are good places. That's why we're sending the rovers in those places, ancient lakes and impact craters, and places where you have very old rocks.
So when you say ancient lakes and impact craters, the simple question, so impact crater is a crater created by a giant rock hitting the planet?
And yes, a big rock that can be metal or rock, or it can be a comet as well, mostly ice.
So is that good for life or bad for life? For creating life and destroying life?
Both. It's actually both. Interestingly enough, the building blocks of life, the bricks, the stuff we are made of, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and phosphorus, they were included on our planet. They were built in, just because our planet is made of these kind of rocks, asteroids and comets coming together by what we call accretion. So they were built in. When an asteroid comes, there is a lot of destruction going on. But at the same time, those rocks, they bring with them those bricks of life, and they create lots of energy. And if the environment around is favorable, you might possibly have some seeding going on. That's one of the aspects of what we call panspermia, which is the fact that comets and asteroids have the building blocks of life embedded in them, and that given favorable conditions, they might be able to seed planets. This is a theory.
What percent of you, when you're looking up at the stars and wondering about this stuff, thinks that panspermia is what happened on Mars or on Earth, which is the building blocks of life came from elsewhere.
Well, but that's the thing. Panspermia is a vector, potential vector, which means that he actually distributes the stuff of life left and right, but it doesn't explain the origin of life. It's not the environment itself. It just promotes maybe, and we still have to prove this. But what we know is that the stuff we are made of is very abundant all over the place, including in interstellar media. So it's all over. It's all over. The idea is that maybe it just waits to have the proper environment. And we know what it needs here on Earth. It needs water, it needs energy, shelter, and nutrients.
So you're fundamentally interested in the origin of life and the big leaps that in evolutionary history that could be like an origin of something, origin of eukaryotes, origin of photosynthesis, origin of whatever. I just think if we're a civilization here on Earth and we survive another few hundred years, I think it would be a good idea to take a big gun and just shoot life out there, like a life gun. Basically try to create panspermia. That's a good backup solution. So one way is to actually copy our brains and actual humans, some complex information, and send it out there. Another way to preserve life is just to like send the basic building blocks, send a bunch of bacteria, a bunch of whatever the rugged organisms are on Earth, just send a bunch of those.
These are not the building blocks, they are actual organisms. So what
isn't that a nice shortcut? Or do we want to, because you said building blocks are everywhere.
Yeah, the bricks of life, the carbon, hydrogen, etc. They were produced by the death of previous stars. So this is how they were produced. And stars like our sun started to form 10 billion years ago. That doesn't mean that the sun is the only kind of star that produce, life or enable life, but actually was produced 10 billion years ago. Now, what we're talking about is a little different. Right now, there are many efforts to do the type of thing you're talking about, which is to put our DNA on whatever kind of substrate and preserve it in vaults, either in different places on Earth or on the moon. Some people are already thinking about putting DNA on the moon. As far as brains concerned, it's drawing towards transhumanism, which is the enhancement of who we are through AI and machine learning. Of course, having backups is a good thing. For me, I would say that taking care of our planet and going back to a place where we are in equilibrium with our environment would be also maybe the best backup possible, and let evolution do its things. Right now, we are like teenagers with enough brain to create cool tools, but we don't have enough brain to understand yet the consequences of what we are doing. And right now we are paying for it. So the question is whether we are going to be able to move forward and learn from the mistakes we're making to become a mature civilization. You probably heard of the Drake equation. That would be the L at the very end, the duration.
Duration of intelligent civilization.
Exactly. And or at least the length of time a civilization remains detectable. It can disappear from the radar screen literally for a number of reasons. The first one is destroy itself or being destroyed by external events, or it can become so in tune and with the universe and so advanced that it disappears because it melts really in the background and it's not visible anymore. There are some wild theories out there saying that civilization might be so advanced that you cannot distinguish them from physical processes. And that was an example. It doesn't say that this is the case, but some people say, imagine that, in fact, the dark matter that we see or we theorize about is, in fact, some sort of a biological process. So you can think about a number of things. Personally, I believe that
become the
what you
eventual
talk about
facility.
preserving our information
Join us next
is kind
week
of what life
as
does.
we
We
examine
we
the
need to look at
testimony
ourselves
of one
as
Schneider.
not different of what the little cell that started off was. And this is what tells you not about the origin of life, but in fact the nature of life, which is a lot more interesting to me, because
It is.
the nature of life is really what is going to give you some universal signature to look for it all over the place, and not only around ponds of water for life as we know it. But the nature of life is telling you that life wants to get the most information possible around its surroundings. And complexity is, in fact, the ability to gather and exchange and preserve the most information possible. And so what you're saying is kind of preserving the kind of information we have. So in the things that we're doing, as life happened, and I say happened because we don't know what life is. We have 123 definitions of life, and some people are saying we don't have any definition, we only have descriptions of life. And that's true, and that's true. So think about it for 2 minutes. We are looking for something we don't know it is, but we have a few clues about the nature of life. There are some really good theories. The first one was Schrödinger, right, in the 40s. Right now there is a guy named Jeremy England. It's another biophysical theory of life. It says life is the inevitable result of thermophysics. This is the best way to beat entropy, to fight entropy. But when you look at what we're doing, if you want to know what the nature of life is, look at our languages. And they can be very different languages, but they all have the same purpose, right? Exchange information, understand, store information, and also whether it is with somebody at the outside or thoughts in yourself. That's the same thing the cell was doing. But now when you're looking at life and at the structure of our languages, life started with an atom.
In our previous
So it's an atom.
episode,
They
we
got
examined
together
the
to
book
create
from various
inorganic
individuals who
molecules.
stated that
Then
there
you
is a
have
secret
complex
facility
inorganic
buried
molecules.
deep beneath the New
Then you get to
Mexico town of
organic
Dulce.
molecules, complex
But we deliberately
organic
avoided the
molecules,
testimony of
and
one
then you
man
have
who
RNA,
is
DNA,
arguably
etc.
the most
Look at the
controversial
structure
figure
of our
in the
language.
allegations surrounding
We
the
created
possible
alphabets,
existence of Dulce
letters.
Bellis, a man who
That's your
claimed
atom.
he was the survivor
Then we put
of
them
a
together
war
to create
beneath
syllables,
the Mesa.
right? Those syllables get together to create words. Words tell you something, but they are nothing without a verb that gives the direction. That's RNA and DNA. And then you can put all the complements you want. Our languages are built exactly as life is built. We are repeating patterns. I call this the Mandelbrot universe and the fractal universe because this is exactly what it is. I would say that as much as I do believe to sending probes to explore the universe, I say we should also look inward to find the answer to some of the profound question of who we are, what's life, what's the nature of life, because we are expressing life.
So searching not for
Having sought
life,
shelter behind an
but
equipment
for the
box
nature of
sufficient
life.
The nature of
size,
absolutely. I am more interested in that because the day we understand the nature of life,
at least
then
three
we
members
have
of
a
his
universal
platoon were gone.
biosignature.
Their bodies
And it
charred
doesn't
one
matter
by one,
whether this
following
life
exposure to the
respond
prolific
to the
weapons
same
employed
kind of
by their
biochemical
opponents.
processes as we do, although it makes
Despite
sense.
this,
I told you
they
about
had
the
managed to
generational
push the enemy
aspect
force deeper
of
into the
the
facility,
bricks of life,
as
the
they had
stuff
been
we are made
formed
of.
to do so.
The sun is part of the
And
youngest
if they could
generation
just
of
secure the
stars.
stairwell in front
And
of
the
them,
first two generations of
the
stars
mission
didn't produce the
success.
kind of elements we are made of. They
Waving
were
across the
stars that
corridor,
were either
where two more of his team members were
without
sheltering behind
metal,
another crate,
just made of
he
helium
began
and
to issue a
hydrogen,
series of orders
or
using hand
poor in
signals.
metals. So the
Moments later,
stars died
the
off.
pair were up on their
And
feet and
stars
heading
like the
towards
sun were
main
born
metal
from
door,
those.
each tightly clutching
And
a satchel
this is
charge.
why we have elements like
Their
carbon,
intention was
hydrogen,
clear.
Oxygen, etc. now.
But before they could reach their
And
objective,
that's the life we're
the
built
door
on.
suddenly
So
sprung wide
I
open.
think it's not stupid to be looking for something that looks like us, because right now in the universe, this is the stuff that's the most abundant. And we see with the exoplanet with Kepler, with TESS, and now with James Webb, we see that there are many different types of planets that may be habitable in the habitable zone of their stars. There are countless stars like the Sun, but more interestingly enough, there are other types of stars where you do have habitable zone as well, and where the duration of the stars are sometimes 1,000 times more than our Sun. So you can imagine all sorts of things, and you can imagine what type of life would be around those stars. The biochemistry might be quite similar, in fact, and especially for the simple life, because simple life starts really quickly on Earth. So my take on this is that the universe is full of cyanobacteria, but as far as intelligent life, it takes more time. So that can take different aspect.
Do you think it's possible that the universe is full of bacteria, and even those stars that last 1,000 times longer than the Sun, even on the planets that orbit those stars, maybe it's bacteria for billions and billions and billions of years?
We actually don't know what triggered the evolution to complexity on Earth. That's still a big question mark.
Is that the most impressive invention on Earth to you?
That Cambrian revolution is really what took us towards what we are. And in the meantime, there were the dinosaurs, etc. The dinosaurs were wiped out. So the evolution could have taken a completely different turn. It's always, I would say, mass extinction that are going to drive what's the end game. But you take two planets and you change, those asteroid impacts or those big geological events that wipe out like 90% of life at any time. The thing that seems to be interesting, there are two things. The first one is where you are located on our galaxy matters a lot. We actually are in the habitable zone of our galaxy. And if you are too close to the center, then it's a lot denser. And remember, we have the Oort cloud around our solar system. And if you are in the region of the galaxy that's too populated, then you are going to run gravitational interaction with all these stars. And since it's more dense, you will have more of the comets that are living in the Oort cloud being ejected from the Oort cloud and coming towards the inner solar system and collide with planets. So you will have more of these impacts if you are too close to the center of the galaxy. Not to mention the radiation. There is in our galaxy where it's a really bad neighborhood. You don't want to be there. You wouldn't be able to have life. But what really matters is extinctions, but also the climate history of a planet has a role to play. And it seems that it's a theory. It still has to be backed up by more observation, but there is a good correlation between not only the passage of the solar system towards the center of the galaxy. There is one place where we get hit by asteroids because of the interaction I was telling you about. But the other one is the climate. With the Milankovitch cycles, big jumps in life's evolution seem to be associated with snowball Earth episodes. We don't know why yet. Snowball episode, intuitively you would think that they are connected to a decrease in life because the whole Earth is covered in ice. But for some reason, there were big jumps in evolution right after each of those episodes. And today, there are other things like why all of a sudden you have mutation that seems to be responsible for, a big jump in evolution. We are not clear yet. So all of those things, when you're thinking about life elsewhere, are going to come into play. And I cannot tell you that a planet that remains habitable for much longer than the Earth will have an evolutionary path that's the same or different. Depends on extinction, depends on climate, depends on whatnot.
It's a little bit surreal that we're two descendants of apes.
Well, I think that some people
Trying to figure out what the heck is going on, and I mean we're very biased, even so. We're biased as humans. You're less biased as a scientist, but we still love Earth. We still don't know anything about this Earth, and so even though you try to escape from thinking of what life is, in the search for the nature of life, we still kind of connected to the way we understand the nature of life here on Earth.
So I think that it's a little different than that. We are biased when it comes to the origin of life. Because, well, we are the only model we know. And as I said, it makes sense because it seems that a lot of, stars like the sun appeared 10 billion years ago. And there are lots of worlds that really resemble the Earth, and lots of water out there, and lots of conditions that could be a repeat of what we know. And we know that this biochemistry works. So, as I mentioned, what is going to change is really the evolution of a planet, extinction, geology, etc. But our model is probably very abundant. I'm not saying that the end game is going to resemble us because of all these extinction, etc. But this is a good bias. It's one that has the number for it. The principle of mediocrity. I think that in that case, it really applies where the Earth is representative of an abundance of other worlds. Now, of course, there can be other biochemistry. We have some examples in our own solar system. Titan might be a representative of that. We are not very clear of the kind of biochemistry that can come out of a world where you have hydrocarbon lakes and rains and things like that. But we are going there. So we will learn something about this. So the bias is right there. The nature of life is different. If really life is the best way the universe has to fight entropy, there is no bias there. Because physics is the same all across the universe, at least the universe we know. There might be other universes, but the one we know works with the same physics.
So if life is the best way to fight entropy, you can imagine that life permeates the entire universe. And then the question might change to, like, flavors of ice cream. What are the flavors of complexity that this process, nature of life, leads to? And there we might have bias about what complexity looks like, what beautiful complexity looks like. We look at humans that operate at a certain physical scale and time scale, and we think this is intelligence.
We have another problem. We don't know what life is. We don't know what intelligence is, and we don't know what consciousness is. Yeah. But we are trying to tackle the big question.
Do we know what complexity is also?
No. I think that we have to be honest. And as a scientist, and I'm going to step back and talk about intelligence. For me, the bacteria that has survived, like cyanobacteria, that has survived just like us, 4 billion years in one incarnation or another, and actually they are very similar to the one that they were 3.5 billion years ago. It has some intelligence about its environment. So for complexity, it might be that we need to take the world literally, which is an assemblage or additional capacity to gather, collect, store information. Maybe this is something like that, or actually use that information to do something with it. But I do completely agree with you when you talk about flavor of ice cream. I think this is exactly it. And I have a basic education about what physics is doing right now. And I'm look at quantum physics and what it says about the universe and about the connection, about an atom here
who appeared
and an atom
intent on
here,
frustrating the
photon here and a
construction of
photon
the
there.
base.
And I am starting to put maybe
Schneider claims that in total,
wrongfully two and two
66
together.
soldiers
But
and
in my
10
mind,
extraterrestrials lost their lives.
and of course it's
before
nothing
an
until I can prove it,
peace was
but in my
finally
mind,
formed between
the universe is
opposing
connected
sides.
everywhere, in all
He
different
went on to
places. So
allege
this
that the
life
aliens who had been
connection
residing
is
beneath the mesa
something that,
had worked
as you
with
said,
humans
permeates
ever
the
since,
universe. And
creating
the
numerous
way to find
scientific
life
breakthroughs
might be
which
very
have gone on to
different
assist
than to look for the
mankind.
origins of life. I think it's a good thing to go out there and look for the origin of life somewhere
Throughout
else, because it's the
1995,
manifestation
Schneider
of the
continued to
nature
tour
of
the
life that
United
all of a sudden
States,
becomes
giving talks in which
apparent,
listed numerous
evident to our
other
eyes.
conspiracies,
But
alongside the
what I
revelations of
think
deep underground military bases.
would be our greatest achievement is that
Over the
if we
course of
can
these
find
lectures, however,
that
it soon
process
became
of
apparent
life,
that the former
because at
engineer
that
was
point,
beginning
in
to
my
struggle
mind, the
with what he had
universe all of a sudden
started.
is going to
He
illuminate
described how
itself
he'd been involved in a
with
shootout
actually
with federal agents,
its living force, what I
killing
can
in
only call a living
self-defense,
force.
and
To
how an
me,
attempt
this
had
is
been
what
made
we
to
are looking
kidnap his
at, a
daughter
universe
in a
that
bid to force him to
becomes
stop
more and more
delivering his
complex with
lectures.
time, more and more able
Then,
to
in
gather
January of
information,
1996,
and interestingly enough,
2 months
why
after his final speech
to
in
understand
Denver,
itself. So
federal
Sagan
agents
was
arrived at the
right
home of Schneider's
when he was
ex-wife,
telling we are the universe
Cynthia.
trying to understand itself.
They explained
And
how
the more
Phil had
we
been
go,
found
the
dead
more
in his
the
apartment
universe
in
become
Rosendale, where he
alive,
apparently decided to take
maybe
his own
intelligent,
life.
and maybe also conscious.
The agents went on to
Self-aware.
conduct a search
Exactly.
Through
inside his
us.
house,
It does
removing
make
any
me
notes
a
and
little bit
materials
sad
relating
as a
to
human,
Phil and his lectures.
just watching all the
before their
breakthroughs
leaving.
on artificial intelligence side when applied to natural
The
sciences,
circumstances surrounding
now more and more to
Schneider's death
physics,
have always
that
raised questions
the
about the
creatures
speed with
that
which the
will
authorities
solve
moved to attribute
the
it to
question
suicide.
of the origin of the nature of
Phil's
life, or
body
just
had been
the
found
process,
slumped between his bed
the
and a
nature of
wheelchair,
life, will be
with a
AI
rubber
systems.
catheter hose having
Makes
been
me a
wrapped
bit
around his
sad
neck 3
to-
times
I don't
and
think
tied
so,
off with a
I don't
knot.
think so.
because
You think humans will?
Both
at
his
this
feet
point in
were
time,
wedged
remember
hard
who was
into
behind
the bed,
AI.
with his
You
head
know,
resting in the seat of the
I'm not buying in
wheelchair
the
at an
singularity
angle
thing
that would
yet.
not appear to have been easy or natural for
AI
him to
is not
achieve.
aware. AI is being built
There were
by
traces of
humans.
blood on the floor
So
nearby, but
AI
no
is a
injuries
tool,
or wounds
an
were
extremely
found on the body
smart
itself
tool,
to suggest where
as
this
long
knife
as
had
we
come
build
from.
it. And as long as we use it as a
When the
tool, it
family
remains
later
a
asked
tool.
if a suicide
And I think
note
there
had
is a
been
lot of
discovered,
brouhaha,
they were
and of
told
course
that all
the
the
science
papers
fiction
seized
and
on the
movies,
address had now
they don't help.
inexplicably gone
See, I
missing
gotta
from
push
the
back a little bit.
storage
Yes, I agree
facility.
with you for the most part in terms of brouhaha
Subsequent requests
and
for additional
sci-fi.
toxicology testing on Schneider's
But
remains were
there
refused
is,
on the
like in the
grounds
work
of
of
their
Deep
first
Mind,
cost,
we can look
considering
at
the
chess
cause
or we
of
can look
death
at
had
protein
already been
folding.
determined.
So chess is a simple one
Further
to
and
first
more
look at.
adamant demands for these tests would also
What
be refused.
Alpha
because the
Zero,
samples had apparently
which is
been
their
destroyed
game
by the
playing
laboratory
engine,
which had been storing
was
them.
able to discover in our stockfish about
One
chess
detective who later
humbles
spoke privately with
the best
family
human players.
stated that with
Not
the
just
missing
it's
fingers
better
on
than them.
Schneider's left hand,
It comes up with
it would have been
ideas that the
almost
humans
impossible for
don't
him to have tied
understand.
off the catheter
And so
himself.
the AI now is telling you,
When the officer in
even
question
though
had
it's
shared
programmed
these
by humans,
concerns with
the
his
AI is saying like,
superiors, he had been
sacrificing
ordered to keep
a
his
pawn here
observations
is a
to
good idea.
himself
Sacrificing a
before
queen
then
or a
being
bishop here is a good
reassigned to a
idea.
different
And then you
case.
start to kind of intuit as a
It
human
appeared
why,
that
but
even
you don't
in death,
deeply understand.
Phil Schneider
And
was
you can say
continuing to raise awkward
that AI is
and
not
uneasy
conscious, it doesn't
questions
deeply
for
understand the way
those
humans do,
in
but there's
positions
still
of
a
authority.
wisdom and a depth of knowledge in that chess playing program that
When
humans
taken in
don't
context
have.
of the
And
many
same with the
accounts which
alpha
already
folding,
exist
protein
regarding the
folding.
possible
There's
underground
a,
base
and
at
now they're applying
Goldstone,
it to physics to
the testimony of
simulating
Phil
nuclear
Schneider
reactions and
appears
so
to
on.
be compelling.
It feels like there might be a way to
Many of the
understand the
experimental
nature of life
compounds and construction
that we can
techniques
kind of
he
intuit
listed during the
poetically
course of
as
his
humans,
lectures were mere
but
concepts
the,
during the
the
late
true
20th
understanding will
century,
come from
but have
it's
gone
much
on
more
to become
computationally
commonplace in modern
sophisticated.
building work.
Again, I would push back
His
on my
descriptions
turn
of the base
because I still
layout and the
think that
functions of each of the
humans
7
gave themselves the
levels were
ability
also eerily similar to those
to
offered
do
by
that
the
by building
witnesses.
that tool.
People
So
whom he'd
the
never
idea
met
that the
or
tool,
associated
we
with.
we are getting into the
And
Kardashev
yet,
scale and
even
dark
like
forest and all these things. We can see the world this way. At this point in time, for me, I still see a great tool.
He made repeated assertions that his
Now, whether the sci-fi scenario is going to, happen, etc., I still think that we are far away from this. But if that tool is capable of giving me a new perspective, it's just that we are starting to jump into a deeper
with Otto having been born in
cognition
San Francisco
of what the
in
universe
January
is,
1906.
whether it's through our brain or through a
Similarly,
different way of gathering
his claims
information.
that the
Remember,
original
this is
attack
what
on
we
the
do.
World
Yeah,
Trade
humans are
Center
able to
involved the
actually
use of a
build
tactical nuclear
tools
weapon,
and then
and
like
that the
integrate
occupants
them
of Waco Ranch had been
into
murdered
their
using
way of
chemical
thinking.
weapons
Maybe
have
another
apparently
generation has to
been
be born
debunked.
that is raised with those tools,
These
but we seem to
revelations
like
would appear to suggest
take
that
for
Phil
granted
Schneider was an
all the cool
individual prone to
technologies you integrate
exaggeration,
into your way of
sometimes
thinking.
verging
A lot of people that
on
are
the
growing
edge
up
of
now,
delusion.
their mind is integrated with the internet. You
But if this was the
basically
case,
reconfigure the
then where
way
did he
you
sustain
memorize
these
things.
life-changing
You no longer have to
injuries?
memorize a lot of
And
facts
what
because you
happened
look
to the
them up
missing
really quickly.
samples
Yeah.
and notes he
And so
brought
like,
with him to his
so you
lectures?
reallocate a lot of
Why
resources
is there so
for
much evidence that he was
thinking
silenced
versus
by other
memory of
persons, with
just
efforts made
strict
to present
facts
his murder
and that kind of
as
stuff. And we
suicide?
integrate all that.
Yeah, and you know,
Schneider's
there I would
detractors
completely
argued
agree
that
with
he
you.
was
In
not a
fact, I
well
wrote
man,
about this
and merely
again
seized upon the alleged testimony of
in
Thomas
this new book
Costello,
that's coming out
using it to
When is the
conjure
book
up a
coming out?
fantastical
in January.
backstory
It
of
will be in
his own.
French, actually, to start
But to
with.
his
You wrote it in French?
supporters,
Actually, I wrote
the
it first in English,
inconsistencies in his account
and I
are
translated
explained
it into
away
French.
as
So
US
the
government
English
rewriting
version is
this
already
family
pretty
history,
much ready to go
designed
if we find a
specifically to
publisher
undermine
in
Schneider's
in the US.
credibility
But
and keep
anyways,
prying eyes
the
away from
point
the solid
being
base.
here that I looked
They
at
point to
this
the same
as
methods used against
our
Bob
relationship with
Lazar and his
technology
removal from college and
as a
employment
complete
records as an
change. To me,
example
this
of
is
the
the
lengths the US
singularity
government
more
would
than
go
anything
to
else,
cover
which
up
is the
revelations.
co-evolution of human with technology,
With the
not
advent
anymore
of
with
the
their
internet,
environment. Why
each
we are
passing
messing up the
year sees
environment
more
right now,
information on
why
classified
we don't
military
respond
projects
to
slowly
pandemic the
creeping
way
into
we
the
should,
public domain.
because we are disconnected to
It
the
is
environment
therefore
we were
entirely
taking our
possible
information
that at
from
some
and we were
future
adapting
point,
from. Right now,
evidence
exactly as you
proving the
said,
existence
we
of
take the
deep underground
information
military
from the web,
bases will
from the
finally
phones, etc. We
materialise.
have no filter
Or it may be
over
that
that
advances in
information.
technology enable
Before you were
investigators
out
to
in the
finally
environment,
disprove
the information you
existence of
get
such
is the one the planet
facilities
is sending
once and
you.
for all.
Now this information is coming
But
from different way. You have no way of
it
knowing
seems
if
that
it's correct or
digging
not.
Yeah, I got to push back on that.
No, you
I-
look at this as an ecosystem, and it explains a lot of our behavior.
See, I like that you said teenagers. So the technology, I think, when we move past the teenager stage, enriches our ability to sense the earth, to understand what's going on with the environment. It's just that so it's not that technology disconnects us from the environment. It gives us more tools with which to understand what's going on with the environment.
That's true for the people who are building the tools and know how to use it.
Sure.
Take those tools now, put them in the general public with no filter, which is happening with social media, which is happening with a lot of things, and you see the disaster this is creating.
And it's not the disaster.
It
There's
is.
challenge. You sound like a parent talking about a teenager. Yes, the it's the growing pains of a civilization that is becoming deeply connected. We can communicate all across the world, even through the pandemic.
That's the good thing about technology. This is also something I wrote. It's not the tools we create that are bad. It's the way we use them.
Yes,
And
but
that's,
we're learning.
well,
This is the cool thing
and
about
hopefully we'll do all the learning before it's too late, because our response to what's going on in the environment, our response to pandemics is deeply connected to this disconnect we have with nature. Anyways, we all agree that we are in growing pains, and hopefully we can move forward, because there is a fantastic universe, something absolutely magical around us. And I'm talking as a scientist. I mean, there is magic, not in sense of trickery, but in sense of wonder around us. And there are so many signs where we are getting so close to revolutions in cosmology, in astrobiology, in astronomy, which I think, to me, this is where the hope lies, and also an awakening of understanding that we need to be in equilibrium with the planet if we want to move forward. Because even though we have these big dreams of going on Mars and the moon, and listen, I am a planetary geologist, so I'm all for exploration. Right now, the moon or Mars is not going to save your butt, because for the logistics will still depend very much on the Earth, and for a long time. I think this time we are living in will be remembered as a pivot in our history for a number of reasons. A time where there is a growing consciousness where we are creating tools that are going a little bit ahead of us, that we have some difficult time to catching up on with, where we have to deal with a population that's way too big for the planet we have. We need to really learn a sense of balance and maturity as a civilization. So how is this going to unfold? Right now, I have no clue.
I draw a lot of optimism from the similar things that happened many decades ago when nuclear weapons were developed. Boy, was that at the time even more terrifying. You just now created weapons that could destroy the entirety of life on Earth. Or not entirety, but a lot of it. And we somehow found a balance. And the threat constantly is out there. And that threat has been made more visceral in recent times because of the war in Ukraine. But we find a balance somehow. I have a thread of optimism for human civilization, that we figure it out. We're clever teenagers, I think.
We are clever teenagers. There is definitely a thread of optimism, but I think it's thin. It's thin because something that has changed as well is the mentality of humans. Although the threat was terrifying when nuclear weapons were created, there was a sense of limits you were willing to push in the threats. There was a sense of decency, of moral values. It was not perfect, but it was at least a time where people could come together from very different perspectives and agree that something was more important than destroying everything.
But that's so hilarious you say that. Yes, you're talking about a small slither of humans, which is the scientists in the Manhattan Project, perhaps.
No, absolutely
that was
not.
also the time when over 100 million people were tortured and murdered.
No, I agree with that.
And Europe.
Absolutely. I'm not talking about scientists here. Actually, I'm talking about politicians. We've gone beyond that point now. This is what I'm worried about. I mean, torture, etc. Unfortunately, well, we are apes. Exactly what you said. So I think that there is a lot to be not to blame Grandpa for that, but because we can always get better.
Grandpa was a wild man.
But we have to improve a lot on that side before we can claim that we are a mature civilization.
When you just because you mentioned the magic, when you look out there, perhaps it's not a scientific question, but
you don't have to be scientific all the time.
Yeah, well, you said magic, so there's a magic to magic that is in part scientific and in part, I don't know, whatever fills us with awe as humans when we look up at the stars. Do you think the universe is full of life or not? When you're sitting, drinking some wine, looking up at the stars and wondering as a human, do you think we're alone, or do you think life is everywhere?
I am going to make such an unmagical response to that. My response is, that's the scientific response, that if we are alone, then the universe is a statistical absurdity.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in my mind, and that is an unscientific response as well, but I have no doubt in my mind that the universe is teeming with life.
What if it keeps dying?
This is what life does.
But
fortunately.
So that extinction is as a process, as a part of the process of life. Extinction seems to be a fundamental, both negative and positive component. So what if all the complex life out there just keeps dying and not making way for, like, we're actually a statistical anomaly in us being able to survive that L in the Drake equation, being able to survive long enough to form complex organisms of the kind like mammals are. things with brains, things that are able to harness.
L is not about that. L is about how long a civilization is capable of being detectable, which means that rich technologies and being detectable.
Okay, so there's a more nuanced things to L, because you can have intelligent civilizations that are not very detectable.
Yeah, we had civilization for thousands of years. We started to be detectable 150 years ago. So it's about technology that we can actually capture from space. You become visible to your neighbors. And this is all about the Fermi paradox, right? It takes time. Obviously, if we're taking, again, ourselves as a model, but this is the only one we have, to get to the point where we become detectable. But look at the age of the universe. Even if life as we understand it, not saying even as we know it, but as we can understand it, started 10 billion years ago. And it takes 4 billion years to get to the point where it becomes detectable. That means that the first planet where those civilizations starting to be detectable when we were still cyanobacteria in ponds. So they were, throwing messages and that were passing above our heads at that point. And those civilizations, when you look at them now, close to 10 billion years after the start. So their sun would be dead. Okay. In the best case scenario, they move somewhere else. And what that means is that civilizations are going to rise, die, or move and transform themselves. We can see ourselves changing. We know that humans are still changing as a species. The human being in 1,000 or even 500 years from now might not be looking a lot like we are doing right now. Who knows where we will be? We might be migrating into our planetary system. We might be migrating somewhere else.
Well, you said migrating, but it seems when you look at life, it doesn't necessarily migrate, it expands. So it's not or place A or place B. It's place A and place B.
It could be. It could be. We are talking about the human civilization here. So there are different factors. If you are a cyanobacteria or any type of even a mammal that doesn't have the technology to escape the planet we were born on, then it's plan A. It's right there. Whatever happens to your planet, you are tied to it. You cannot escape it. For humans, it's a little different. Yeah, it's A and B, or whatever. We can. So we have to expect that a number of the civilization, extraterrestrial civilization that might be technologically advanced, a number of them will have disappeared because they run the course of their evolution, or because their sun run out of fuel and they didn't have a way to escape, or they were wiped out by any kind of event, and then there will be those that survive.
Everything I've seen from life, it seems obvious that there's life everywhere out there. In fact, maybe I don't understand the jump from bacteria enough, but it seems obvious that there's intelligent civilizations out there. Now, I don't know how to define intelligence, but there's beautiful complexity. Like when you look at I've looked at enough cellular automata, which is a very primitive mathematical construction that when you run, complexity emerges. I've looked at that enough to know that it just seems like there's complexity everywhere out there. So that's why I'm deeply puzzled by the Fermi paradox. It makes no sense to me. I have trivial answers to it. Why have aliens at scale not shown up? I think the two possible options for me is either we're too dumb to see it. They're already here. They've been talking to us through processes we just don't understand. Like what we experience as life here on Earth is actually they're everywhere. Aliens could be consciousness. That when we feel love for one another, that could be aliens. When we, or feel fear or whatever, that could be aliens.
I have to agree with you. None of this is scientifically provable. Right now, we talked a little bit already about that. But I would say that do not adhere to the Fermi paradox because it's very anthropomorphic. It's, it's an interesting exercise, let's put it that way. But it's a typical example of seeing the universe through our own eyes. And this is what the limitation is. Understanding what's going on with complexity, as you said, and looking at the biophysical model and theories for the nature of life. I would agree that probably this extraterrestrial message is all around us. We're not yet capable of picking it up.
But I think, unfortunately, even though that makes me sad, the way to pick it up is by studying life here on Earth, doing some of the science you're doing, better understand the nature of life until you realize, holy crap, the thing I was looking for all along has been here all along. Right?
Well, a good example of that, and it doesn't need to be an extraterrestrial civilization. Look at something that I really, whether or not it's real, I don't care, because in terms of intellectual exercise, I think it's fantastic. Look at the shadow biosphere. The idea that life didn't appear only once on Earth, but there were many different pathways of it. And today we know when we study the tree of life that led to us, from Luca to us. And the shadow biosphere is telling us that there are other pathways that came up at the time where life originated, but they are so different that we cannot recognize them as being living. And we cannot pick them up in our tests because our tests are being built to recognize life as we know it. And for me, again, I don't know if this theory will be verified or it would be discredited. But what I like about it is that it forces me to think on how do I look for life? I don't know. So that starts here on our planet, not even with little green men. It starts with very simple life that can be so different that it might be just right in front of our nose and we don't see it.
So that probably starts with the scientific humility of
always
realizing that we might be too biased in our understanding of what is the phenomena we're trying to study.
Yeah, I don't like the term bias because it involves some moral connotation that,
Sure.
but I understand the bias in terms of scientific pathway, intellectual framework, definitely.
What do you think about the UFO sightings? So the widespread experiences that people have in seeing different phenomena that that are mysterious, that people project ideas about whether it's aliens or not, but they can't explain it, and there's pictures and data, and the government is involved in releasing footage and all that kind of stuff, and that seems to captivate the public.
It always do. I mean, there are a number of things that captivate people, especially children, actually, dinosaurs and aliens.
Still a child.
Yeah, we are also child at heart. And so about UFOs, I am a scientist and I'm a citizen. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things. First, I don't mind talking about that at all, because I think as a scientist, this is extremely interesting, because the thing I don't know, I want to learn about it. This is more knowledge. So we all know the statistics about UFOs. 95% of them are just natural phenomenon or things that are being misinterpreted. We know that. Then you have the 2% that might be secret programs by whatever government it's out there. Another percent, say, is about natural phenomenon that we don't know about yet, that we cannot explain. And then there is this tiny percentage that don't fall into all these categories of thing. And I think that the report about the UAPs falls into the same kind of scheme, except that now they have at least some patterns of speed of other things that were in the report. Today, we don't know if these sightings are part of military program or actual UFOs. I always run into that question because, of course, as the director of the Carl Sagan Center at the SETI Institute, I received a number of emails about the subject. People are actually confused about what the SETI Institute is. We are not studying UFOs. We are actually looking for messages. The way I put it, usually is that we are studying extraterrestrial in their natural habitat.
Yes.
And the UFO people are trying to understand whether they invaded our aerial space.
Yes.
So this is two very different things. And unfortunately, over the years, I actually respect very much people who are trying to go to the bottom of what UFO are, following some very scientific ways of doing this. There are very, very credible agencies doing this. Unfortunately, there is a folklore around UFOs. And this has been a huge disservice to the scientific community. And this is why you have been having that much pushback for a long time by the scientific community, because no congressman in the world wants to tell their taxpayer that they are supporting something that's looking for flying saucers. And, when you see what's happening, it's terrifying. And I am actually concerned, about that relationship that people do between folklore and real search for extraterrestrial intelligence. In fact, it's been so bad that until today, there is no government agency that is actually funding the SETI search. It is a private funded endeavor. What NASA funds right now, which is a progress, is a search for technosignature, which means that when you are looking at the atmosphere of a planet, you look for some disequilibrium that could tell you that something is there. But it's not going to fund an institute or whatnot that is looking for messages or other things like that.
Does that just have to do with the taboo associated with the folklore, as you said?
Yes. And I think there was a pushback from the political arena decades ago about that. At the time where all the flying saucers were coming out, and then the SETI Institute got it started. So, but now there is more of a willingness to look at the UFO phenomenon from a scientific standpoint. So much so that the government is actually seeking some help from scientific institution, and there are programs to start looking into those phenomena. And as a scientist, I am interested. What I'm not interested in, again, Carl Sagan comes back here. I don't want to believe. I want to know. And so to know, you have to have real experiments, you have to have observation, and you have things that are done the right way. I don't want to have somebody that starts with what if as a question and then turns this what if into the only argument and the only conclusion there is. You understand what I'm saying?
But still, I think it's valuable to appreciate the mystery and not deny the mystery. So
no, the mystery is there, but what I don't want is people taking advantage of the public and making money out of folklore.
Well, let me flip that. I understand. But so there's a folklore in like the stuff I do, AI and robotics, for example. There's a clear fear, Terminator and movies and all those kind of stuff. You could say that I'm very concerned about this miscalibrated understanding of the public of what robots' role are in society. Or you could see it as let's use a metaphor of a wave. You can say this giant wave that we'll call folklore is a really bad idea. We need to avoid it. We need to hide. We need to build dams. Or you could be a surfer and ride the wave as a scientist. To me, the fact that people are wondering about the mystery of UFOs, it means they're wondering.
No, they are. But the thing, I will stop surfing that wave when it comes back to bite an entire scientific discipline.
When it hurts the science, sure.
For now, the past 60 years, we were not able to raise money from the government, no grants. It's a discipline that has no postdoc or very little postdoc, just because there is a fear of that folklore on the political arena. People don't want to be associated with that because they confuse the two. So I stopped there. And as the director of the Carl Sagan Center, I am just very happy to see now that there is a course correction in the government seeking scientific investigators for this kind of issues, and hopefully that will right the ship there.
I love it. I love to see it, but I love our little disagreements. I'm doing so obviously respectfully and with love, and it's just, it makes it for a fun conversation. But I think, just like with surfing a wave, there's some level of, the more you resist it, the worse it is. So
We didn't resist it.
Yes,
It didn't come from us, and we paid the price.
I just think that the role of a scientist, in part, in the 21st century, and we talk about social media, is to direct this sense of wonder that people have into a direction of the rigors of science.
I think we do that pretty well.
I would disagree.
I don't think so.
SETI does much better, but there's other places in science where
The Search for Life is a fairly easy place to, draw the wonder of people.
yes,
Because
yes, 100%.
It's a profound question that pretty much everybody has.
But I think I just want to highlight the fact that I think a lot of scientists, my colleagues, friends, think that all you need to do is science. All you need to do is the scientific process, the peer review process, the data, and so on. But I think communication is actually a fundamental part of the process. Because it has to do with funding, but also has to do with, like, we're a bunch of humans trying to ask big questions, trying to figure this whole puzzle out. And
I totally
curiosity
agree.
is
We do have more public presentation at the Institute than peer-reviewed articles. And believe me, we have lots of peer-reviewed articles. So our scientists are out there, and they are sharing the wonder of discoveries. And it's so easy these days. I mean, there is not one day. Tell me about writing a book right now about the search for life in the universe. I mean, it's almost every single day I had to correct something in the chapters I was writing.
So SETI, in terms of both signatures and signals, is a pretty active field.
So it's getting better right now. It's getting better. But remember that the SETI Institute is not only about the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This is the root of the historical root of the Institute. But it's about 10% of what we do. In fact, we are searching for life in the universe from the origins of life to extraterrestrial intelligence. So 90% of everything else is exoplanet. For instance, we have a good chunk of the Kepler team that is actually with the SETI Institute, and they are working with tests right now. Some already have some time on the James Webb. We have astrobiologists, we have astronomers.
And those are looking for data, for signals, for planets out there inside of our solar system.
Go to analog places to try and understand the type of life that survive in planetary type environments. I mean, people are always surprised when I tell them, whatever flies in the solar system has flown or will be flying, we're involved. So this is not something that pops in everybody's mind when they are thinking about the SETI Institute, because we started off as the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But the Institute has really bloomed into the search for life along the Drake equation, all the terms of the Drake equation.
Just to clarify, because, by the way, you're saying a bunch of terms sometimes. It's good to return to the basics. When you're saying whatever's flown, SETI is a part of the things that have flown. So we, because we're using we and Lucy, sometimes we say we humans and sometimes we SETI.
Yeah.
So the SETI is really broadly involved in a lot of the fingertips reaching out there for the stars.
Think about Mars, involved in landing site selection, in instruments that are actually on board some of the mission in science teams, for instance. Cassini, New Horizon, also missions that will be coming. It's the search for life. We do this all across the Drake equation. So SETI is part of it, and it's our root, and it's expanding a little bit right now. We hope it will continue to expand. So this is a good time for the Institute. And it also, in my mind, was the very first astrobiology institute, because we have this multidisciplinary approach where I can bring many of the scientists from different domains and disciplines to think about a question. And as you know, discoveries happen at the nexus of disciplines. And it's really a privilege when you're in an institute like that.
You've dived in volcanic lakes at high altitudes to study the creatures within. Can you tell me the technical, the fun, the human story of that effort?
The image that is associated with the scientist is the person with the white coat in the lab. In fact, a number of us at the Institute are athletes doing what would be considered extreme stuff. And not, I mean, it's fun. It's a little dangerous too, but it's to get data and more knowledge. So there are so many stories. I don't even know.
What was the first time you did a dangerous thing with a volcano?
Oh, so the first one associated to the search for life understanding was in 2002, where I started climbing those high volcanoes in the Andes that are 20,000 footers. The view out there is just beautiful.
You got. You're so hilarious at spending almost no time on some epic things. I love this. Okay, what the volcano? Okay, how tall are these volcanoes? What are you doing with a volcano? What's required to prepare for that? What does a mission like that look like? I mean, I mean that is true that this is science embodied. It's like athletics and it's science, and you're studying the extreme conditions of life on Earth, extreme beauty of life on Earth in those conditions. So what are we talking about with this volcano? How big is it?
Remember when we were talking about how do I understand how I search for life on Mars? This is how it started for me. And then I looked at the environment in my head, started going through the environments on Earth that would be good analysis. And then you only have a few. And the Andes, in that case, are some of the best in the world just because of the aridity of the place. And the higher you go, the least atmosphere you have, more UV radiation you have. And the Andes are volcanic, hydrothermal, plus you have the climate change that's coming, you have evaporation. It's a picture of Mars 3.5 billion years ago. And so now you are actually entering a time machine, basically. So remember, I'm a diver. And the first time I got in 2002 to the places we wanted to explore, all of a sudden I was standing at 14,000 feet looking at 20,000 feet and saying, okay, well, I need to get up there.
Are you scared?
No, because we are prepared. And the only thing I didn't know is if I was going to be able to make it to the top, because now you're dealing with high altitude. You can deal with high altitude sickness. You can deal with a number of things. And for God's sake, these are volcanoes and they are dormant. They are not extinct. That can bite us a couple of times.
What was your preparation for that kind of thing? I mean,
there is a lot of hiking and trekking at high altitude around here, but not so high because we don't have anything closer to those elevations around here in the US. But in volcanic environment, climbing volcanoes here, we have plenty of those. Diving as well. I am a free diver, so this is where it's going to be hilarious because I started with a completely irrational fear of pressurized vessels that comes from an incident in my childhood. And so I became a free diver to avoid having to carry oxygen tanks on my back.
Free diving is diving without
anything, just your lungs, right?
That started from childhood.
Yeah, no, it was to the point where when I saw a pressurized vessel like a methane tanks or anything, I would be, going around and put a lot of distance between me and that tank. So I was not going to carry any oxygen tank. And the first time I actually dived at the summit of that lake was free diving. People look at me like I'm nuts. Well, maybe I am a little bit.
People that work with you as well. I mean, that kind of seems kind of nuts.
No, it's
a risk.
Actually, it's a lot of less of a risk than getting with conventional air, and I can explain that. But ultimately, what decided me to certify scuba and go over my fear was that as a scientist, I needed more time at the bottom of the lake to sample, rationally, take my time to think. And I can stay quite long enough as a freediver underwater. But the last thing you want to do at 20,000 feet is to come up at the surface with empty lungs, because there is not much you can breathe out there to replenish your oxygen. So definitely your time in the water is cut short, just for safety. And I realized that it was not a good trade-off for me at some point. So I certified scuba, and after 3 years of exploring that lake, free diving, we finally came up with a full scuba diving expedition. But we were diving with rebreathers, which means that we dived with pure oxygen. So rebreathers give you a bag with stuff that looks like cantilevers in it, which is basically to absorb the CO2 that you are expelling when you're breathing, and they're recycling oxygen this way. So basically you are rebreathing your own respiration.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long can you do that? So what's interesting about that technology?
So it is very interesting because then that completely avoids the potential issues you may have with the binds. When you are diving, the risk of bubbles trapped in your lungs because of different pressures and different gases.
Oh, so there's a complexity to the flow of oxygen underwater.
When you are breathing regular air, when you are scuba diving here, you know that you have to do some different, when you're coming back, when you're diving deep and you have conventional air, then you need to stop so that you can equalize the gases in your lungs. If you come back too fast, then you can have air bubbles stuck, and then you can risk the binds, which you can risk to be paralyzed, you can risk a number of nasty issues. And we wanted absolutely to avoid that. So diving with pure oxygen avoids this completely. And it has another benefit at high altitude is that, well, the greater risk when you're at high altitude is altitude sickness. What is altitude sickness? Is just you not having enough oxygen in your blood. So this was a good benefit. It was a good trade-off. We were lucky enough to be also trained by the military. So we came up with not the civilian rebreather, which is the big thing on the back that you carry on your back. We actually were given Navy SEALs commando rebreathers.
You worked with Navy SEALs for this?
The director of military operations. Yes, we were trained. We were trained like astronauts for 3 months. I spent more time. I had a joke that if somebody wanted to reach me, they better put a phone line at the bottom of the swimming pool, because this is where I was. So we trained, and the manual about the safety was about that thick. So it was a real operation. That was 3 years into it, because when you are free diving in the years prior, there is no risk. You don't have any other gas in your lung than what you are breathing. The only risk is come short of air, and then you are in trouble, which happened to me one time, seriously. So
tell me about that time. I got to ask you about free diving before we return to the rebreathers.
Well, all these lakes at high altitude, they are cold. They are the minimum temperature that you can have on bodies of water, clear bodies of water, which is 4 degrees C. It's very, very cold. And so
it's like an ice bath.
Somewhat, yeah. So you cannot just dive with a wetsuit. So the idea was to take a dry suit, and I learned how to free dive with a dry suit, which is really the worst thing you can do.
What's a wetsuit? What's a dry suit?
So a dry suit, a wetsuit is usually what you use in the ocean when it's not too cold. You can use also a dry suit, but the wetsuit basically is going to keep you warm, because water is getting into the suit, and at the contact of your skin is getting body temperature. And so for a while you can, dive like that. And in the ocean here, that's fine. That's fine. The dry suit is the opposite. It's completely closed, which means that you don't have any contact with the water outside, and you keep your warmth through your body temperature and even clothing that you can put into it. So these dry suits, they are used by divers who go really deep in very cold water and need to stay a long time underwater.
So what's the bad part?
The bad part is that when you have those dry suits, you have a lot of air that can be trapped in it. Usually we do what we call burping the suit. It's not very pleasant expression, but you get in the water, and as soon as you get in the water, you can see the air pockets all over the place, right? So you burp the suit, you open the valve, and the air comes out. Once you have done that, then you look with your lead belt, and you know when you're ready to go down. And so what happened that day is that I actually did burp the suit, but didn't realize I burped it completely. And so I went down, and immediately I felt an air pocket going to my legs. So basically air was trapped in the suit and went on my legs as I was diving like that. And so I didn't pay too much attention to that.
Because you're diving down?
Yeah, I was diving down. And so didn't pay too much attention about that as I was, busy, just an awkward position. But then I wanted to turn and go up. Well, no can do. I was just like a buoy. And I was like that. So the first time I say, okay, I try the second time and the third time. And by the fourth time, I kind of realized I was in trouble. And the fifth time I say, okay, now you better give it your best try. Otherwise, it's going to be big trouble.
This is free diving?
I was free diving.
And then you can't.
And I cannot.
What were you feeling? I mean, is there panic?
No, there is no panic because you can't. You cannot afford to be panicking. In fact, you are always thinking, because there is training. This is the best part about training. Your training allows you that space to keep you cool and composed, which you need to be in that kind of situation. And so finally, after the fifth time, I was able to rectify the position and get myself up. But when I got up, my lungs were empty. I had been in the water for quite some time. And I knew what was going to happen. So I decided to just be the plank, not move and don't do anything, just open my mouth and try to suck oxygen. But obviously oxygen at 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet, there is not that much. It's about a little, it's a 48% of what you breathe at sea level. So although it was noon at that time, the sky stayed pretty dark and starry for
So
about a
just
meter or
stars
two.
everywhere?
Oh my God, yes. The funny thing was,
And that's the first time you experienced that kind of. I mean, can you possibly train for that? Like, can you also pass out?
oh, you could. I mean, the fact that I was already seeing dark was a real sign that my brain was starved of oxygen. And I had one of my friends or colleagues on the shore just telling me, because I'd been under for a little while, and saying, "Is everything okay?" And I remember trying to say something, and I was just like, that's, I think, the best lie I ever. I get the thumbs up.
You were lying to the friend and maybe to yourself?
No, because I knew I was going to be okay, but it took me to be still for a few minutes.
Well, can you talk about free diving? I mean, what's the technical skill involved here? It just seems exceptionally difficult. Like for most people that swim, you go underwater, it's hard. So what's the skill there?
I think you probably can get good or better at free diving by training. So you have different techniques. You can train in swimming pool, and you can say, frankly, for me, I go at the bottom of the swimming pool and I sit there, and then you have relaxation techniques. Some people meditate. I can't. I am not a good person that can meditate, or if I do, I don't know about it. But my way of doing things and taking my mind off the situation I'm in is by singing in my head. I love music or hearing music. And in fact, knowing the kind of song I'm singing, I know about the length of time that I'm staying underwater as well. So this is how, so this is my own way. People have different ways.
What kind of music are we talking about?
All sorts of music. Can be classical, can be pop music, just songs. When you really know that you are relaxed. And something I experienced actually at 20,000 feet, which was the greatest experience of my life in those terms, is when you forget that you have water around you. At that point, you cannot tell whether you are the water or water is you. There is actually no separation anymore. And I felt that when I was training in the swimming pool. I never could have imagined that I would feel that way once on top of that volcano. And it happened. And it was absolutely amazing. It was, we were talking about how life consciousness permeates the universe. At that point in time, on that volcano, that day, it took me by surprise. I was not expecting it. Everything around me, the lake was Arctic blue, with all the ray of the suns. You could tell them apart, every single one of them. I was surrounded by golden darts. And it was the most incredible experience. And I don't know if it's that kind of environment that led me to just, go into whatever state of meditation or whatnot. But all of a sudden, there was no separation anymore between me, the water, the volcano. And if I came with questions, they didn't matter anymore, because for that fraction of a second, it seemed that I had all the answers in the universe.
Was it the connectedness with everything?
You can call it that way. I still don't know what it means, literally. But it is that moment where you feel that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter anymore. It was absolute peace, absolute understanding, and it was incredible. It was an absolute awareness.
Could you describe it as beautiful?
I would go beyond that. I think that there is clearly in my mind today no words that can express how perfect this was.
Does that start to speak to why you love diving? Or is there something special about that place, diving at such elevations and volcanoes?
I started diving pretty much. This is the first thing I did when I was near water. In fact, there is a very fun little incident with my parents, me being on the shore of a lake on vacation. I was 3 years old, maybe. And I had these little lifesavers in my little brain. I still can remember today saying, well, nothing bad can happen to me. I cannot drown if I go underwater. See, that's the logic of a 3-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of works. I mean, that's
pretty
brilliant.
So I removed the lifesavers that I had, and I just went in the water. My mom said before she could do anything, I was under. And it was like a natural thing. And for me, I felt immediately at home. And as little as I was, completely. And it goes beyond that. This sense of connectedness or oneness or whatever, I always felt good and underwater. So it doesn't matter really if it's 20,000 feet. The thing that's mattering at that point is that you need to get there. So you need to get with all the gears, with your hiking, trekking equipment, high mountaineering gears. And when you get on top of that, you have to remove all that and don a suit.
Is there something you can speak to the challenging aspects of that process? Or is it just like this rigorous process that's well designed that you have to go through and you don't think
We are human. This is where most of the risk is, because you can be well prepared, but for one reason or another, you get sick, and you can get sick not only because of high altitude sickness. It can be a number of things. Or you can be tired, or you can catch cold. And then, of course, you have the mountain itself. We had a magnitude 7.8 earthquake hitting one day when we were 50 meters away from the summit.
So you can't obviously plan for that.
No, you can't. And that's the acts of God. Working with NASA, although I am the director of the Study Institute, my grants are coming from NASA, so I'm a NASA contractor. And every time we go to those environments, we have to go through the rigorous process of training with NASA and checking all the boxes for safety. So they are training and training and training us, and I have to thank them, because a lot of those trainings are the things that are in your brain when these kind of things happen. You know how to react, and you are not freaking out. But in all of the things they are training us for, you have the green risk, the yellow risk, and the red risk. So the green risks are basically the don't be stupid and don't do the kind of thing you wouldn't be doing at home, like it's jumping, on rocks that are not stable. You can tweak your ankle, And then you have other risks like high altitude sickness. How you prepare for that, how you recognize that. These are the yellow risks. And then the red risks. The red risks are what they call the acts of gods, the kind of thing that they can happen. There is nothing you can do about it, and then you accept that when you do that. So those are volcanic eruptions when you're in this kind of environment, earthquakes, and everything and avalanches, for instance.
So you're in this giant mountain and it's shaking.
No, it's not shaking. That's the interesting part of it. There was a whole background of things that happened that day when we started off. But we got to 50 meters from the summit. And I have part of my logistics team that is at the foot of the mountain. And being so close to the summit, we have to go under an overhang of lava. So it's just like we are just under this big vault of lava. And it's actually beautiful. If you want something beautiful, it's the Altiplano seen from 20,000 feet. It's just absolutely stunning.
What's the colors? What are we looking at?
The colors are that of early Earth, which means primordial Earth. It's ochres, yellows, oranges, browns, with a dark blue sky. And so you are just, it's a time machine. You're just out there and you're climbing 42-degree slopes. So all of a sudden, I'm right next behind the guide, and the guide has been with us, his family, we've been together for 10 years, and he's starting to do that. I don't discuss. When Macario do that, I listen, and I ask the team to do the same thing, where maybe half a dozen. And then I went to talk to him and say, what's going on? He's on the radio. And then he gives me the radio. I'm talking to my logistic chief officer, who's at the bottom, and he said, we're having a tremendous earthquake. He was saying that actually the ground was waving. It was so bad. And he was freaking out because he said, everything is avalanching. And I'm very puzzled because we are in a very dangerous part of the volcano. Nothing's happening. I turned around, and then this is when I realized there is dust absolutely everywhere. Everything that I saw 2 minutes before, it's gone, just disappear into a wall of dust. But nothing's happening where we are. And our friends down, they were freaking out because they were seeing everything avalanching, and especially the other side of the mountain where was avalanching.
So they have no visuals.
They have no visual. They thought that we were caught in the avalanching. So I said no, but so at that point I said,
they thought you were screwed.
Yeah, and I said, okay, so if this is what's happening, then I'm taking everybody to the summit, because we have a very large crater that will take care of avalanching, will be safe, and I'm waiting for the aftershock, because this is what you do, when you have earthquakes. So here we go, taking everybody in the crater, and now you have half a dozen scientists in the crater with the crater lake, and this is why we came for. So we just had a 7.8 earthquake, and what do you think they do? Well, of course, they do the science they came to do. So the only thing is that I couldn't, because my radio was only working when I was on the rim of the crater. But I had a little assistant with me, a young Bolivian teenager. He had been shadowing me for 3 weeks, so he knew exactly what to do. And he said, Natalie, don't no problem. Give me your bags. I'll do the sampling for you. So I was monitoring the situation, and
You scared?
I wasn't at that point. And there was another moment. My friend downstairs, I could,
At the foot.
at the foot, yeah, we've known each other. As I said, we're family. This team is family. We've known each other. I am the godmother as kids, so we are close. And I could feel for the first time in my life that he actually was scared. And he was calling me every 30 seconds, telling me stuff. I said, you have to stop this now. Just call me to give me information that is useful for me to make decisions. And so I say, okay, what's going on? He tells me, there is still avalanching, etc. And then a few minutes later, he calls me and say, I think that Lascar is erupting. So now I have to tell you, we are on a volcano. The next volcano, we share a slope with it. It's a little lower, but that's the most temperamental volcano of the entire chain. And this one has a history of eruption. And then my friend is telling me that the volcano seems to be starting to erupt. If that volcano goes off, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention. So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that what that meant. I went cold for like a fraction of a second, but that meant that just my adrenaline started to kick in. And it was a very, very strange experience because now you have tunnel vision. It's about survival. And I say, okay, now you are going to tell me what I need to know, tell me, what do you see? I say, I see smoke. What kind of smoke? You say, it's white. I say, no big deal. That's water vapor. Okay, where is going? It's going to Argentina. That was the opposite direction of where we are. I said, okay, I'm staying where I am because right now there is no danger. And there is still the issue of the aftershock. I didn't want to have the team caught in the central gully of the volcano with an avalanche coming at us. So stayed there. And he called me after that and said, well, it's still going to Argentina. Fine, okay. And then a little later, he calls me and say, Natalie, things are changing here. I say, okay, what's going on? They say, well, the cloud is a little yellow. And I was thinking myself,
What does it mean when it's yellow?
sulfur. And then when you have sulfur mixed with the water vapor or the water in your lungs, this turns into sulfuric acid. Then you're really screwed. And I say, okay, where?
Thank you for the information.
Where is the cloud going? He said, the wind is shifting. It's coming your direction. So yeah, that was a day like that. And I am talking to him on the radio, and I'm turning around. And as I turn around, I see the cloud starting to pop on the opposite side of the rim. So at that time, we had no choice anymore because now you have to figure out what's going to kill you first. And so there was the risk or the potential of an avalanche. But at least you can see the rocks. The gas is going to kill you before you can see it. So I called everybody back. We got our stuff. I didn't give too much detail, but I said it's time to go downhill and fast. So, which we did. We stopped only when we were at mid-camp. And then at that point, we saw the cloud just completely covering the summit where we were. So we did well to bail out. But that was 500 meter higher than we were, so we were safe. I was just making sure that you would not go down the slope where we were safe. So we stayed and just rested for a little while. And after that, we descended, and it was all on adrenaline. I can tell you what, I had two on my crew with headaches. One of them was because of the altitude. We climbed really fast. The other one was because of the cloud. She was the closest to the cloud when it happened. So we descended fast.
Wow, that was close.
And that was close. And it's interesting how the human body and mind works, because I know that from the moment my friend told me that the volcano seemed to be erupting, I was going on adrenaline. But when we got close to them and I saw him. We were getting close to the cars. I saw him coming towards me. And the slope, all of a sudden, all the adrenaline went away. I was a mess. I had to find the first rock and sit down. It was gone. I mean,
Fascinating. So you just basically physically and mentally collapsed once you saw.
absolutely.
So
There was
interesting.
nothing left of me. I got in the car and I felt in the car as we were heading back towards camp, I could have passed out. I really fought back, and I'm not the kind of passing out really, easy. But there was nothing. I had no energy, no nothing. It's fabulous how you react and how this is embedded in your brain from eons of evolution, of reaction to a dangerous situation, basically.
The drive to survive.
Yeah, something like that.
You just told us one heck of a story, and as you said, such story comes along with many of the diving expeditions that you do. But on the science side, what is that world that simulates, that travels back in time into the Martian landscape? What does the science reveal?
So the science reveals that life is resilient. When I started that project, I told my husband, I said, this is going to be very fast. We are going in such nasty environment that we're not going to find anything. And, we'll back home fairly soon. So 20 years later, we are still studying those environments.
That was your gut feeling, like not much could possibly survive in those
Well,
conditions.
the UV environment is so nasty. But there you find the same microorganism that made the very first fossils on Earth 3.5 billion years ago. And they keep surviving. They developed an adaptation, Swiss Army knife, if you prefer. And so you learn about that. You learn about what they are, how they adapt through times and through environmental changes, which is really important. What are their signatures? We learn to recognize them. We learn what kind of instrument we need, what kind of signature, whether it's chemical or morphological or whatnot. So basically, we learn how to explore. But I would say that to me, and this is a realization, interestingly enough, that came 3 years into the project, I really woke up literally one morning saying, we have been coming here for 3 years now, trying to understand how to search for life on Mars. But what this place is showing us is what's happening right here, right now on our own planet. And by exploring those extreme environments, we are also reaching to places not too many people go. And so we're learning more about our own biospheres and the diversity of our own life here on Earth. So these are the two main things, that I would say.
What kind of life survives up there?
On top of those volcanoes, it's about bacteria, mostly.
Is there something specific about that bacteria that's able to be so rugged?
Yes, they have adapted to very high UV radiation. And it's not only because they are at high altitude, it's because early Earth didn't have an ozone layer. So when the ancestors of those bacteria originated, they have to survive a world where you had lots of short UV coming down at the surface, and also lots of hydrothermal environment, volcanoes and hot water, lots of salt, and you see all these toolbox still embedded in those microorganisms today, 4 billion years later. It's just amazing. And depending on the environment, they are going to switch some of these defenses adaptation on or off. The UV situation there is so nasty that here you have bacteria like that, cyanobacteria. You find them everywhere. It's really something you find all over the place. But if you find them here in California, they will turn their protection against UV during the day in summer, and they will switch it off at the end of the day. There in the Andes, it's so nasty that thing stays on all the time. But if you take samples and bring them back here and start to culture them, like we did on top of a building, live in them, you will see the second generation of this organism. They are starting to switch on and off again. So they're extremely adaptable, extremely rugged, and that's why they are still here. And probably that's why we're here, because life found its way.
So is there some degree to which the harshness of the conditions enables the flourishing of life versus shuts it down?
Well, it will shut down those that cannot survive. Obviously, this is a statement that's Captain Obvious right there, but it's also the survival of the fittest. And this is what evolution is, right? So they are here because they were the most adaptable. And so evolution is going to show the path of the fittest. The one that cannot resist, they might have a good time for a little while, but then, we've seen this at much different scale. And with complex life, not so long ago, 100,000 years ago, Neanderthal was side by side by Homo sapiens. But Neanderthal was completely adapted to a cold earth, to a glacial earth of the end of the Pleistocene. And when conditions changed, it couldn't last.
You think, there's still some mysteries around that, right? Like
There is.
exactly what were the harshness of the conditions? I'm still really suspicious. What did Homo sapiens do?
No.
I really want to know.
No.
Some shady stuff that happened.
Shady stuff happened. They met, they bred together, they fought against each other. What humans do. You had to expect that. But the thing is that Neanderthal was completely adapted for a very long time to live at the edge of those glaciers. They were probably in a weakened situation when Homo sapiens came and started to spread. So basically, this is what life does. It adapts, and if it cannot adapt anymore, it disappears, and something else takes over.
You hold the women's world record for diving at altitudes, both scuba and free diving. So I have to ask, can you describe the details of those records?
I never looked. For those, I'm not after records at all. In fact, I didn't know I had broken those records when that happened. We did that as part of our expedition, our scientific expedition.
So it's basically sport in the name of science versus...
No, it's science in the name of science, and it's just a very physical thing that you have to do. So we train ourselves like athletes.
Yeah.
But
to get the job done.
To get the job done.
You're holding your breath underwater for a very long time, like with free diving. What are we talking about? Do you think in terms of time? Is there like layers where through training you're in a good place? Like I'm sure you take time off and you get rusty, right?
Yes, I have not been diving in a while, so probably I need to go back to the drawing board and the bottom of the swimming pool. But having training from the past, I think it will pick up much more faster.
Yes.
Than. Basically, I would never at those altitudes. I would never go over 3 minutes. That would be suicidal.
So the altitude is much tougher than the pool back at ground level.
It is, but
it's
not.
Because when you come up and you have to get
that's not the going in the water. When I'm underwater, I'm fine. And if I wanted, I could stay longer, but it wouldn't be very wise.
You've written about the history of life on Mars. Like you said, you've kind of exploring that by looking at the lakes here. Do you think there's been life on Mars? Do you think there is life on Mars?
Right. So when you're looking at the environment of Mars early on, it's fairly similar to that of early Earth. Never was exactly the same because Mars was always far from the sun than the Earth, right? So it was always a little cooler. But you have to imagine maybe the Arctic during the summer. That would be early Mars with a lot going on for it in terms of environment, very favorable to even life as we know it. So we don't know how fast life happened on Earth. There are signs right now showing that it might have actually originated only 200 million years after the crust cooled down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, This still has to be verified, but that's the closest. And these are indirect evidence, like carbon left by the activity of life, not life itself. And there is a twist in the story for Mars, is that it seems that Mars came together as a planet faster than the Earth and had water earlier than the Earth. So it may be that Mars was habitable and might have seen the beginning of life earlier than the Earth. So all of this is speculation. Obviously, we haven't found any evidence or solid evidence yet. I would say unambiguous evidence, but unambiguous evidence of life is going to be something interesting to prove, because we don't know what life is, remember. So I always joke that the only way we would know that there is life on Mars if there was a rabbit jumping in front of the rover. But we might be gathering. We have what we call a ladder of life detection, which is that you have a series of rungs that you need to go through that actually are not proving you that you discovered life, but are making the possibility that what you discovered was made only by the environment more and more improbable. So we are trying to prove the contrary, right? So this is what we have right now. And as far as I'm concerned, considering all the unknowns we have, I think there was as much chance that life originated on Mars that it did on Earth. And if it was at the surface, then it got in trouble after 500 million years because of the disappearance of the magnetosphere, the loss of the magnetosphere in the atmosphere. But as we know, life doesn't only stay in one place. As soon as it's out there, it's going to adapt, it's going to give itself more chance to survive. And that to me means that if life appeared, I would say it's still there and probably underground where it can be, in an environment that's more stable. So I don't know how stability is good or not. It might not be so good, but they might be in a different type of metabolism through dormancy, waiting for different climate cycles. And there is the fact that Mars changes a lot faster than the Earth, and climate changes are a lot stronger in magnitude. So there might be a place on Mars. We know that there is a place on Mars deeper in the subsurface where temperature and pressure are good for liquid water to stay there. So these would be good places for a stable habitat over time, no matter what happens at the surface. But if life is also caught between that deep zone and the surface, there is an active layer. There is a lot of ice in the subsurface of Mars. And when the climate changes, when the obliquity goes beyond 30 degrees, then at that point, you will have some activation of that zone. You have thawing of the ice. So all this region is reactivated, and maybe that's a way where you have pathways for life to move from the deep zone to closer to the surface. This is why I'm one of those scientists who thinks that life might not be so far from the surface than we think.
So we don't have to dig very far to find it.
We probably won't. And the reason
It's so amazing.
I'm thinking of that just because of this experience as well, of extreme environments. You have to sit and look and listen, basically. The story of my life. If I want to understand where microbes are located on Mars, I have to become the microbe, right? It's a thought experiment. And if I want to understand where ET is, then I have to become ET. So it's a big stretch. But in extreme environment, you sit in the desert for a while and you just, try to understand where the wind's coming from, where the humidity, when it's showing up, and then you start to understand patterns of those things.
What are the useful signals that you need for survival?
You need to know where water is, where the source of energy is going to be drawn from. You need to find shelters, and shelters don't mean that, for instance, you can have a water column of a lake or a river or whatnot, or the ocean. It can be also a very thin layer of dust, or it can be a translucent rock. and you see what we call endoliths. These are the same cyanobacteria, but a different version of them. They live inside the rocks, inside those crystals, because they have the best of life. They are into translucent crystals, so that they receive the light from the sun. They can do the photosynthesis, but there is enough of that crystal so that the nasty UV is being stopped. And they are in their little house. And when you are looking at temperature within those rocks, they tend to make it toastier than the outside temperature. So there is a lot of thing going on. So what I'm saying for Mars is that, yeah, right now you don't have an atmosphere very much, 160 times thinner than the Earth. 6 millibar is really not much, but it's there. But you still have a lot of UV, the short UV, like the nasty one, UVA, UVB, UVC, that can really mess up your DNA and destroy it beyond repair. But as soon as you have a little alcove into a rock or a cliff, I'd be looking at those places, but you have to understand Mars, or any other planet for that matter, at the level that matters for the microbe. And so then
be one with the microbe.
Be one with the microbe, which means that we have lots of orbital data, which is good to understand habitability at the planet level or at the regional level. But we have very little data right now that is very useful to understand habitability at the scale that matters for the microbes at this point in time. So we need to do a better job with that. My idea is to have arrays of environmental stations that could have a lot of benefits. One would be to give us that vision for the microbes. That would be good for astrobiology. And second,
a collection of stations on Mars.
On Mars, yeah.
That give us a good map.
Yeah,
of the planet.
high resolution. We can do that regionally. And on top of that, so that's good for astrobiology, for the search for life on Mars. That's good about how to learn where microbes could be that can be a problem for contamination both ways. So that's good for planetary protection. And since those stations would have communication capabilities on them, that's excellent for human exploration, because now not only you have weather stations all over the place that can tell your astronauts, learn the pattern when it's a good time to go out or not go out, and also help them communicate when they go and do sorties. So there are a number of things you can do that can tell you lots of information.
Let's rewind the clock a little bit. You grew up in Paris. I was just there. Helen McDonald, in her New York Times amazing profile piece of you, writes that your teenage years were troubled. So how did the challenging early years make the human being the scientist that you are today?
Everything. I think that this is what's taking me on top of those big mountains. And the irony is for me to be looking for the origin and nature of life, because I was so close to losing it. But to me, that was a great lesson learned. And that helped me see through the beauty of life. Going on the other side of that, it became really what made me and helped me go through absolutely everything and anything in life. Climb mountains and tell me there is something I want to know. And I am going to give it my best, and I won't give up, and I won't give in. And this is a message that I carried all my life, and I'm so very grateful that I did, because all the things that I would have missed if I hadn't done that. This is something that I wrote in my first book, and part of it is the reason why I wrote it, just because I felt that there were messages in my path. Oftentimes teenagers are troubled. It can be one way or another. Or if it's not a troubled teenage, you have times in your life where you doubt, where, just waving your arm and say, hey, what's the purpose? What's the reason? Why carrying on? And when I see all the things that I'm doing, the dream that I was able to fulfill, what a waste it would have been, you know?
So there was a point in your life where you thought about suicide.
Oh, yeah. And I did more than thinking about it, but I was the lucky one. For some reason, I'm still here. I still don't know why, but I'm still here. And the lesson for me was that never, never again, because you have to give tomorrow a chance. You never can think about tomorrow in the terms of the present. You never know what can happen. You know what is going to happen if you go through what you want to do. Tomorrow is never happening, you know. And I had the other lesson came a few years later, where actually somebody was drowning, and I went after that person. I almost died that day too. Not that I wanted to, but it's just because the conditions were very, very difficult. That person died from there, although we took him out of the water. But I had a lot of difficulty coming out. I came out, but then I thought a lot about that guy. He was in his 30s. And it was like a sort of an echo from a few years before, telling me that person will never have a tomorrow. That person will never be able to fulfill his dream or even have dreams of any kind. And I was here and I was going to give myself the best chance to fulfill all the dreams I wanted to and go after all the questions I wanted to. And this is what gets me going now, you know?
So the advice there is, even if you don't see a why, an answer to the why question, why live today.
Give tomorrow a chance, always.
Do you think about your death today? Do you think about your mortality?
Not really.
You've been so close with it so many times.
Yeah, well, you know, that's part of life. And you know what? If something happens to me while I'm doing the stuff I love, what a way of going. This will happen wherever it catches me. I don't know. I don't care. It will be what it will be. And I had the best of all masters for that. I had my husband. My husband and I were 44 years apart in age. And it was just a pure love story. And he never looked at his age, never thought about himself or defined himself by his age. In fact, he reinvented a life for himself at an age where everybody retires. We met when he was 66. And that was a blessing and a curse, but a blessing, most of it, because we took every single day as if it was the last. So we enjoyed life. And right now, it's not so much, you know, I have to really think of him. He just passed away last August. And for me, it's more like I have to draw from his example on him always telling me, look forward, trust life, be happy, live. You know, today, every single day, I have to remind several times a day of this. It's not easy, but he had the recipe. He never thought about death, because when you start thinking too much about death, that prevents you from living.
Do you miss him?
Oh gosh, we were so close. I think we were, it's more like one spirit in two bodies. We were that close. So missing him doesn't even cut it. I mean, it's the toughest mountain I ever climbed.
What's the role of love in the human condition?
I hope that this is the force that drives the universe. Although, you know, we might be experiencing the other side of it, maybe just to learn how important love is. That might be it, you know. For me, my experience with my husband, where I never had to wake up every single morning ever wondering if I was loved. I had to look in his eyes and in looking back at me to know it, you know. So when you get to that point where you don't question it anymore, I would hope for humanity to reach that point where you can feel the same love for the person that is unknown in the street that you feel for the people you love. I think that at that point we are going to be reaching the maturity of that civilization we are hoping for, and seeing the universe through love. That doesn't run spacecrafts, of course, but putting love into our intent of going into and settling into another planet instead of, oh my God, we need to escape because we are freaking messing up with our own planet. I think that this is the answer to so many things.
Is there a part of you that maybe just a little bit wants to step foot on Mars, like you personally?
Oh yeah, of course, I'm curious. I'm a scientist and I've been working on Mars. I was actually privileged to be working on Gusev Crater and deciding for the landing site of the Spirit rover, which means that I worked on that landing site for 15 years and I got to see it from the ground. That's the closest, to being there and exploring. Of course, that's not physically be present there. If you were giving me the opportunity, of course I would go. But I know one thing. I would want to come back.
So, given the option of dying on Mars or dying on Earth, you'd visit Mars, but you would like to spend your last days here.
Yeah, because of a number of things. I think that first, we're not ready to sit on Mars, regardless of what being said. It will happen. It will happen, and because we are explorers, humans, they're explorers. So this will happen. And it's a good thing. Depending on how we go about this, it can be a very good thing. With time, as much as been exploring, continue to explore the big questions of origin and nature of life, or exploring of a planet, the love, you were talking about love, the love for my own planet has grown deeper. And my concern about it has grown deeper. So the data that I'm collecting to learn about other planets, I'm also using it to understand better our home planet and trying to make it a little better for the next generation. So if you were talking about love, this is love that would drive me back here.
Yeah, this planet is just, sometimes I just pause and am in awe at the incredible thing we have here, and I have deep gratitude for all the life forms here, the beautiful complexity. Of course, there's darkness behind it, all the death, all the extinction that led up to us two descendants of apes sitting here today. I feel that's a responsibility. We're the fittest that survived.
Exactly right. As the dominant species, at least, technologically, etc. Maybe not the wisest one, but the dominant species, we have a responsibility towards the entire biosphere, because the decisions we are making now not only affect us, they are affecting the entire biosphere. And right now, the choices we are making are leading to the disappearance of 150 species every single day. All the big mammals on this earth today are on the brink of extinction. We are within the sixth greatest mass extinction. It's unfolding before our eyes. And I would strongly suggest that we use our smart to help a little bit this situation. And we can do this. I think we can do this. We just need to redirect our energy.
In the name of love. This was an incredible conversation, and I'm really honored that you sit with me. I've been a fan of your work for a long time now, so this is really awesome. Thank you so much for talking to me.
You're very welcome. Thanks.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Natalie Cabral. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lem and Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Did Max say anything while we were out that he was threatened? Or did I say that?
I think he was threatened with something because he was threatened if he opened his mouth, he might.
The following is a conversation with Michael Malice. This is a special holiday episode, and it is made extra special because it's announcing the release of Michael's new book called The White Pill, A Tale of Good and Evil. Michael and I disagree on a lot of ideas in politics and philosophy, and we have a lot of fun disagreeing. There's no question that he has a deep love for humanity and puts his heart and soul into his work, especially into this heart-wrenching, deeply personal book. So I ask you to support him by buying it at whitepillbook.com. That should hopefully forward to the Amazon page. As always, we each dressed up in a ridiculous outfit without coordinating with the chaos that makes life so damn interesting. This episode is full of humor, darkness, and love, which is the best way to celebrate the holidays. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Malice. We probably should have coordinated this better, shouldn't we? Yeah, I think so. Have you, since this is a Christmas special, a holiday special, have you been a good or a bad boy, Michael, this year?
Well, that's interesting. One of the people in the book, Granville Hicks, his autobiography starts with, I was a good boy, and he wasn't a very good boy.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm trying to think of what bad things I've done. Oh, okay, there's that. Okay, wait, that's all right. I would say 9.
9?
Yeah, I try to do the right thing. What about you? Is it going to be a 1 or 0?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely self-critical to 0.
Okay.
I reached for the 0.
Well, mission accomplished.
So this episode is announcing the release of The White Pill, the book you wrote, which is I've gotten the honor, the privilege, the pleasure of being one of the first people to read it.
So I'm really, I don't know if nervous is the word, but you are the first person who has read it that I am speaking to about it.
My first, my last, my everything.
Yes.
You say that to all the girls, but
all the fembots.
All the fembots. But yeah, it was a truly incredible book. It's basically a story of evil in the 20th century. And throughout it, you reveal a thread that gives us hope. And that's the idea of the white pill. So there's the blue pill and the red pill. There's the black pill, which is a kind of deeply cynical, maybe apathetic, just giving up on the world, given that you see behind the curtain, and given that you don't like what you see, given that there's so much suffering in the world, you give up. That's the black pill. And the white pill, I suppose, is even though you acknowledge that there's evil in the world, you don't give up.
Yes.
So if you're listening to this and you're a fan of this podcast,
you go to whitepillbook.com, it'll go to it.
Whitepillbook.com. And if you don't know how to spell, we'll probably have a link that you can click on. So for people who also don't know, Michael Malice is not just a troll, not just a hilarious comedic genius who hosts his own podcast, but he is an incredible, brilliant author. Dear Reader, the unauthorized autobiography of Kim Jong-il. So that's a story of North Korea. The New Right, A Journey to the Fringe of American Politics. That's the story of the extremes of the United States political movements. And then the Anarchist Handbook that's talking about the ideologies, the different flavors of ideologies of anarchism. But on top of that, you're now going into the darkest aspects of the 20th century with the Soviet Union and the communism with the white pill. So let me ask you, let's start at the beginning. At the end of the 19th century, as you write, the terms socialist, communist, and anarchist were used somewhat loosely and interchangeably because the prophesied Marxist society was one in which the state had famously withered away. There was a great disagreement about what a socialist system would look like in practice, but two things were clear. First, that socialism was both inevitable and scientific, the way of the future, and second, that the capitalist ruling class were not going down without a fight. So what are the key points of disagreement between the socialists, the anarchists, the communists, on that at that time. At the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, the possibility of the century laid before us that eventually led to the First and the Second World War.
The idea when the Industrial Revolution came, and Marx was very much a product of the Industrial Revolution era thinking, was okay, now that we have technology, now that we have science, we can scientifically manage society. We saw this very much with Woodrow Wilson and this kind of idea of progressivism that we could use technology and kind of not capitalism, in their view, unfettered capitalism was wasteful. You're making too much stuff. You have surpluses. You have shortages. If we produce just exactly what we need, and you have these people, engineers, the engineering society, then everyone will be happy, and you won't have to have any suffering or waste. So socialism at that time was used as a broad umbrella. It's not used in the term that it means today of necessarily state socialism. It just meant the idea of having society scientifically run. So you had a huge argument. There are different wings. You even had it from the beginning with Marx versus Bakunin, because Marx was for obviously state socialism, the absolute state running everything. Although even with Marx and Engels, it was a means to an end. After man is remade in his very nature, then the state withers away and everyone's equal, and you have this kind of heaven on earth situation. Bakunin, was the opposite. He regarded the state as inherently immoral, and wanted to have kind of like workers' collectives and things like that, and ultra localized control.
So the end was always stateless. It's just that some people viewed the state as a convenient, effective intermediate state.
Well, I think at least Marx and Bakunin, there were plenty of others who just regarded it, have the state owner, have the workers, control the production via the state.
By the way, how does my hat look?
It looks very festive.
Is this side better than the other side?
I think you want it on this side so people can see you.
Oh no. Like when you have like hair over your
Peekaboo
eye?
hair, it's called. Veronica Lake, I think was her name.
And then I just glance flirtatiously towards the camera sometimes. I gotta stay here.
They want to tell you the world won't attack.
Oh. No glove, no love.
The bad aspect of white gloves is the blood stains them. So you have to get new ones every time. And now I glance flirtatiously after that. I'm sorry. Okay, Bakunin and Marx, go ahead.
So there were other socialists who did not regard this kind of end times where the state would do it their way at all. And there were, various strains in between where, you'd have some capitalism and some socialism. The concept of a safety net came out of socialist thinking. The Labour Party came out of the Fabian socialists in Great Britain. Their logo was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and then when that was too on the nose, they changed it to a tortoise, meaning we're going to get to socialism slowly, in the sense of either gradualism or boiling a frog. And also the big part of this thinking at the time, this is again the late 19th century, is the idea that there's going to be a worldwide workers' revolution. It wasn't going to be that, in one country, it was going to happen and then all the other countries would be capitalist. The idea was, all right, like the workers in Germany have more in common with the workers in America than the workers in Germany have with the capitalists in Germany. So the idea is, all right, like the working class all over the world, at one point, they're going to be like, we're being exploited. It's getting worse and worse for us. We can't feed our families. We're getting injured and so on and so forth, and there's no compensation for this. We're just going to overthrow our chains and we're going to run everything ourselves. We're the ones running it already anyway. This was doing all the work, and we're doing all the work. So why shouldn't we be getting all the benefit?
What's the role of violence in all of this?
So this was a big source of contention. So the Fabians, for example, Britain, who were all socialists, they were very heavily of the idea that we could do this through the ballot box. We could advocate and agitate and get the people to be voting for their own self-interest and furthering the state at the expense of the capitalist class. Then there were the people who were the hardcore anarchists who were like, if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do it. And the only way to have a revolution is to have a revolution, to kill, to overthrow, to seize these factories. And this was a big argument. And it also fed into the idea of, where does free speech end? is it legal to be giving speeches advocating for violence and revolution? Is it legal? Johann Most, who I discuss in the book and in the Anarchist Handbook, he published a book in the 1800s about how to build dynamite and how to build bombs. And this is a big free speech concern at the time, because now anyone in their own house can make a bomb and kill lots of people. And this is something that was happening with enormous frequency at the time. And people tend to think, because we have these kind of prejudices, or we only remember what's happening now. But this was World War I got started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. There were lots of people. McKinley's another one who I discuss in the book, his assassination. There was lots of violence happening very regularly. And with the creation of dynamite, it kind of exponentially became more dangerous and threatening. Even now, on Wall Street, there was a bomb that went off, I think, in the 1920s. And the shards of shrapnel are still in the JP Morgan building, I believe.
Do you ever think, if you were alive during that time, what you would be doing? You think of yourself as an anarchist?
Right.
Where would you be? Would you be a socialist, a communist? Which parties would you attend? Figuratively and literally.
The thing that was so interesting back then is there was a woman named Mabel Dodge Lujan, and she ended her days in Taos, New Mexico. She found an artist colony, and she had an apartment on 9th Street and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. She had a little salon, and everyone got together and talked. And you'd have Emma Goldman, who's an anarchist, Margaret Sanger, who invented Planned Parenthood and advocated for birth control, and you'd have the people from the Wobblies, the hardcore labor unions, and everyone kind of, Eshel Mencken didn't attend, but he was friends with them all. So there was this very, very weird, with the birth of modernism in art and in kind of modernist thinking, there was this idea like, all right, like this was the first time where you could be intellectual as a class, where there really was this space for people who are thinkers, and they just sat around being like, all right, like what are we going to do with ourselves? And you had it in modern art, you had it in literature, you had it in politics. So it was a very exciting time where people were like, all right, like everything is now on the table. What are we going to do with this? And they very much were aware that this was a break with the pre-industrial revolution kind of farmer labor era.
Do you think for you violence would be compelling?
No. First of all, I'm too small. But second, I just
dynamite doesn't care about your size.
Yeah, but retribution does. And I think I don't know, but to me violence is the kind of thing where you think you're running it, but it's running you. Once you cross that line, violence sings its own song. So whenever I hear even contemporary times where people are advocating for, violent actions, it's like when you start a fire, you're not like, I'm just going to burn down this house. It's and there's many cases over and over of people who are building bombs or trying to assassinate someone or things like that. And it ended up literally blowing up in their own face. So, and violence doesn't really work necessarily because, if you have an assassination, you're not assassinating the presidency. If you take out, a president, there's another president instantly there. So what have you accomplished? Someone's husband, dad is gone. You replace them with someone who now is in a position to crack down and retaliate with even more violence. So the calculus for me isn't there. Would I be advocating for then? Who knows? But I don't know if I'd be able to have the space to be. I certainly wouldn't have the space to be a podcaster or like a media personality. That wasn't really a thing. To some extent, it was in the 1920s with the Algonquin Roundtable and all the people from the New Yorker magazine. But they were all drunks. It was very much a weird kind of situation to be a thinker.
What would you think you'd do? Work at a carnival? You look good in lipstick, so.
Oh, thank you. I look good in anything. What would I don't know. You're not building robots. You could have been a Tesla, right?
Okay.
I didn't mean a car. I meant the person.
I understand. Oh, thank you for explaining the witty comments to me. I didn't
witty at all, because you wouldn't be Einstein, because he was an immigrant.
So I wouldn't work with an immigrant? What does that even mean?
No, you would have been a Tesla-like figure. There was already a Tesla, so you would literally be Tesla. That's why I said a Tesla.
Oh, a Tesla. Okay, so all right. I thank you for the explanation. See, Michael doesn't only make funny things; he also explains them for you.
It wasn't funny.
Mansplains them.
It wasn't funny at all.
That I agree with. Okay, so yes, when you achieve.
See, this is why Kanye didn't like you. It's this.
All right, I'm downgrading you from a 9 down to an 8. If you keep talking like this, a 5 is a real possibility. All right, so vacuum is the kind of vacuum that's created with violence is usually filled with a harsher figure. So you don't think violent revolution ultimately leads to positive progress in the short term?
Well, sometimes it does. The American Revolution, I think, was a positive example, and overthrowing the Tsar, which was done peacefully, was a positive example. But again, when violence happens, people get scared, and they want the violence stopped immediately, and that's a call for authoritarianism. And you see time and time again, and they also want retribution. They were like, bring this back to normal. And they don't really worry about things like civil liberties or things like that. It's a very, and then it also creates this space for invasion from foreign sources or demagogues. You know, like, oh look, they're killing us in the streets. Now you got to support me. It's a very deadly game, obviously.
I remember somebody told me that I forget where it was, but they told me that from the very beginning it was obvious that communism is an evil system. Or a system that leads to evil. And to me, at least, that's not, if I had to put myself in the beginning of the 20th century or at the end of the 19th century, that's totally not obvious. They are trying to elevate humanity, the basic worth of a human being, of a hardworking human being, of the working class, of the people that are doing the work and are striving and just really trying to build up society with their own hands. It seems like a beautiful ideal. So I guess the question is, can you see yourself believing that in the ideas of socialism and communism? Yeah, let's say if you were living in Russia.
Oh yeah, easily. So first of all, I don't think anything is obvious in politics. It's not obvious that humans have rights. It's not obvious that liberty is better or the markets either whether you're for a welfare state or you're for more free markets. Not this is obvious. Both of them involve an enormous amount of thought and background information. So when someone says something is obvious in politics, they really mean something's apparent. Well, it's not apparent on its face that if we all get together and promote a society based on equality and we all chip in, that it's going to really be good for everyone. I mean, that to me is the promise of communism. And it was also very appealing to many people because it was new. So the idea was, all right, we've tried it these other ways. There's all these negative consequences. You have all these slums. You have people getting, fired and then they have no recourse. You have women with 10 kids and they can't feed their kids. Infant mortality. You don't have sanitation. You don't have food. Everyone's illiterate and uneducated. And then here's saying, look, if we all chip in together, everyone will have clothes, everyone will have food, everyone will be educated, everyone will do their part. It's going to be rough in the short period. That's a very compelling case to be made for communism. It's really easy in many ways when something hasn't been tried to make it sound compelling, because you just talk about how great it's going to be, and then no one people are always arguing about like Venezuela and Sweden, like, oh, you want democratic socialism to be like Sweden. You don't want to be like Venezuela. The Venezuelans didn't vote for Venezuela. They voted for Sweden. They ended up with Venezuela. So it's, I think, and the thing with communism, especially at that era, it was very much correlated with people who were too smart for their own good, because they had the idea that if we are just put in charge, instead of these like business people or these heirs to great estates, if the people who are smart and get it, like us, I don't mean you and me, like the people at the time who were advocating for it, once we're in charge, since we're good people and we want what's best for everyone, we're going to make sure everyone's taken care of. And they always talked about how much they cared about the little guy, and so I'm sure some of them meant it a lot. And like, look, if the guy in charge is very much concerned with the little guy, he's not going to slip between the cracks, and it's just going to be absolutely great. And we don't have to worry about the capitalist class just basically exploiting people and having these huge estates while these people can't even feed their own families.
Since we have a little bit of momentum, can you steel man on the case for socialism at that time and even today? I don't know if it's I don't know if there's a rhyme and similarity to those to socialism as implemented at that time and what could possibly be implemented today. But maybe you can dance between the two.
The Steelman argument for socialism is if you have everything up to private industry, you do not have a guarantee that someone won't fall between the cracks. And the other concern is, in any other context, if someone is, let's suppose, mentally ill, right, through no fault of their own, and they are, or someone's handicapped, they can't feed themselves or mentally disabled or something like that. If you have everything up to charity, because you see this with like endangered species, right? The species that are cute, it's easy to raise money for them, protect them. Some weird kind of frog somewhere that no one cares about, you can't raise money for it. There's people's interests are to what they find interesting. So if someone is someone who's like not socially appealing in some way, whatever capacity, they're going to fall between the cracks and they're screwed. Under socialism, if you have a government taking care of everything, no one is left behind. You are guaranteed that the lowest of the low and the worst of the worst are still going to make sure that they're not starving the street or just left behind. So that is a big moral case to be made for having the state running everything. In terms of economics, it's a lot harder, but the argument there would be it's not fair, a term which in my view does not actually have a good meaning, but it's not fair that because you were born a Rockefeller and I was born in Poland, that you never have to worry about food for the rest of your life, whereas I have to worry about, paying for a doctor for my kid. Like you won this lottery when you're born, and now I have to be screwed and have to respect all your property. Why? So that is another strong argument to be made for socialism. And the other argument is if you have a media apparatus that is operated under profit-seeking principles, it is going to feed into people's worst qualities, most basic animal-like qualities and sensationalist qualities, and will be used as a mechanism for capitalist control. Whereas if the government, which represents all of us, is running things, then everyone will have a right to have their voice heard and won't be manipulated. That's the argument.
What about the reaching towards the stateless version? Sort of, because you espouse the ideas of anarchism, it kind of has the same conclusion, which is reaching towards the removal of the state to where we, I guess, have some distributed reallocation of resources that are quote unquote fair.
But the thing is, the Marxist vision of the state withering away and becoming anarchism, it's really kind of like the underpants gnomes, because it's like,
tell me more.
I will. Step one, you have Marx.
Tell me slowly. I'm sorry.
You have full communism, the state's running everything, including education. Step two, question mark. Step three, anarchism. So their idea was that after enough time, the nature of man himself was going to change, and then the government would be superfluous because we would all be equal, and we would all naturally or socially, whatever term they would use, want to act the part that we would need to do. And in fact, Reagan had a great joke about this, where there were two commissars, I think, in Moscow, and one of them, they're walking around, they're going, "Is this it? Is this full? Have we done it? Have we reached full communism?" The other goes, "Oh no, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse." So, that's kind of the counter argument to that.
Do you think culture, society can change the nature of man?
No.
So no matter, you don't think this idea that, for example, America has been founded on, that all men are created equal, that idea can't permeate the culture and thereby change how we see each other, how we think of the basic worth of a human being, and thereby change our nature?
That's epigenetic. I don't think that changes the nature of man. I think, for example, if I say someone, and which I agree with, that someone is innocent until proven guilty, they're not literally innocent. They're regarded in a legal context as innocent, but that person is or is not a murderer or a thief or so on and so forth. So we can legally and ethically regard everyone as equal, but as Thomas Sowell pointed out, a human being isn't even equal to himself over the course of a day, twins who are genetic clones are not equal to one another. So it is a important thing legally, and it's a good yardstick, but it's not literally true.
But don't you think that law becomes ethics? So we that like idea of justice starts to like we start to internalize it. That we just the way we behave, the way we think about the world.
No, I think it's a complete red herring because no one is.
No, you're a red herring.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Selyotka. Because people are still going to always prefer their family to strangers, or they're into out group. So in terms of you're going to have equality, that means it's going to not matter to you whether someone is your mom or someone is, someone down the street. And I don't see how that will ever become the case.
Do you think it would be possible if you were an intellectual like you are at the beginning of the 20th century, would you be able to predict the rest of the 20th century?
No, I don't think at all. I think there were so many out of nowhere turns that no one would have seen them coming. And as an example, Lenin seizing power and making the Bolshevik Revolution a reality was regarded as utopian and insane. The fact that he pulled it off is close to miraculous, and it was quite literally unprecedented. The fact that, so that's a very big one.
Which aspect of it, sorry to interrupt, which aspect was hard to predict? That a singular figure with just some ideas would be able to take so much power?
And maintain that power and remake that society so drastically, so quickly, despite such opposition.
Also, not just a set of temporary protests by hooligans that lead to turmoil in the short term, but then stabilizes, but literally changes the entirety of the society.
Yeah, Ludendorff, who's the German general, he's like, all right, we got to get the Russians out of World War I. He's the one who's like, all right, let's get this lunatic Lenin, who already tried and failed to have a revolution in Russia. Let's send him back there, and he's just going to cause problems to everybody, and it's going to be great because it's going to weaken Russia, and then our Eastern Front isn't going to have to be a problem. And then to his surprise, and everyone else's, including, anarchists and communists worldwide, they pulled off this, October Revolution. And then for a while, it's like, all right, I think my understanding is even people at the time in St. Petersburg and in Moscow were like, what does this even mean, right? Like, no one took it seriously. And then very quickly, you had the Cheka and the secret police and all these other kind of implementations of the communist state. And people are like, oh, they're not messing around. But they're like, all right, this is not going to last for long. And, the USA, the US today, we didn't even recognize the Soviet Union's legitimacy for a very long time. There were no diplomatic relations. And after a certain point, it's like, if you don't recognize Lenin and Stalin's government, who's the government of Russia or the Soviet Union? Is it the Tsar? Like, you have to recognize it. It's just they're not going anywhere. So that was something that was not, I think, very predictable. The Great Depression, in retrospect, there were certain things that were predictable, but it was not at all the case that it needed to last as long as it did in the States, as FDR made it do. So there's all sorts of things. I mean, if they fought Germany's remilitarization, World War II could have been prevented if you didn't have the Treaty of Versailles. Would you have the hyperinflation? Would you have Hitler? These are all, I think, choose your own adventure moments where things could have gone in other directions. I don't believe this kind of idea. This is a very Marxist idea that history is inevitable, and once you start with certain premises, the contradictions kind of unfold. I think it's ridiculous.
I feel there's power in the Santa Claus outfit.
Yeah,
I mean it's a fundamentally communist idea, right?
How?
Santa Claus, arbitrary redistribution of wealth.
It's not redistribution.
Well, at least I decide who's good and bad. Only I know this. And I mean, I am somehow getting funding from somewhere, right?
No.
Okay, listen. I have so much to teach you.
You have a workshop.
Little Michael. Workshop? Yeah. And how many people do you think are employed in this workshop?
They're slaves.
Yes.
I don't know. How many elves are in the workshop?
I think the rest of you are going to have to look into it. No, anyway, and the red colors and everything. Is that the biggest holiday of all time, Christmas? Like, just in terms of the intensity of the festivities?
No, I think Christmas is a very recent phenomenon. I think historically it was not a big deal.
No, I know historically it's not been, but in terms of how much it captivates, how intense it is. I guess from a capitalist perspective, like how much is going on, how visual it is, how intense it is,
I think
how it grabs a whole
I
population.
think it's because the idea of Christmas is probably one of the most powerful holiday ideas. Easter's probably up there. Easter's obviously up there because you have Christ dying, his resurrection. So that's kind of a big one. But Christmas is this symbol of brotherhood and kindness and magnanimity. You know, one of the things I despise about our culture is this and something we're fighting very heavily with this book, or at least attempting to, is this glorification of cynicism. This kind of like, oh, you like this song? That's cute. Stupid. Whereas Christmas is the one time of year where you can be happy and joyous and kind, and people don't get to roll their eyes at you. They get to stop being too cool for school, and they get to be like, you know, I enjoy your friendship. You're my sister, my brother, my dad, my mom, whatever. And it's it was Ayn Rand's favorite holiday. I adore it, especially Christmas in New York. And it's just this idea of like, even though we're cold and it's dark outside, you know, it's still this kind of like, it's still cozy. And let's hope the next year is, because with Russians, Ded Moroz, Santa comes on New Year's. So it's kind of like, let's make this next year an even better one. So it's very much the holiday of hope and joy.
And like love for family, for friendship.
And kindness and benevolence. Yeah.
And like almost that whole rat race of chasing material possessions and all that gets put on hold for a brief moment. It just all goes quiet.
But it's also like giving people material possessions. Like here, like I value you. This is something that brings you joy. Yeah.
Yeah, you write in the book, which by the way, people should go buy it right now. If you support this podcast, or if you support the ridiculous outfits that Michael's wears, the more books you buy, the more outfits he is going to wear.
I've got my next 2 appearances on the show, assuming I don't burn this bridge. I've got some good ones.
This bridge has been burned for a long time. We've been going across the road by canoe at this point. Next time we're going to be swimming.
How the hell are you going to swim? You're made out of lead.
Yeah, that's true. Sink to the bottom. Get dragged across by rope. Okay. You write in the book, cynics like to lie and call themselves realists. Hoping for positive outcomes can thus be dismissed as being naive or utopian. Can you elaborate on this point, just like you said right now? I mean, it seems like I don't know if it's a fundamental characteristic of our society today or just societies throughout history, but there is a cynicism. You write in the Soviet Union, there's a deep cynicism.
That was good at the end, yeah.
But there is cynicism today as well, at least in like public discourse.
Yes.
Why does it happen, and how can we fight it?
I think it is easy to be like, everything sucks. I had my friend Lux. She was a blogger and she was an author. She had this great line because we worked in media, and she's like, if you're ever at a party and someone starts talking about a new app or website, and you don't know anything about it, just say, oh, I was on that for a while, it sucked. And that's all you need to say. I'm like, Lux, that's a great line. But I think it is, and especially, I'm sure you experienced this as well with your family. I certainly did with mine. There's this idea, especially in Russian culture, but in American culture to some extent as well, where if you have aspirations, I remember there was this show called Russian Dolls. It was, oh, I just got it, like the Matryoshka. Okay, I just got it. That's the name. Okay. The show was called Russian Dolls. It was about Brighton Beach, which is the Russian Jewish neighborhood of Brooklyn. It was supposed to be their version of Jersey Shore. It was on Lifetime, and it had no ratings. And I remember the last 4 episodes, they had to burn them, so they just ran it through like 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. one day. And there was this one scene where one of the girls, I forget her name, probably Natalia, and she'd been in college, and she had been wondering what she wanted to major in. Right, and this story was so perfect. I'm sure I've told it before. And she took an aptitude test, and she went with her mom to get like mani-pedis or something. And she goes, Mom, I've had like 80 majors. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And she goes, I took this aptitude test. It really made sense to me. I am going to go to law school. I want to be a lawyer. This is something I enjoy. And the first thing out of her mom's mouth is, how you going to pay for it? And the girl, and I really related, because if you didn't have this Russian upbringing, you watched it, you would think her reaction was completely insane. She just lost it. Just screaming. She's like, People pay for law school all the time. I'll figure out a way. Why is your first reaction to look for a problem? Why is your first response to be like, oh, wait, are you sure you've thought this through? I have been struggling with one problem for years, what I wanted to do for a living. And now, like, as soon as I solve this one big problem of identity, your first reaction is like, let's find a new problem. Why is that instead of let's figure out how we're going to pay for it? And that kind of approach is so deadly, and it gnaws at you. And I don't like giving people advice because who the hell am I? And also, if I don't know the context of the problem, I'm not informed enough to give advice. But this is a piece of advice that I do feel comfortable giving. If you are someone who has around you people who, as soon as you have any accomplishment or any hope, that their first reaction is to be like, about this, you have to get rid of them or sit them down, maybe give them a chance, because that is something that is so demoralizing and it drains you. And it's like, the example I've used all the time. I say, if you want to be an author, right, you can go to any bookstore and look at all the shitty books, like The White Pill. And you could say to yourself, I can be this shitty author. You don't have to be Hemingway.
So people should buy your book just to know that it doesn't take much. It really does not take much.
What shitty writing is all about. And boring.
Yeah, you could just pick a random period in history and just write a bunch of crap about it.
Yes.
And put a pretty stamp on the cover and just go.
It was pretty. Yeah. But I mean, like for you, right? Like not. You don't. I don't mean you left.
I was raised by the wolves.
the wolf bots. There's lots of stand-up comedians who aren't Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Right. If you want to be a podcaster, you don't have to be Joe Rogan. You could be someone who's got a medium audience and are enjoying it. So like the idea that like something has to be, you have to be a massive superstar or you're a failure is also ridiculous. But that's cynicism.
I mean, you can even be a failed comedian like Dave Smith. I don't. This is a generic name I came up with as an example. I think he has like a podcast of some kind. Not very funny. I don't know why he would call himself a comedian, but
he's being ironic.
Don't you think? Yeah. So even then, you could do something special.
I remember what you did with me in the movie theater. What's that?
I don't. You continue. Can you explain the jokes? Because I can't.
No, I'm not explaining jokes. I'm wearing lipstick. It's not enough.
Now I remember what you did to me in a movie theater, and you wore lipstick that night too.
Not when I was done.
People for sure will think this feels like a gay porn, like a very long intro.
Because we're not wearing pants.
Yes, there's many reasons why this feels like this, and the outfits and just everything about this.
How was you?
My friend, I have stories.
I thought I don't have friends.
They're all suspiciously named either Lex or Lux. It's a variation. Like you lack complete creativity, just like in the writing of your
or locks. Yeah,
it's like you didn't even use like a thesaurus for your book. The same words over and over and over. The sad thing about the cynicism is like I don't think it's just a Russian thing. I think the people.
Let me interrupt because I didn't finish what you were saying earlier. In America, it's not just a Russian thing. In American culture, if you have like a sitcom or a musical, it's regarded as less legitimate than a drama, right? Like if something's got to be about someone struggling or someone suffering, whereas this is like a joyous, happy story, like maybe something like Pixar, right? Like, sure, they have conflict and they're going for something, but it's overall the background the universe is taking in is very joyous and happy. That is regarded artistically as less legitimate than something which is dark and the background is despair. And that very subtly sends a very, to me, pernicious message that that what's real is despair and happiness is the aberration. And I think if you have that as your mindset, you're setting yourself up for maybe not failure, but certainly not happiness.
Yeah, but that's in the figures, the ideas that the culture elevates. But in the local personal life of parents and teachers, that still happens a lot. In Russia and here, just my whole life, especially because I'm a weirdo, I've been kind of told to basically be less weird. There's a kind of sense in where there's a certain path you're supposed to take in life, and every time you have a little bit of success on those very specifically defined paths, you're pushed to do more and more and more on those paths, as opposed to celebrating the full complexity of the weirdo that each one of us is. And I certainly am. And I just, teachers, even friends, and certainly family, have constantly been very cynical about my aspirations, my dreams, and so on. I think that actually created a deeply self-critical engine in my brain that I think ultimately was productive, because it was also balanced by just an internal, maybe through genetics, thing I have of optimism about the world, of just seeing the beauty in the world. But it is weird looking back how much people that love me were trying to bring me down.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
It's also very hurtful for me, because when I graduated college, it was important for me to be self-made and not take money from my family. And I remember my grandma, this was a huge argument, an ongoing argument. One time she, as she was leaving my house, she slipped money in under the door and I threw it out, and it made me so angry. Or like one year for my birthday, she gave me, I think, like $500, which was a lot of money, when you're like 22 or 23. And I was so pissed, because that told me that they didn't believe that I'd be able to feed myself or make it on my own. And I understand their mindset, but it's like, I was never hungry. Like, maybe I couldn't, I remember I'd have to wait on the subway because I couldn't afford a cab. But that was a sacrifice I had to make. I had to wait that half hour. So it was a huge source, and remains a source of enormous tension and contention. And I think also, I'm sure, speaking to your upbringing, in their minds, unless you're going into an office, you can't pay the rent. It doesn't make sense. But
there's, just like you said, forget the office, forget all that. No matter what, there's always, whatever you accomplish in life, you're always negative about your current position. You always come up with another problem, just like you said. It's like a self-generating problem box.
Yeah, I remember I didn't speak to my dad for a few years. Then I'm like, let me give this guy another chance. And in that time period, Harvey Pekar, the author of Subject of American Splendor, the movie, and author of the series of comic books, he and I became friends, and he was writing a graphic novel about me. And when I met with my dad, I'm like, someone's writing a book about me. And he goes, I know, so. And it was one of those moments where I'm like, wow, you're an asshole. And not the kind of asshole I am. You're just like not a good person. And I don't know, or really at this point care, what the motivation, or if there was no motivation, with the visceral emotional reasoning for that. But that kind of thing is something I, much later now in life, have absolutely no tolerance for.
Well, in my own private life, I try to forgive and love those people. But it is, there have been a few in my life like this. And I think they are incredible people if you allow yourself to see it, but they're flawed. And so I try to forgive them. That said, it is true that the people that are close to you, especially family, have a disproportionate psychological effect on you. So you have to be very careful having them in your life too much. Like, one thing is to love them, and the other is to actually, allow yourself to flourish. Surround yourself with people that help you flourish. And like you said, the advice there is really powerful, especially early on, to have people that believe in you, in whatever crazy big dreams you have, and pat you on the back and say, you got this, kid.
And
so valuable.
Here's the other thing. If you try and you don't make it to that Rogan level, it's okay. Like, I have several books that I've written that are on my hard drive that have not been published. And there were a lot of work. And it was really disappointing when they went out and no publishers were interested in it. Maybe I'll publish them, maybe I won't. Point being, it's fine. I tried.
Is it a romance novel?
One is a
gay romance novel? Does it have a Santa guy in a Santa outfit?
Can you please stop asking me to send you gay pornography? He's calling me up all hours of the night. I need more gay porn. I need some ones. I only have zeros.
Yeah, never.
No,
never enough.
this one almost got a book deal. This was, it would have been, it was 16 years ago. It was a Ladlit novel. Ladlit. It's like Nick Hornby.
What?
Nick Hornby, about a boy. So there was a little mini genre of these books about young men trying to struggle their way through. It's a whole little. There's a whole little series. The Fight Club is adjacent to that. It's not literally Ladlit.
I feel like you would write a great Fight Club type novel. No?
You know, Fight Club is much. Chuck Palahniuk, to my understanding, admitted this. Fight Club is one of the few things where the movie is better than the book.
This week,
Oh,
we examine the most infamous.
and but the movie's so iconic. Yeah, for sure. But still, isn't there like philosophical? It's kind of like David Foster Wallace novels, doesn't Fight Club capture some moment in time that's
Well,
very kind
I
of
was hanging out with Kurt Metzger a couple weeks ago, comedian, very failed
name drop?
Yeah, hey Kurt,
Watch out.
and he had this great story. He was hanging out with Patrice O'Neill, the late comedian,
Name drop.
one of the great comics of all time. And Patrice goes, Kurt was talking about how much she liked the book or the movie Fight Club, and Patrice like, that is the whitest book on earth. He goes, your problem in life is you don't have enough violence. Your problem in life, you need someone to beat you up. That's not a problem for me.
Yeah, well, but still, it is a very white book, but it still captures a kind of anger and angst and a certain subculture in society.
Yes.
That's really powerful. That probably led to, in some part, to this thing you wrote about in the New Right.
Oh, for
when the internet came
sure.
about.
I mean, it was this kind of like, there's that line in the movie where Edward Norton says, I'm a 30-year-old boy. This kind of question of what is it, sorry to be Matt Walsh, but what does it mean to be a man, right? What does masculinity mean? Why are so many men so at such a young age feeling so lost? This idea that like if I fill my house with nice furniture, that's still not going to be fulfilling to anyone.
Matt Walsh is
He's from the Daily Wire. He just did a documentary called What Is the Woman?
Can you explain? I don't know who he is.
So Matt Walsh is someone who works for the Daily Wire.
Yes.
And he just recently did a documentary called What Is a Woman, I think it was called. And he went out to lots of people working in gender theory and all that thing. And he asked them to define, he went to the Maasai in Africa, the tribe, and to talk to people about transgenderism, non-binary, which is a word I know you hate. And the documentary was surprisingly well done.
Is that like a passive aggressive compliment? Surprisingly well done.
Well, because Matt is very aggressive on Twitter. We follow each other, and there was a lot of opportunities in this film for him to really be like, blah, blah, blah. And instead, to his credit, he let the people speak. And it's possible it was edited a certain way. Of course, it was obviously edited. But when he just asked them, can you just define woman for me and playing dumb? We're not playing dumb, just saying, what's your opinion? A lot of the people he went to were getting extremely agitated. So it worked in that kind of context as well. It was not his usual style.
Speaking of which, do you ever regret your behavior on Twitter?
There were a couple of times, but very rarely.
Can you describe the big strategy before we dive back into the October Revolution?
My strategy.
Do you have a strategy, or does it come from the heart?
It comes from, I want to have fun. That's literally what it comes down to. It's like, this is.
Just want to have fun.
Are you drunk? What is in there?
I'm very cheeky. I have the holiday spirit, even though it's not the holiday.
That's eggnog.
I'm delirious. I did not sleep much last night. I've been, which is, I think, the second time we talked, or the third time, the second time, I stayed up almost all night.
Oh, I know. I keep track of when you come and go.
Yeah.
So my door camera points in your garage, so I know when you're leaving or coming home.
My camera points at your bedroom from the inside, but I shouldn't have told you that now. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because this is something that's been bothering me. There was a chair that you threw out, and I was looking at my camera, and I'm like, let me see when he threw this out. And then one time you went to the garbage, and you adjusted it to make it stick out of the garbage even more. What were you doing there?
Was it? Oh, to make sure that people know there's a chair in there.
Was that really what you?
Well, like the garbage person, so they know it's the chair, so they don't get like. I always think I don't want them to get like hurt or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Like they open the thing, it's like chair, guys. I don't know what I was thinking.
Okay, it was really odd.
I didn't know how to get rid of it.
chair was broken.
Yeah,
Correct. And I didn't. It was a
So
problem.
Twitter for me, my point is to have fun. It's also fun to kind of smack down people who I regard as bad actors. And also kind of to promote news that I find interesting that maybe isn't prominently part of the culture as it might otherwise be.
Do you think sometimes you draw too broadly the category of people that are bad actors, and then thereby sort of adding to the mockery and the cynicism in the world?
I don't think mockery and cynicism are at all synonymous. I think cynicism means everyone sucks. I don't think everyone sucks. I think it is undeniable that a lot of people suck.
What if I told you most people don't suck? Could you steel man the case that most people
Sure,
suck?
I can do it in a cynical way, honestly. It's quite a cynical way.
No.
I think most people are neither here nor there. Most people just kind of go with the flow. They're amiable. Human beings are social creatures. They want to get along. They don't want to cause problems. They don't have the capacity to be the target of a problem. So most people, I mean, if most people sucked, then going anywhere would be an excruciating ordeal, right? Like literally, and like the airport's annoying, but if most people sucked, it would really be annoying. You know, going to the supermarket would be really annoying. So I don't think most people suck, but I do think that in public discourse, there are lots of people who are dishonest about their agenda. For example, if I could be someone who has promoting a certain ideology, but I'm in the payroll of a candidate, or my think tank needs this to happen, or I'm being paid for something like that. So that sort of thing I think happens all the time. There's the line I have in the book, Upton Sinclair. I forgot how he worded exactly, but it's very hard to convince someone of something if his payroll depends on him not being convinced of it, right? So I think things like that are, and the thing I'm really excited about with what Elon's doing with Twitter, and I'm just ecstatic about this, is to have the context now. So you'll have a politician making a claim and they're going to word it in certain ways. Like my favorite example is when people are like, if you look at the years 2002 to 2020, terrorism in America, it's like, did anything happen in 2001? Is there a reason you coincidentally started in 2002? Like things like that. So when people are manipulating things to force an outcome they want and to promote an idea that they want disingenuously, to have that underneath that in Twitter now, where the audience provides context, I think is something extremely useful, and it's a great way to nip propaganda in the bud. And propaganda pervades the entire political spectrum, of course.
The interesting thing about Twitter is also the discussion about free speech and so on. I think it's interesting to discuss free speech and the freedom of the press in the context of the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Let's return to the October Revolution as Lenin. What was the October Revolution? Who was Lenin? What's some interesting aspects of this human being and also this moment in history that stand out to you that are important to understand?
I think the interesting thing about Lenin is he was a zealot and he was a visionary, and he really kind of meant it. And I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but Lenin also was someone who was strategic. So at a certain point when they were trying to advance communism throughout the Soviet Union, and the costs were outweighing the benefits, he did a strategic retreat. He did the new economic policy. You had a rise of kind of these small capitalists coming back. You could hire people again. And for the hardcore people in the Soviet Union, hardcore communists, this was a huge betrayal. It's a step back. He didn't do it because he was some kind of crypto capitalist. He did it because he's like, all right, we know where we got to get to, but we have to go at a certain pace and we have to adjust as we go along. So to have someone who is that much of an ideologue and that much of a visionary, but still to have any element of pragmatism to him is, I think, a very rare combination.
And that pragmatism, do you think that's ultimately where things go wrong? Sort of, that's where you sacrifice the ideas.
Pragmatism in this case was good because by taking a step back, he kind of gave himself some breathing room to allow the revolution to continue, to win the civil war. There was a big moment where Germany, there's lots of like funny anecdotes that I learned while researching this book. So
they were Germany and Russia. They were negotiating a ceasefire because Germany wanted Russia out of the war, and basically Germany was like, "All right, we'll let you leave, but you have to sign this treaty and basically hand over all this land that we're currently occupying." It was just parts of Ukraine, parts of Poland, and Lenin tells Trotsky to stall. He's just run the clock because he was of the belief that now that they've taken power in Russia, you're going to have a worldwide workers' revolution. So he's like, just stall them. And he stalled, and at a certain point, Germany's like, all right, you're signing this tomorrow or we're invading. And Trotsky basically said, yeah, so we're leaving the war, but we're not signing anything. And Germans are like, what? And it's like, yeah, well, that's what we're doing. So, hey. And basically, eventually he had to sign the treaty and cede huge parts of land and a lot of money, and this was a very precarious moment for him to maintain control of Russia. And people were telling him, like, you've lost huge amounts of territory, you've blown it, you should be in jail. And he's like, watch your mouth, because if you look forward to the future, it'll be clear which one of us is more likely to be the one ending up in jail. And he was absolutely right.
This was Trotsky or Lenin saying?
This was Lenin saying this to Karl Radek.
So who are these figures here? Who's Trotsky? Who's Lenin? Who's Stalin? What are some interesting aspects of all of this? What are, sort of just to linger on it, the personalities, the ideas that were important?
Well, Trotsky came late to Bolshevism. He was really the brains, in many ways, of the October Revolution. He was an amazing strategist. He never forgot that he was an amazing strategist, had a very high opinion of himself.
And by the way, the October Revolution 1917, that's like a key moment. Of course, the Russian Revolution lasted a long time, but this was a key moment of a phase shift towards success of the Bolsheviks.
Well, that was the moment. That was like, all right, we are the government now, and now we have to make it. Like Thomas Jefferson said, I think it was Thomas Jefferson. No, it's Ben Franklin. A republic, if you can keep it. It's like, all right, we've made our own kind of government if we can keep it, because that was the big question. You have international blockade, you have the white armies, the Tsar's forces who want to restore Tsarism, or at least the parliament from right before Lenin took over. So this was a big kind of, no one's was, in some ways it was like the 2016 election. It's like, all right, we voted in Trump. Well, what's this going to look like? Like no one had any idea what a Trump presidency was going to look like. All we knew was this guy's on Twitter running his mouth, he's insulting people, and he's had all these views, some are over here, some over there.
And the funny thing is, the Russians hacked both elections.
But the more detailed
it was Putin and the Kremlin. So Trotsky was, Lenin's right-hand man, and he was, enormous. And to this day, he remains this kind of figure who is supposedly a less authoritarian, anti-Stalinist version of communism that people can endorse. And Stalin, of course, was Lenin's successor. At first, there was a triumvirate running Russia as Lenin was recuperating from strokes. Then very quickly, not very quickly, but gradually, and then suddenly Stalin became an absolute dictator, and he had a series of purges and so on and so forth to fight his control over the country.
And of course, for Stalin, Trotsky later, but throughout, as you write, seemed to almost take on a supernatural character, wherein everything that went wrong in the USSR was due not just to his views, but to his direct orders from abroad. And of course, George Orwell brilliantly, and probably my favorite book of his, which is Animal Farm, and also 1984, portrayed Trotsky as Snowball in Animal Farm, and Emmanuel Goldstein in 1984 was this embodiment of this evil that we always have to be fighting. And you need that in order to hold on to power. You always have to have that enemy.
Right. So that's something I talk about in the White Pill as well. When things start going wrong, they always have to have scapegoats, right? And there's this Russian anecdote, what the Russians like to do is you can't say things out loud, but if you make jokes, you can say unspeakable truths. And there's this one anecdote where there's a Russian leader, and things are going bad. And he looks in his drawer, and there were 2 letters from his predecessor. And he opens the first letter in a panic, and the letter says, for advice, and the letter says, blame everything on me. So he goes out there, and he's like, oh, my predecessor sucked. He was terrible, blah, blah, it's his fault. And everyone's like, okay. And then there's a calamity again. And he's like, crap. So he goes back at his desk, and he reads the second one, and it says, sit down and write 2 letters. So when things start going wrong, as they constantly did throughout the history of the Soviet Union, or any, totalitarian, authoritarian country, someone has to be to blame. Since we know that our ideology is true and scientifically true, if it's not working in reality, given perfection of the ideology, someone must be intentionally undermining it and causing the disconnect between thought and reality. And in the Soviet Union, it was the kulaks at one point, then it was the wreckers, the doctors. It was just different. There was always someone, and Trotsky was called a fascist and was accused of plotting with Hitler and all this other stuff.
And you also write, the problem with communism is that eventually you run out of possible scapegoats. You run out of boats.
You do run out of boats.
Who's going to carry them? Eventually you run out of possible scapegoats.
In addition to the events,
it's my second language. This is the English thing. I'm a failed podcaster. I'm a failure. Eventually, you run out of possible scapegoats for failure. At which point, acknowledging or even noticing that something was wrong itself becomes a form of treason.
Yeah. So I saw that in North Korea, right? Wherever you went in North Korea, something was wrong. So if you have 4 buttons for the elevator, one was mismatched, every wall had a crack, every floor had a stain, the bathroom would be rusted through when you want to flush the urinal. But if you are someone who points this out, you're a troublemaker. And you're saying something's wrong, you're criticizing the operation. First of all, you're threatening the person who's in charge, because now they're incompetent, and now that's a big red flag for them. But second, if you're just going around saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, even if it's objectively true, you're a troublemaker and you're a counter-revolutionary. So at a certain point, everyone just has to put on blinders and pretend that everything is fine. And one example I used in the book, an extreme example, was there was a photography professor, and he pointed out to his class, and he was an older man, that before the revolution, the quality of photographic paper was better, and he was, I think, executed for this heresy. So yeah, you have to pretend. I'm reading a book right now about the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and there was an academic, I forget his name, Hugh Shi, I think, and he points out that in these countries, not only do you not have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of silence. You can't just sit there quietly. You have to say how great things are and how much you're enjoying and how wonderful they are, instead of just keeping quiet, because if you keep quiet, that's suspicious.
Yeah, there's
They're always singing those songs about how happy they are, how great everything is. And if everyone else is singing, who are you to not sing?
Yeah, those pictures, especially when when it's Stalin giving speeches and everyone's applauding, and you dictator, and you don't want to be the first person that stops applauding.
Stalin had to have a button, is my understanding, at a certain point to tell people to stop applauding, because they're, like you said, if you're the first one clapping, people are going to notice. And why'd you stop clapping? You don't like Stalin?
Just imagine being one of those people clapping.
But that's the thing. They always had a sword over their head, but they all had a lot of blood on their hands too. It's a very, very precarious life.
But there's also, 1984 does a good job of this. What is that, like 2 minutes of hate or something like this? You lose yourself in the hysteria of it. There's some level of which, at first, it's you're sacrificing your basic individualistic ability to think, but then you get lost in this kind of wave of emotion, and you give into it. You allow yourself. It's like a mix of fear and then anger, and then you direct that anger towards like Snowball or Trotsky or whoever. And what is that?
And you're also losing yourself in the crowd.
Yeah, you're losing.
Because you're like, it's not just I'm angry. Everyone I know, we're all angry together. So you really are becoming a part of something bigger than yourself, and having this kind of communal, very primal, emotional experience. It's like the opposite of Christmas, right? Christmas, we're all together. Everyone's sharing their joy. Everyone's sharing their love. This is the opposite, literally the opposite. Like everyone's together sharing their hate and anger and rage, but you're all kind of having a mind meld.
that they push any notion of their
But I wonder what it's
existence
like to
towards
be an
ridicule.
independent thinker in those
However,
moments. Like allow
throughout
yourself
this
to think.
episode,
But we know
we have
because there were a lot of them, and they were all punished enormously.
So they can be noticed. You can notice them.
Oh yeah, you even notice it in America. America's a free country, but when people start asking too many questions, it's like, where are you going with this? You know, like if you're in an office, even in a corporate setting, you're a troublemaker. You're just, you know, you're making problems for everyone. Why can't you be normal? Why can't you be just like everybody else? So people do not like having to be made to think, and they certainly despise having to be made to justify themselves. Because that's a threat to their status and to their power. And this applies in totalitarianism or applies to, you know, Dunder Mifflin.
I still can't believe you're wearing lipstick.
I'm not.
Goes to show you can put lipstick on a pig.
It's like a snowball. I think you've just been on a bender. That's what I think.
It's been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough. I feel like I can be myself in this outfit. Like I honestly feel like I could just go around in this outfit and just be weird. Because everyone will accept you if you're wearing a Santa outfit. Like you can say anything in a Santa outfit, right?
Have you seen Bad Santa?
Yeah,
Bad
Bad
Santa,
Santa,
comedy?
exactly.
You can't say anything. You can like fuck stick.
How did Stalin come to power? If we return back to those early days, post the October Revolution, with Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin, how did he come to power?
So what Stalin did very cleverly, Stalin was, he worked the system. He was, but he was very much in the background. And what he did better than Trotsky is he was much more a politician. He was a glad-hander. He made friends within the party. He made people feel respected and appreciated. And Lenin trusted him. When after Lenin's stroke, Stalin was basically the one who was keeping track of him. Lenin asked Stalin at one point to kill him because after the strokes, he was incapacitated. Stalin talked him out of it. But at the same time, Lenin was like, if I need someone killed, like this is who I need to talk to. Stalin, if you look up photos of him when he was young, he was a stud. He was a gangster. He was a bank robber. And he basically worked the system, and you had the Trotskyites on one hand, who were much more to the left. Stalin's big, I would call it a heresy, was he put forth the idea of socialism in one country. Whereas, we're just going to make it work here in what became the Soviet Union. The Trotsky idea, and this is really kind of the Marxist idea, is that the workers' revolution has to be worldwide. This is just a worldwide kind of new era of humanity, where Stalin's like, no, we're just going to make it here, and then later, behind what became the Iron Curtain. But this was an ideological division between the two, but what happens in totalitarian countries, it happens in any kind of, when you have intermingling of, religion and government, things that are like ideological disputes, like the Arian heresy. The Arian heresy of Christianity is that Christ is subordinate to God the Father, right? Whereas the contemporary Orthodox version, it's three gods, one God and three persons, So they're all co-equal aspects of God in heaven. But that was an excuse to be like, you guys are evil, you're on the side of the devil, we're going to kill you. So these little disputes about ideas are often a convenient cover for people to have a power struggle in the guise of being like, it's not that I'm about wanting to be more powerful, I'm just on the side of the truth and you're speaking lies, and that's dangerous to the revolution or to the true faith. So he squeezed but the thing is, Trotsky had the seeds of his own defeat, because per Trotsky, the party is always right. You cannot be right against the party, right? So if you have this kind of party structure and the party is saying you're wrong, as an individual, you are wrong, because the collective is what makes decisions. The collective, the workers, are who have the knowledge and the information, and it is important for you to kind of subordinate your selfishness, your individualism to this greater good. So he kind of set himself up in many ways.
Is it clear to you why Trotsky lost that power struggle? So you just explained that he set himself up, but you can see how different ideologies can be used to achieve different ends. Is there another alternative possible trajectory where Trotsky could have been the head of the Soviet Union?
Moments later,
It would be very hard because he was Jewish. So when they were seizing power, Trotsky explicitly said, "I can't be in charge. I'm Jewish." So the Soviet Union remained extremely anti-Semitic. One of the reasons so many Jews became communists in the Soviet Union because the promise was once the communists took over, we're not going to have pogroms anymore. Pogroms was you have these Jewish ghettos, and under the permission or encouragement of the Tsar, just gangs of people go through killing, raping, robbing, stealing, rioting for days. And just a massacre. And the idea is like under communism, everyone's going to be equal. We're not going to have this anymore. They still had it, but to a lesser extent. But since Trotsky was Jewish, his real name is Lev Bronstein, it was almost impossible to have a scenario where he was going to be in charge. And Stalin fed into that to some extent. Also, this kind of idea of Jewish internationalism. It's like, okay, he doesn't really have loyalty to Russia. And many of the people who were Jewish, who were high up in Stalin's government administration, they very much had to prove their loyalty to communism as opposed to Judaism.
Throughout the 20th century, what was the relationship between communism and Jews in the Soviet Union? What's in terms of anti-Semitism, the ups and downs of anti-Semitism? It seems like it was lesser and greater in different parts of the 20th century.
Well, it's the kind of thing where if something was bad, there's this Russian rhyme. It's like "Если нет воды в кране, кто её выпил сюда?" Like if there's no water in the sink, who drank it all? The Jews. So if something goes wrong, there's just a convenient historical scapegoat. It's the Jews' fault. So this is something that towards the end of his life very much, and this is after World War II, Stalin was getting ready for another kind of series of pogroms. All these Jews were getting kicked out of their jobs. Jewish doctors were getting sent to the Far East instead of being in cities. The newspapers started talking about rootless cosmopolitans, which is a term the Nazis also used to kind of regard Jews as others or as aliens, and this was going to be, and they were very clever about it. In Pravda, they would, and I talk about this in the White Book. In Pravda, there were articles and letters to the editor. They were like, things are getting so anti-Semitic. We really should round up all the Jews and send them elsewhere for their own safety. So they were kind of setting the ground rules or the basis to have this sort of program come back, but. Spoiler alert, Stalin dies, and immediately all of this gets reversed, and the new administration rehabilitates the doctors who were accused of trying to hurt him and all this other stuff.
What is it about the scapegoats in society? Are we always going to be looking for scapegoats? What do you learn from human nature that this seems to keep happening?
I think there's a book called The Nurture Assumption, and I discussed this in The New Right. And what the author learned is that humans define themselves by opposition. So if you have a group of people and it's kids and adults, the kids will see themselves as kids because we're as opposed to adults. If the adults leave, the kids see themselves as boys and girls. I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. I'm not a boy, I'm a girl. So they divide. So this idea, this very lefty idea that human beings naturally all get along is not accurate. And the best example of this is look after 9/11. Look where there's a war. Nothing unites the population. It's not like when times are thriving that everyone's all working together. When things are bad and there's an enemy, it's the Japanese at Pearl Harbor, it's Al Qaeda. That's when everyone really comes together because now we have someone to be against. So there will always be someone has to be the out group, and we have to be the in group as opposed to them.
But there's a viciousness to the actions you take towards the out group that varies throughout history.
Yes,
some like the degree of viciousness cross the line towards like atrocities, towards genocide.
Right.
That's the question of why does it sometimes do that? Why does it sometimes cross into genocide? I understand it's a useful thing to have the other
Much as
to
the
blame
former Air
in this
Force
world,
Sergeant
especially when
Tom
times are
Costello
rough.
had done before
But
him,
why does that sometimes
Phil Schneider told anyone
lead
who'd
to sort
given
of
him
action
time
that says I'm
that there
going
was a
to
military
murder,
base hidden
Well,
I'm going to
deep
torture
beneath
the
I
other?
think
Atlanta
the
Mesa.
question really is why sometimes
But
it doesn't.
unlike the enigmatic
Right.
And one of the
Costello,
things I learned when I was doing the
Schneider
New
chose
Right
to deliver his
is a
evidence
lot
in
of the
formal, manner,
Nazis, you use that term
seeking
loosely
openly
speaking,
to
neo-Nazis, they make the
reinforce
point, they're
the
like, oh,
people
when the
and fielding
Holocaust
any
happened, it really wasn't that
questions
big of
they
a
might
deal,
have
and that only became a
concerning
big deal in the
his
decades
events.
later. And this just shows the power of Jewish influence.
Describe
And I'm like,
how,
this
since
to
the
me
end of the
is
Second World War,
a great thing. It's
the
a great
United
thing
States
that we
government
sat
had been
down
building a vast network of
pretty
underground
recently,
bases
historically,
around the
and
country.
we're like, wait a minute, guys,
Schneider
when
explained
we
that
have
to
a
his
war
knowledge,
where we have
there were
conquest, you don't have to just
129
start killing
deep
everyone.
military
Like, this is something
bases
that's
or
bad and wrong.
domes
And
hidden beneath
certainly in the
the
last
plains, mesas,
60 years,
and
70
mountain
years, this
ranges
is
of
something
North
that people have come
America.
to take for granted. But that wasn't the
9
case
of these
before.
were
It would
clustered
always
in
be,
close
or
proximity
not
to
always,
one
but often,
another,
if you conquer,
located
you
in
just
and around
go
Green
wild
Lake,
and just start
near the
slaughtering
infamous Area
masses of
51
people.
testing facility in
It's
Nevada.
who's the guy from
All of these
Harvard?
bases were
And
linked by
he,
seemingly endless
Steve, sorry, I forgot his name.
tunnels,
So he
which
just
housed
talks
a
about
maglev
like,
train
you know, we
line,
know
allowing
this is one of the
workers
reasons
to
also
travel
why
between
there was
locations
so
at
much
speeds
skepticism
of up to
when the
Mach
Holocaust
2.
started, because this was regarded as something that was barbaric. This is from the Middle Ages, from the biblical times. We don't do this anymore. We're civilized now. So genocide is historically the norm. I think it's also harder to pull it off emotionally when you have the visuals and when you have the audio and when you have the voices of the people being slaughtered. We don't know, you know, if this was 2,000 years ago and people, you know, in the Bible, like go kill this group, go kill that group. We don't have their names, we don't have the visuals, we don't have anything. But when you see someone being like, you know, there's a book about, I think, the Rwandan genocide, and the title is, "We regret to inform you that tomorrow we will be executed with all of our families," like a telegram. And like, when you get a telegram like this, it's very different than reading some history book about, you know, the Assyrians killed the Phoenicians. It's like, I don't know who this is, I don't know who that is, right? So I think this is something that has changed very recently. There was this kind of interesting moment just that speaks to the way technology has liberated people from violence. Kristallnacht, which was a moment in the lead up to the Holocaust, where basically, you know, with Hitler's blessing, you had a nationwide burning of Jewish businesses, synagogues burnt down, and Kaiser Wilhelm, the Kaiser, he said, "For the first time in my life, I'm embarrassed to be a German." But that was a moment where worldwide, even plenty of people who did not think very highly of Jewish people were like, this is a wrap. This is a complete nightmare. But 200 years ago, 100 years ago, maybe not literally a Kristallnacht, but there's an outgroup and we hate them and we're going to kill them and it's fine.
Do you think it's even more difficult now with the internet?
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not, now, more difficult doesn't mean it doesn't happen or it can't happen. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying we know a lot about what's going on in North Korea. You know, probably the most secretive country on earth. There's a lot of atrocities in Eritrea, which is kind of known. So I think it's also like, if you think about it, if you're how many years ago, 300 years ago, you only know the people in your village and they're all probably going to look like you, so on and so forth. Whereas now, if I'm on social media and there's someone from any country and maybe their picture looks a little different, they use the same anime picture as somebody else, but they're putting forth their ideas, you do see the humanity in them, and you do see a sense of familiarity and a familial bond with them. And when you hear about these things, you know, when I did when I did Dear Reader, no one, and I was on Al Qaeda and I was on Alex Jones, no one pushed back about like, oh, the North Koreans. They were all like, this is horrible. If I had a magic wand, I'd give them food. I wouldn't have them live in fear. And this is something that I don't think was the case a couple hundred years ago.
That said, I'd love to get your thoughts about what's going on in Iran, the protests. It seems like the regime there is able to crack down with violence.
My thoughts about Iran, there's something else about Iran which I think is interesting. This whole idea of careful what you wish for. Because people have this, and something I kind of, one of the reasons I have the white pill, is Americans really are very naive about the nature of evil, right? They really think that a dictator has a weird mustache and banging the table and he's, you know, like a crazy person. And it's often not the case. But they also think if something is bad,
Therefore, the alternative is going to be better. So you had the Shah of Iran, and he was kind of authoritarian. And, no, he's not a good guy. So in 1979, there were a lot of people like, this guy's horrible. He's oppressing the Iranian people. Let's get him the F out of there. He's so bad that whatever comes after it has to be an improvement. And it's like, no, that if you think, I mean, this drives me crazy when conservatives are like, you know, Joe Biden's the worst president we've ever had. Like, this is destroying America. I'm like, you have no idea how bad things can get. The fact that you are in a position to complain means we got a ways to go.
Yeah, every time you say that Donald Trump or Joe Biden is the worst president ever, that warms my heart because you're allowed to say that.
Yes, yeah.
It's like I just let it. It's like music.
1995,
Because you're allowed to be pretty. In response to a president's tweet, you can write that.
Yeah,
and it still lives there, and nobody arrests you.
Yeah,
which is a rare thing in human history.
Yes,
it's still a rare thing in the world. I mean, it does seem that Iran, the current regime, is able to crack down on communication channels. It's still, it's surprising to me how much power a government can have. Like, they could use violence to control the population,
right?
And nobody's going to do anything about it.
Well,
the rest of the world just watches.
But here's the thing, right? Because if the rest of the world starts doing too much, then they have a justification to crack down even more. This regime, this protests are not legitimate. This happened constantly in the Soviet Union. These are foreign provocateurs. This is meddling in our country. Curfew, lockdown, ID, mandatory searches. Everyone's a spy. So that narrative is a very convenient one for people who are authoritarian. I know a lot of people who are Persian, as I'm sure you do as well. Very hardworking, very bright, great people. And, all you could do is hope for a peaceful liberalization of it. People don't realize how liberal Iran used to be. Andy Warhol used to be friends with the Shah. And if you read his diaries, he talks about how he knew things weren't going well for the Shah because they had less caviar at the table. But he was really kind of, there's I think a poor understanding in America, and I'm not sure why, of what these liberal Muslim countries are like. I gave a talk in Bodrum in Turkey, which is a good resort town in Turkey. And I had thought previous to that, or I had suspected, if push comes to shove and they have to choose people in Turkey between the West and like Al-Qaeda, not Al-Qaeda, but hardcore Islam, they're going to choose hardcore Islam. You go there and you're like, oh, this is like Los Angeles. Like, these people are so liberal, and they are the first to be killed. They're the first targets. So that people like that in Iran are who my thoughts are. And I gotta tell you, like, nothing makes me more of a feminist than seeing the women in countries like this fight for the right to education, the right to dress as they please. Maybe we don't need them driving, but that's okay.
There he is, with that characteristic brilliant humor that you're so loved for. I should probably be banned for on Twitter. I'm doing my best. Every time you tweet, I just report. Please stop this man.
You don't have a script?
Exactly. Well, actually, funny enough, I do. But I don't abuse my power. I wear the ring like Frodo, and I respect the power. It's not what your mom said last night.
She said you're hung like Gollum.
I'm not going down that road with you. I'm not holding hands another time. I learned my fool me once. Okay. My close childhood friend is from Iran.
Oh, wow, okay.
And I talked to him a lot. I wanted to go to Iran.
But it's so far away.
I can see it from my house, my friend.
And yet,
I would love to take that trip, even
the
now.
lightest touch of scrutiny has
It's
shown his appearance
just
to be
culturally,
marred
so all the
by
different little pockets of local cultures that make up
which
Iran.
difficult
I just
to
heard
take
so many
some of
amazing
his claims
things.
seriously.
Yeah, my friend Paul went there. He had an amazing time.
He
He
made
absolutely
repeated
loved it. He loved the people were
assertions that
awesome.
his father,
It was so
Otto Oscar
interesting,
Schleifer, was a
very
German
developed.
U-boat captain
Just
who
like
had been
Tehran
captured
is,
by the
I mean,
US
the
Navy
history in
and
Tehran
then
is insane.
turned against the
Yeah.
Nazi
I
regime.
would really love to
Yet a cursory search of both
visit.
German
Now we
and
return back.
American wartime
I don't know how we
records
ended up in
shows
Iran,
this to be an apparent
but
fabrication.
let us stroll back
With
to
Otto having been
Stalin
born in
taking
San
power.
Francisco
What role
in
did
January
the
of
suppression of speech,
1906.
the censorship,
Similarly,
suppression of
his
the
claims
freedom of the
that the
press
original attack
have
on the World Trade
been
Center involved the use
Stalin
of a tactical
taking
nuclear weapon,
power?
and that
Lenin
the occupants of
Trotsky
Waco Ranch
and
had been
Stalin
murdered
had
using
power.
chemical
Well, it was a
weapons
very
that
useful
apparently
mechanism
were debunked.
to direct public
These revelations would
opinion
appear
and
to suggest
inform
that Phil Schneider
public
was an
perspectives and
individual
everything.
prone
So,
to
first of all, there
exaggeration,
was a lot of
sometimes
news about
verging
how
on the edge of delusion.
great things were. You have a bumper crop here, grain's never better. You have
But
there's
if
this
this was the
there's another
case,
anecdote
then
where
did he
President
sustain
Kalinin
his
is
life-changing
talking about
injuries?
how
And what
um,
happened to the missing samples
on
and
Karl Marx
notes he
Street in
brought with
Kharkiv,
him to his
there's all sorts of
lectures?
new skyscrapers being built, and
Why
it's
is
just
there so
absolutely
much
amazing. And
evidence
some of
that
the
he
audience
was
gets up and
silenced
goes,
during the
"Comrade, I
impersonate, and
work
efforts
on
made
Karl
to
Marx Street. I
present
walk
his
there every
murder
day.
as a
There's none of these
suicide?
skyscrapers." He goes, "See, that's your problem. You're
Schneider's
trusting your eyes
detractors
instead of
argued
reading
he was
something and
not a
learning
well
what's in the
man,
papers."
and
So
merely
there was
seized
this
upon
kind
the
of disconnect
testimony of
between,
Thomas Costello,
you know,
using it to conjure up a
I
fantastical
forget, you probably know the
backstory
joke,
of his
but
own.
pravda ni pravda,
But to his
известия не известия,
supporters,
like pravda means
the
truth, but there's no truth to be had.
inconsistencies in
Pravda
his
is like kind of
attempt
the
to
Russian
explain
line.
away as
The point
US
is, it
government
very
rewriting
much,
his family history,
and the other thing, this is,
designed
my mom
specifically to
wasn't
undermine
particularly
Schneider's
politically
credibility
motivated,
and
but she
keep
talked
prying
about
minds
how
away from the
you
Dutch
didn't have to be
case.
smart to realize
They
how
point to the same
dishonest it
methods used
was,
against Bob
because
Lazar
one day
in his removal
someone
from
is
college and
the great
employment
hero of the
records
Soviet
as an
people,
example of the
and the
lengths the
next
US
week
government will go
he's
to
been a traitor and a
cover up
class
such
enemy and the
revelations.
worst, and then sometimes they reverted,
With
and
the
it's like,
advent of the
okay, like they couldn't even keep their
each
their
passing
stories
year
straight.
sees more
And in
information
fact, at
on
a certain
classified
point when
military
they,
projects slowly
Gorbachev
creeping into
liberalized,
the public
they had to
domain.
cancel tests because the
It
history
is
books had to
therefore
be
entirely possible
rewritten
that at
so
some
quickly.
future point,
So,
proving the
and the
existence
thing
of
that
deep
also with
underground
these
military
newspapers
bases will
is there was a
finally
lot of, it was very
materialize.
monotonous
Or it may
because,
be
you
that
had the
advances in
same message
technology
over and
enable
over.
investigators
A lot
to
of these
finally
papers were
disprove the
about kind of
existence of
speaking to
such
the lowest common
facilities
denominator.
once and
Stalin's
for
great,
all.
everything's great,
For
overseas
now,
bad.
at least,
So
it seems
it
that there's a lot more digging
very much was
to be
about not
done.
informing but creating a certain perspective in the public at large. And also, you were educated as a citizen on what you're supposed to think and say. So you have a lot of this was this kind of private truths, public lies situation. So you could read the paper, and at your factory, you could be like, "Oh my God, this guy Karl Radek's great." He's like, "Oh my God, yeah, he's amazing." You knew what to talk about, and you knew how to look at it as well. And then when you get home, you could just kind of be more honest with family.
But the question is, to which degree does this propaganda and this ideology infiltrate your actual thinking? You give examples as like scientists infiltrated science.
Oh yeah. So basically, Lysenko is the textbook example. Lysenko was in biology. So because Marxism is materialist, they didn't like the idea that genes pass on, from one generation to the next. So Lysenkoism kind of was a rejection of Mendel and kind of genetics. And if you reject genes, you're really going in a bad direction in terms of biology. The Soviet Union's biological program became an international laughingstock. At one point, Lysenko claimed he crossed a tomato and a potato. You had things where they said they had nuclear, we have fission, but they said they invented fusion or heavy water or hard water. It was. Point being, in cultures like this, your way to achieve status wasn't necessarily about your accomplishments, but about your loyalty to orthodoxy. So if you were saying things that got to a result that was congruent with the broader ideology as a whole, that was much better as a means of furthering yourself in the arts or in the sciences than if you had something that was innovative. Because if you're innovative, it's like, well, how do I fit this in with the broader ruling ideology? The problem with totalitarianism, one of the many problems, is everything, literally everything, has to be perceived through the lens of ideology. So, and that is, there were scientists who were arrested or at least fired because of their theories about sunspot developments, because it was regarded as un-Marxist. There was an epidemic, and all these horses got sick, and because the vaccine didn't work on the horses, the bacteriologists were arrested because they were regarded as wreckers. It's like, we gave you a job, you didn't do it, you're undermining the socialist state. So it's kind of a backward series of incentives, and it's designed to maintain at all costs the ruling ideological superstructure.
But you draw a small distinction between the ideology and the ideological superstructure and the propaganda. Aren't those kind of intermixed together?
Well, the ideological is like in the sciences and what's true in genetics or what's true in astronomy. That doesn't really percolate out to the masses, right? So the Pravda is maybe covering this scientist is great or these discoveries are great, but it's not necessarily the same as day-to-day or glorifying political leaders.
But Pravda is a manifestation of the idea that truth can be conjured up.
Yes.
It can be constructed and it can be altered quickly. And then I wonder, so 1984 caricatures that. I wonder to what degree it really could control the way you think. That, like how many people it affected.
I could give you an example, a very easy one. So again, with regarding North Korea. Kim, the great leader Kim Il-sung, who was the founder of North Korea, had a tumor on the back of his neck, and it was too close to the skull, the spinal column, so they couldn't operate on it. And throughout his life, it got bigger and bigger. And I got mixed messages in my research about whether North Koreans knew about it, because they always photographed him from this angle. And I met a refugee, and I asked her, I'm like, did you know that he had this tumor? She goes, yeah. And when people played him in the movies, they would, you'd make up there. And she goes, it was an old war injury. And I go, why would a war injury get bigger throughout your life? And she just stood there. And she was like, holy, but she never questioned it. But it was the kind of thing where they put the idea in her head. And since there's no reason to question it, she just kind of went with it her entire life until I talked to her. Audrey, her name. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, Audrey. I wonder what percent of the population is like that.
Here's the thing. If there's a cost to me questioning Lysenko as a great scientist and there's no benefit, why wouldn't I just go with what's going to keep me and my family safe?
But I also mean just the psychological. There might be a very local psychological cost. So not a cost you go to jail, but a cost like you're going to kind of ruin the conversation by bringing it up. Kind of like, yeah. I'm just trying to.
It's like Debbie Downer, right? Yeah. But there's also the whole metaphor of like there's two fish in the river. One says, well, man, the water's really great. The other one goes, what's water? Like a friend of mine, Adriana, her mom came to the West and they went to a supermarket and the mom just in front of all the Fanta, so just crying. And she's like, what's going on? She goes, they told us we had more food than you. And when something is, you can underthink this story. Oh, this guy's an enemy of the people and he was the hero. He just offended someone. This is bullshit. It's almost impossible psychologically to think I'm living in the Truman Show and that everything in the media is not just wrong, but a carefully constructed narrative and a lie. Like what, they're never going to tell the truth, and how like what? Like you, and even if you do understand that, how would you even read between the lines to deduce what the truth is?
Yeah, it must have been a strange experience. There's stories of soldiers, the Red Army soldiers throughout World War II, as they go to different countries, even Romania, but in Europe, to understand that people live much better than the soldiers did back in the Soviet Union.
And that's why a lot of times when they went back, Stalin had them killed because they saw too much, were sent to the camps.
So just to linger on this idea of free speech, so there's constant discussion about free speech in this modern debate about social media and all that kind of stuff. What's your take on it? Grounding it not in some kind of shallow discussion of free speech we have today, but more in the context of Pravda and the suppression of speech in Stalinist Russia.
I hate the term free speech because it's used in many different contexts. Some I agree with entirely, some I disagree with at all. I don't think everyone has something to say or something after the conversation. And I have my locals community, and it used to be, I think the boilerplate language is, come support free speech and free discourse, and I changed that because I don't like that term. Because people will tell you with some reason that, if you block me and push on Twitter, you're voiding my free speech. It's like, okay. So I don't like that term as a whole. But one of the points of the white pill, and something I see enormous parallels with today, if you have one news outlet or 3 news outlets with identical ideology, you're not going to be able to get to any kind of truth or any kind of useful information. It's all going to be pre-filtered for you. It's like a baby bird and you're eating the mother bird's vomit, right? But if you have what we have increasingly now with technology, if you have a world where everyone has a camera on their phone, if you have a world where anyone can put their ideas out there, maybe they're banned from certain outlets, but they're not literally vanished like they were in the USSR, that is very healthy. That is something I'm enormously supportive of, because back in the day, if you only had the TV crews with cameras, you could only see what they're capturing and they could edit it. Whereas now, we saw this recently during COVID, right? You had these reporters with masks on and they're talking, but the cameraman wasn't wearing a mask. So you have the people on the street being like, look, they don't believe it. Or as soon as they would start filming, the guy took the mask off and they film them. They go, you are lying. You don't believe this man. You're putting this on for some purpose, whether you believe in the efficacy of masks or not. That clearly does not. It's only putting it on for show. So that's, or crimes. It's people, are anti-police. They say, okay, the cop said this. Did he draw the gun at this guy necessarily? So on and so forth. It is so much better when everyone has access to as much of the information as possible and can make that informed decision themselves. Now, there certainly is space for informed people to be like, no, this isn't what it looks like. If you look here, if you look there, it's cropped here, so on and so forth. But that's still much more useful than just having that 20-second clip that someone has decided to edit for you.
So like truth has a way of, because everything is so interconnected, truth, no matter what, has a way of finding its way to the populace.
And also there's a big asymmetry in terms of trust. So if I tell you 100 truths and 1 lie, that lie is equal to, I'm screwed. Because once you catch me in you don't have to kill someone every day to be a murderer, right? You only have to do it once. So if you catch me in a brazen lie, you're going to look at everything I say after that with an enormous grain of salt. So that is another big asymmetry in favor of truth. If someone trusts you, you have to be honest all the time, and you're going to make mistakes. You can own those mistakes. Be like, hey, this is why I made the mistake. This is why I said such and such.
But the flip side of that, which has been disheartening to me, is that people on the conspiracy side, conspiracy theory side of things, I've noticed how easy it is to just call something a lie.
Yes.
And then that becomes viral. For some reason, there's a desire for people, for anyone who points out that the emperor is not wearing a clothes, even when the emperor is fully clothed. So I don't know what that is, but that really seems to mess with this truth mechanism. So when it becomes viral to call people a liar, whether they're a liar or not, it's like you feel like on unstable ground, because to me that idea of revealing a lie that somebody told is a really powerful mechanism to keep people honest. But when you're like misusing it, crying wolf too much, well, it seems to break the system. It makes me nervous, because there's also like
if someone is a liar, that doesn't mean literally everything they say is a lie.
No, but what is a lie and what isn't? I just noticed that there's money to be made in calling out something as a lie. It's just the conspiracy theories. Straight up, the first thing, some traumatic event happened, give an explanation that's not the mainstream explanation. No matter what, whether it's true or lie, there's a lot of virality and money to be made in that, and that makes me nervous, because it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It becomes anti-establishment ideas are viral, whether they're true or not.
Sure, but I think establishment ideas are powerful whether they're true or not. So I think,
on the whole, I think you're right. I mean, on the whole, it's good to test the power centers, but it just makes me nervous in our attention economy that the sexy thing seems to be the anti-establishment message, and then it feels like that becomes a drug where you everything, anything the establishment says, anything institutions say, anything the mainstream says must be wrong because it comes from the mainstream.
I have that line that you're supposed to take one red pill, not the whole bottle.
Yeah.
I am certainly one of those people who is of the idea that they are dishonest far more open than they're honest. That said, there are people who are of the belief, to use an extreme example, that Trump is still the shadow president, and you know there's going to be these QAnon mass arrests. I thought this was something that like the Daily Beast made up to make fun of MAGA, but I was just on the phone with my buddy last night, and he was like, no, if you go to Truth Central, they're like all over there, and if you disagree with them, they call you controlled opposition or a grifter or so on and so forth.
Is that what channel? Where?
Truth Central, Trump's social media outlet.
Oh, Truth No, Truth.
Well, yeah, but he forgot the name of it himself, so he's like,
oh, I
that's
see the
why I
joke.
had to create.
You gotta explain the jokes. You gotta explain the jokes. You do like the way Twitter puts that context. You gotta do the joke and then pause and like turn to the camera and explain.
And have a laugh track. Yeah, so people know where the jokes are. That's it's real humor.
Yeah. So and then we just clap.
and then everybody clap. I think for the last 2 years, especially vis-a-vis COVID, the overwhelming message was the experts know what they're talking about, and if you are questioning this, you're a vax denier, and you basically should be read out of polite society. And one obvious counterexample to this was social distancing. If social distancing was efficacious, why were there no attempts ever to bring it back, right, when you had different waves? And if it wasn't efficacious, why was it so insistent that we all do it at the very beginning? In fact, in many places, you'll still see the signs on the floor where it's 6 feet apart. So there's an incongruity there. And I think we are forgetting, as a people, the intensity and understandably to some extent, if you have this worldwide deadly plague, it's going to go where the leakiest hole is. So you really got to kind of get everyone on board. But to the vehemence with which we're told, we know what we're doing, this is the way to solve it. If you don't do it, you are causing mass death. That, I think, fed in very heavily to people's enormous sense of skepticism toward establishment sources.
Speaking of the plague, you opened the book with
that quote from Camus.
Strong quote.
Camus brings me to tears. And it's funny because I reread The Myth of Sisyphus, which I've been recommending to people. I'm like, this book isn't that good. But he's got his ethos is my favorite of all the philosophers.
It sounds like the myth of Sisyphus was a myth.
He says,
after act cute.
All I maintain is that on this earth there are plagues and there are victims, and it's up to us, so far as possible, not to join forces with the plagues. And why I have that as the introductory quote to the book is I think morality and ethics are very, very complicated subjects. There's lots of gray areas where you don't know which way to choose. But at a base level, he has another quote that's ascribed to him. He never actually said, but something about, is the duty of thinking people not to be on the side of the executioners. If you are, we should do whatever we can not to have blood on our hands, not to be murderers, not to want death. And that in and of itself is a big pill for a lot of people to swallow. We're all brought up, taught that war is a last resort. And yet when it comes to international affairs, it's always often a first priority, and people are champing at the bit to start going in and killing people. And what war means isn't good guy soldiers versus bad guy soldiers. My concern is always with the civilians, with the kids who become orphans, with the wives who become widows, and things like that. And then communities which are, ruined forever. So I love that quote of his. I think the book started, it was going to be a recontextualization of Camus' thought. I was going to rip off my old buddy Ryan Holiday, what he did with the Stoics, and do about Camus. And then when I started rereading Camus, I'm like, I've read more into him than is really there. And then it went a whole other direction.
So you wanted to do almost like an existentialist manifesto. So like,
Camus
one
for-
must imagine this happy.
Well, more like Camus for today, and what his philosophy can teach us, like Ryan did with his many books about the Stoics. Yeah, and it was going to be called The Point of Tears.
Live to the point of tears.
Yes, but the title was going to be The Point of Tears.
No, I know, but they're definitely that
What
line.
man must
That's a
live-
good line, right?
Yeah, he has so many good lines. Maybe it's not about
Probably shitty in bed though, right?
Well, no, he was a big Lothario. He was probably
What's
pretty good.
Lothario?
He got around. What?
What percent of the audience of humans on Earth do you think know the word Lothario?
What percent of them have a computer? Look it up.
Lothario.
It's not some weird term.
Lothario.
Lothario. Lothario.
Lothario. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. They're seduced by a handsome, in quotes, they're seduced by a handsome Lothario who gains control of their financial affairs.
Oh, I didn't think. I always thought of it as more as just someone who's like a stud.
Like a player, but no,
Yeah, player, yeah.
There's a malevolent.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, well then he's
selfishly
okay. That's not him.
irresponsible.